Recording started.
Yes, that is the Dallas Stars goal horn, and the reason I went with that as the intro for the show, Joey, is because I am super pumped up about the Stars winning in double overtime against Colorado. Because what happened in the game is Mason Marchment scored a goal, but the goal got called off in the first overtime because there's a rule in hockey where if your skates are out of the crease, but your ass is in the crease, the goal doesn't count due to goalie interference. That is the rule written by the letter of the land in the National Hockey League. And the defender, Cale Makar, pushed Matt Duchene into the crease. And the evidence on the tape shows that. But that does not matter if it was incidental or intentional. If your ass is in the crease, no goal. That is the rule. According to Mason Marchment, that is what he learned from the NHL referee during the postgame. So that is the rule. I did not know that until late last night, but the Dallas Stars in Colorado, they were up. They were on at 10 p.m. The game lasted until 2 a.m. I basically told my friend in Kentucky, who's a big Star Wars fan, that if Dallas wins this game, we will watch whatever you want to watch. I can live with another 4 years of the current Biden administration if I get a Stanley Cup. That is how desperate I am. I'm so desperate, it's actually borderline pathetic. But my team came through, and Matt Duchene ended up scoring the second goal in double overtime after the first goal was nullified. But, you know, it's like, what if that's kind of what happened in the AFC Championship with the Bengals? There was not an offsides penalty, but then they called an offsides penalty anyway on Joseph Osai, and the Chiefs ended up winning as a result of the officiating. That's kind of how this game played out, but the officials were trying to make sure Colorado won, or at least that's what it looked like on paper, because the NHL wants those big stars as deep into the playoffs as possible. And Nate McKinnon and Connor McDavid are the two biggest stars in the NHL right now, as far as individuals. Now, as far as teams, Dallas is just a pretty complete team. I've been trying to tell Joey for 2 years that Dallas is a pretty complete team. And when I say complete, I mean they have the four lines of forwards, 12 forwards, 6 defensemen, and the goalie. They have everything. I mean, 14 of Dallas's 18 forwards have scored. Every player on the Dallas Stars has recorded 1 assist through 11 playoff games. Every single player, every single forward and defenseman has 1 assist through every playoff game through the first 2 rounds. I do not recall the last time that ever happened in NHL history, Joey. I don't. I wish I did know. But when is the last time every single player on the entire team had a minimum of 1 assist through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs? That kind of synergy is just so hard to replicate.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, because I only had 1 ear plug in, and I noticed that I wasn't getting the full anything.
I did a Dallas Stars intro, Joey. I did a Dallas Stars goal horn intro, and then I talked about Dallas and the officiating at the end of the game. But it was bad. Like, it was Bengals Chiefs bad. These referees were making Ron Torbert look like Martin Luther King. That is how bad the officiating was. Back when I started, I said there were 3 teams that look complete on paper. The Dallas Stars, the New York Rangers, the Florida Panthers. Lisa picked the Rangers to beat the Oilers. I picked Dallas to beat the Rangers, and you picked Florida to beat Vegas because you presumed Vegas would upset Dallas, but that was literally a coin flip game. But Dallas ended up getting lucky because Vegas took a 2-0 lead. I was losing my cool by the first day of the draft, and Dallas ends up winning that in 7. And they somehow win every game on the road in Colorado. Every single game, which is just impressive. And what's even more impressive is their best center, Rupe Hintz, has missed the last 2 games with an injury, and they still won both. They still won in Colorado without him. That should say something. Rupe Hintz is locked up till 2031 in Dallas, and you just went into Colorado and beat them without him. That should say something about how deep this team is. I'm not trying to brag. It's like Dallas is just that good. They're that deep. But there's two other teams that are just as deep as Dallas, Florida and the Rangers, but it's just a matter of can either team do just enough discipline as far as I'm a big line combination guy. When I was a kid, I always picked the team with the biggest stars, whether it was Dallas or Colorado. Eventually, as I entered middle school, that strategy backfired. Like, especially when I entered high school after the lockout ended, because the game sort of pivoted from, okay, the team with the most stars is going to win the Stanley Cup, to, okay, now we got to start looking at special teams. But when I took special teams into account, penalty kill, power play, when I took the analytics, that didn't work either. So in 2019, I tried something new. I tried going on daily faceoff, going through every single line combination for every team, and I ended up with Tampa Bay over St. Louis or Dallas for 2020. Tampa Bay beats Dallas. I did the same thing the next year. I said Tampa Bay and Colorado are the only two teams I could see winning the Cup. Vegas knocks out Colorado with Peter DeBoer. Tampa Bay beats Montreal because Montreal, instead of playing teams in their own conference, the Canadian division got their own conference due to COVID on a technicality. You can't really count 2021 as a result. The next year, Tampa Bay goes for a three-peat. Joey and I both picked Tampa to win, but it was such an evenly matched game, such a coin flip, and we were banking on Braden Point to return from his injury, and he never did. Even though Colorado didn't have Samuel Girard, Tampa Bay didn't have Braden Point either, and Colorado managed to find a way to win despite the odds, ending Tampa Bay's three-peat. And I was happy for Colorado in 2022. I was, because Colorado had no injuries. Everything clicked for them. They had all those young guys they drafted under Alan Heppel, and they finally got over the hump. But Sakic ended up moving on from Heppel after the 2021 draft, and he kind of traded away some of the guys he drafted to get pieces to help him win now. And that, while that worked for that 1 year, that was not a sustainable strategy. You end up paying Landeskog. He has multiple knee injuries. Valerie Nichushkin, who you got from Dallas in a trade, who you extended, had a stage 2 suspension at the beginning of this year. And now he had a stage 3 suspension before game 4. And the stage 3 suspension is a big deal because it's a 6-month suspension. It's his second incident in the past year. And now we're looking at Colorado possibly cutting Nichushkin. So not only are we looking at and Jonathan Drew in the third line left winger is the UFA on a 1-year prove-it deal. Played with Nate McKinnon in Halifax. So not only are we looking at Colorado needing one left winger, we might be looking at Colorado having to do a total retool at the left wing position, Joey. I'm not saying they can't reload. They've got more cap space than Dallas next year. The salary cap numbers came out. Colorado has $15.9 million. Dallas has $14.1 million. But that $14.1 million spikes up to $51 million in 2025 because Dallas has a bunch of RFAs, Ottinger, Wyatt Johnson, but they also have UFAs, guys that are going to be free agents. Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, a lot of core players they've had for years are going to be UFAs. So it's like, and those guys, while they were badasses in 2020, still are badasses now, but the production, the offensive points aren't what they were 5 years ago. And that's okay. As long as my team wins, I can live with that. But, that's what's so interesting. Vancouver has $24 million. I kind of feel like we're reliving the 90s, Joey, when you had the Red Wings with Yzerman, the Avalanche with Sakic, and the Stars with Modano all at their peak. I kind of feel like we're reliving the 90s, the mid to late 90s in the NHL, except Vancouver's replaced Detroit with the Red Wings moving to the Eastern Conference. And they've got more cap space than Dallas or Colorado next offseason, $24 million.
It's just not the same team, but it is a little bit. I can see where you're coming from on that. The big thing I'm looking at the NHL right now is the young stars, because in the early to mid 90s, you were getting
But you also had younger stars entering their prime. Yzerman, Sakic, and Madonna were all drafted in the 80s, but they had experience in the NHL by the early to mid-90s, and all those guys began entering their peak by 93. And by the time it was 95, all those guys were in their prime.
Yeah, and so they were set, but they were moving away. You know, the younger crop was starting to come in because it's like in the NHL, you do have a little more time to mature than you do in some of the other, you know, outside of Major League Baseball. I feel NHL you have more time to mature.
Yeah, because you get drafted when you're 18. If you're really good, you go straight to the NHL right away. If you're not, you either go back to Canada, you go back to college, you go back to the country you played for until your contract's up if you're European, and then you can either come to the AHL or the USHL. If you're in a European country and you get drafted by a Canadian or USHL team, you can come to the States as well. There's a lot of opportunities. And you know, I kind of feel like from now until 2030, we might see Dallas, Colorado, and Vancouver taking turns each year. Vegas could still get another conference title, but their best player in the regular season this year, Jonathan Marchessault, is a UFA. Their second best defenseman, Alec Martinez, is also a UFA. And Vegas only has $850,000 in cap space. They have $37 million next year, but they only have $850,000. That is not enough money to buy any player on the market. You'd have to trade the 19th pick and a bad contract to create more cap space. That's how little cap space the Golden Knights have right now. I'm not saying they can't get out of it, but I don't think they're going to trade that pick away because the draft's in Vegas this year. They get to make a pick in their own stadium, and that's kind of cool. When you're hosting the draft, you want to make a pick in the first round at the draft venue you're hosting the draft at. You're the home team at the draft. You've got the crowd cheering for you. It is a cool thing to do. But go ahead.
I was going to say, the thing that I don't see the quantity of young stars coming in that I saw in the 90s. And that's not to say it's bad for this.
I don't see the mega stars. I see more quality of stars compared to the 90s, but I don't see the mega stars compared to the 90s. I don't see as many mega stars now compared to when the 90s occurred, because I really believe the 90s was the golden age of the NHL. I do. Everybody's like, oh, the game's so much better now. It's so much faster. There's more scoring. That's true, but it's the 90s. It was simpler. There were not as many stars. Everybody had a player that sort of made the identity of their team, but it was simpler back then. I just felt there were more guys who were superstars that were borderline megastars, whereas now you have a lot of stars that are superstars, but they're not megastars. But you have more stars now than you did in the 90s.
And I'll say it again. There's more in basketball than anywhere else. I will say it, but I'm saying it here. Just because you're a great freaking athlete doesn't mean you're going to be a great professional player. You can get away with great athleticism, and yes, that will give you more potential. But are you able to do the fundamentals well? I mean, we've seen it in football, we see it in basketball, all the time in basketball. You know, people, because everybody's a great athlete, everybody mistakes, great athlete, great basketball player. Bullshit. No. Same thing in hockey. Just because you can skate faster and get, do all these different things, don't mean you're a great hockey player. I'm sorry, all you young kids that think that athleticism makes you who you are, and that makes you a great professional, a superstar, whatever. No. That's a small piece of the pie.
Yeah, and this is the thing. The USHL has actually jumped the OHL in draft coverage. The OHL calls themselves the premier draft league, but we've seen more talent go to the Western Hockey League in recent years. Connor Bedard, number 1 pick in the 2020 WHL draft, goes number 1 in 2023. This year's number 1 pick in the Western Hockey League, Landon Dupont. Remember that name. He's a defenseman. He is a player last year we were hearing he's the best 13-year-old in the world. That was what YouTubers were saying last year. He goes number 1 in the USHL draft. We find out he was the only 5-star player among the 2008 and 2009 born players by a majority of scouts in the country. So if that is true, he will go number 1. As long as he doesn't have an injury history or he doesn't fuck up off the field, he will go number 1 in 2027 because he's a defenseman. And if you're the only 5-star player and you actually play that good and your dad's a former WHL defenseman, that is a huge advantage. That is a massive advantage. And, I think that does help him, but it's too early to speculate that far down the road.
I've never seen him play or really heard a lot about him. What explains why? If he's still 13, the fact that I've even heard the name should tell you something. But the fact that he's that young, that explains why
I think he's 15 now and he got granted exceptional status. Because here's the thing. If you get drafted in the Canadian Hockey League, you do get paid, but you can't join the league until you're 16 until you get exceptional status. Because Crosby was so good, he could have joined the league when he was 15, but they were like, no, you're not 16. You're too young to play in our league. They basically did Crosby dirty like that. That's how the exceptional status rule came into effect. And we've seen guys like John Tavares, he was the first to gain it. And then Aaron Ekblad, the defenseman who ended up getting drafted by the Panthers in 2014, was the next player to get it. And then the year after, Connor McDavid got it. And I remember this because I was actually covering the OHL drafts that Aaron Ekblad and Connor McDavid were at Rant Sports prior to the inception of Draft Utopia. So not only did I follow McDavid in the NHL, I actually remember McDavid when he first got to the OHL. That's how far back I studied McDavid, which you're kind of impressed with, but at the same time, it's like we've talked about McDavid plenty of times in the podcast, and as long as he's on Edmonton, as long as Vegas has Mark Stone in their top line guys, they're still a playoff team, but losing your leading point scorer does sort of hamper your window to get to a Stanley Cup. And not only that, Vegas traded their 25 and 26 first-round picks. 2025 looks like better draft than 2024. And the reason I say that, Joey, is back in 22, I asked Tracy to rank the drafts. Tracy ranked 2023 at number 1. He ranked 2025 at number 2. He ranked 2022 at number 3. And he ranked 2024 at number 4. I think we can agree Tracy correctly called that order after last week's NHL draft stream. But here's the kicker. There's 6 goalies projected to go in the top 75 last year. I thought 3 had a shot at the first round back in 2023. And Gabriel Diego, this goalie who was 6'2", 205 pounds, a 15-year-old, he was projected to go top 5 last year. He's now a second rounder, but he's the top second round goalie at 34. And you have about 6 goalies projected to go in the top 75. And there's a 7th goalie projected to go in the top 90. I would argue a second or third round pick next year is just as valuable as a late first round pick this year. I really would. And if you're the Dallas Stars, you only have 3 first-round picks the entire draft, and you get a second and third in 2025, you have to entertain the idea of taking the picks. You have to. You don't have to agree to the trade if the player on your board's there at 31, 32, wherever you pick, but you have to at least consider the idea. Because if next year's class is that much deeper than this year's class, which Joey called the worst NHL draft he's seen in a few years after pick 45, it's like you have to at least be open to the idea of moving down. And I think we're going to see more trades in this year's NHL draft as a result of that, Joey, because we both went into the simulator. It was pretty ugly, but there's 7 goalies that could go in the top 90, and they all have first round potential. They're raw, but they all have first round potential. And I'm not trying to talk over you. I know I am. I know that's rude, but there's 7 goalies that are going to go in the top 90 next year, and all of them could move up a round or 2 if they make a leap next season. And not all 7 goalies are going to make a leap. We know how this game works, whether it's quarterbacks in football, goalies in hockey. When you have a class as deep as the 2025 goalies or the 2024 quarterback draft, not every guy makes the leap, but the ones that do get overdrafted. Okay? That's just how it is.
Here's the thing, Chris. I'm gonna about this year's draft class compared to next year's draft class?
Here's the thing with next year's draft class, Goalie. I've got the exact numbers for the top 75, the exact numbers on the dot. The exact numbers on the dot. I want to quickly read through this, and then we'll talk about, then I'll get your rebuttal on next year's draft. Next year's draft has 20 centers in the top 75, 11 projected in the first round. 22 defensemen in the top 75, 11 in the first round, just as many as this year. 13 left wingers in the top 75, 6 in the first round. 10 right wingers in the top 75, 4 in the first round. 7 goalies projected to go in the top 80 to 90, 6 in the top 75. All those goalies are second to third round picks right now, but all 7 of those goalies could be high-end starter to all-star goalies with the right development. I can't say that about any goalie in this year's draft. That's probably why the top 2 goalies in this year's draft, even though they're low-end to high-end starter, not all-star goalies, maybe you get a Kenny Pickett for goalies, and I'm not necessarily sure that's a good thing if you draft the number 1 goalie in the third round. Maybe you get a Kenny Pickett of goalies, and I'm not sure that's a good thing. If the top goalie in this year's draft is a Kenny Pickett type goalie, and the top 7 goalies in next year's draft all have potential to be all-stars, I would rather wait for a goalie until 2025, unless the top goalie in the draft falls to the 4th round, kind of like what happened in 2022, where the New Jersey Devils got my number 1 goalie in the 4th round. If a scenario like that were to occur at that point, I'd pick a goalie. But if it doesn't, I just wait it out, because I can definitively say that 2 of these goalies among the group of 7 have potential to move ahead of where I ranked Jacob Fowler last year if they develop correctly. And there's as many as 5 that could go in the first round. Like, let's say Gabriel Diego, the top goalie in the draft, dominates next year and he regains that top 5 status. If Diego goes top 5, I think we'd see a second goalie go in the top 10, a third go in the top 15, a fourth go in the top 20, and then a 5th guy go in the late first round at 26, where Dallas traded up with Chicago for Jake Ottinger back in 2017. And there's never been an NHL draft with 5 goalies in the first round, Joey. There were 5 NHL drafts with 4 goalies in the first round. There has never been an NHL draft in history with 5 in the first round. I think this draft could have 5 in the first round if everybody takes a leap. It's a massive if, probably a 1 to 11% probability, but if everybody takes a leap, and I say that because right now, Gabriel Diego's the only goalie with a save percentage of below 900 and a goals against average of above 3. Everybody else has a 900 save percentage and a goals against average of below 3. But nobody's as big as Diego. Diego was 6'2", 205 as a 15-year-old. He's 6'4", 220 now. He could be 6'5", 225 by next year's NHL draft. And if he takes the leap in his draft year, nobody's going to care that he sucked the first 2 years. That's how it is, Joey. That's how it is. You know, it's like, that's really how it is at the end of the day. I mean, I thought Fowler had the best hockey IQ and intangibles, but he's only 6'2", and 6'5" and 6'6" goalies went ahead of him last year. I'm not saying that was the right call, but that's what happened. Go ahead. I'm done.
This year's draft is so underwhelming. After about pick 20, I completely zoned out.
I like the first round. I do. After pick 24 or 25, I'm out of this draft. After pick 24 or 25, I'm at the point where I'm willing to trade my first round pick for a second or third next year. If a team gives me a second and third next year's draft, I'm trading the pick. I'm not even hesitating. I'm pulling the trigger and stealing the pick.
Around midway through the second round, it was I had zoned out so far. I forgot I was on the podcast for about 10 years. Okay, that's how bad this draft is. That this was saying the same thing about each prospect so much that I just completely zoned out.
And that's what I was doing off the air. When I was going through the simulator, I was like, where's the player in the second round that's good offensively, good defensively, good with skating, but is is a complete player, but they're not like a high ceiling player, a megastar. Where's that gem? It's not there. Doesn't compute. And
You could have done the first round of the
And Tracy, I give Tracy a lot of credit, Joey, because Tracy said back in 2022 that 2025 was going to be better than 2024. He also said 2024 was going to be the weakest of the next 4 drafts 2 years ago, and he got that right. I give Tracy a lot of credit.
Yeah, but I don't even think Tracy thought it was going to be this good. I mean, let's face it, this is historically bad. It's like, I don't think anybody thought it was going to be so bad that after 24 picks, we were just all going to zone out. It's like, that is historically bad for any.
And this is the thing. Teams are going to be more open to trading those late first-round picks for impact players in contract years. Some of these teams like Colorado, the Rangers, Dallas, teams that wisely held on to their first-round picks and didn't piss them away at the trade deadline, those teams are actually going to be more open to moving the pick for an NHL-ready player now in a contract year or picks in next year's draft if they can get them. Preferably picks in next year's draft, but if you can't get that, I think teams are going to be more open to trading for players during contract years this year. I do. I think we will see more trades in this year's NHL draft as a result.
I don't know as much about this as you do, but here's something that could happen, is that there are going to be teams probably willing to trade their first round pick this year for, and maybe even first and second, for players right the contract of the player that they may have drafted 2-3 years. They're in the AHL or whatever now, but they have the right. The NHL team has the right to that player. They drafted them. They may be willing to trade draft picks for the right to sign other players. That's how bad this year. That they may be willing to go into that well. And if you go into that well, you know it's bad.
I felt like 2020 and 2022 were deep in rounds 1 through 7, regardless of where you were picking. Because I did so much scouting and recoding for the site those years that, like, I just had a feel, and my intuition was correct. I thought 2023 had more stars in the first round than 2020 through 2022, but I also felt like after the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, there's a drop-off in good talent. And then there's a bunch of guys who could be anywhere from late round picks to UDFAs in rounds 5 through 7. That's kind of how this year's NFL draft went too, Joey. I think you could make an argument that's exactly how this year's NFL draft went. You had talent in rounds 1 through 4, and then you had guys who could go anywhere from the 5th round to the undrafted free agent range in the last 3 rounds of the NFL draft. That's exactly how last year's NHL draft was. That's exactly. They didn't get day 1 starters. The Browns were one of 12 teams to avoid the dry cornbread grade. Yeah, and I know. I'm going to say that because Emmanuel said that, you know, Donovan Mitchell's going to cost the Cavs a playoff series and Garland's going to have to be the guy who bails them out, when in reality, it was Garland who ended up costing the Cavs. But this is not a time to roast Darius Garland for the Cavs' misfortunes with all the injuries they endured against the Celtics.
And his 42% shooting from the floor during the playoffs, I could roast him quite a bit for being a mediocre player.
I love Darius. I thought Darius Garland had promise when I first watched his high school tape because he did everything short range, mid range, long range, good passer. He checked every box offensively. But when I got him when he went to Vanderbilt, I didn't see that same intensity from him in his COVID year. He still went 4th overall though because it was a weak point guard draft, and he was the best point guard in that draft. This is the 2020. No, this is the 2019 draft. I forgot. The Cavs took Evan Mobley in 2021. Garland went 4th in the 2019 draft. That was the Zion Williamson, RJ Barrett, Ja Morant draft, where Morant had the best career before his off the field problems. Zion couldn't stay healthy, and RJ Barrett got traded from the Knicks to the Raptors for OJ Anunoby, who was a star on the Raptors. And Garland went right after those guys. I think if the Cavs had their lineup at full health, this is a different series where not only do the Cavs push the Celtics to Game 7, they potentially win in TD Garden. I do. I really feel that strongly. Where and this is why Brian Bayless basically told me a few weeks ago that Brian Bayless basically told me whoever comes out of the West between Oklahoma City, Denver, and Minnesota, they're going to beat the Celtics in the NBA Finals unless Porzingis comes back. He told me that like 3 weeks ago, and that looks completely accurate at this point because the Thunder have to beat the Mavericks and Dallas to stay alive. And I don't know if they could do that if Luka continues to play at the level he's playing at. It feels like he's willing the Mavericks like Giannis willed the Bucks a few years ago. And, you know, Denver's got their starting 5 at full health. Everybody's averaging 10 points a game, which is my criteria for a good starting 5. And same with Minnesota. I honestly feel like whoever wins that Denver-Minnesota series is going to take the NBA Finals over Boston. As much as I would love to see Luka Doncic versus the Celtics, I mean, Dallas just doesn't have a great starting 5. The one team they played with a good starting 5 is Oklahoma City, and they've beaten them. But the thing is, Oklahoma City, this is their first year in the playoffs. They're a number 1 seed, but they have Josh Giddey, a 2021 first-round pick, Chet Holmgren. They got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the trade with the Clippers, and they basically decided to stockpile their team with draft picks. Yeah, they're going to be a good team. They have Josh Williams at small forward, too. I'm not saying Josh Williams and Josh Giddey aren't going to be talented players, but if you have a lottery pick and you have a chance to upgrade, you need to take your shot. That's all I'm saying. That's really my whole point I'm getting at here. And I don't think that is entirely wrong either. It's just like right now, I would say that it looks like whoever comes out between Denver and Minnesota tonight, tomorrow night actually, whoever wins that Denver-Minnesota series, I think whoever wins that beats the Celtics in the finals. And if it's the Timberwolves, that's going to be a hell of a story because you'll have Kevin Garnett at the NBA Finals every game. If the NBA Finals are in Minnesota, Kevin Garnett's rocking Timberwolves gear. If the NBA Finals are in Boston, Kevin Garnett's rocking Celtics gear. And he's just there in the stands at every game for the finals. And it is Kevin Garnett's team that drafted him versus the team Kevin Garnett won a championship with. I'm sorry, that's a great storyline. Went the high school route that Joey respects the hell out of.
He should have his jersey retired by both franchises. I mean, he was that good for that long. And he set the mold for so many players that weren't exactly as strong as you would like, or really athletic. And he set the mold for those guys. And a lot of those guys today, because without Kevin Garnett, you would still see just a killer meal for the world being drafted and heavily looked at in this league. And Kevin Garnett worked out. So, I mean, he should have his jersey retired by both.
Yeah, and it's not just that. The way the Timberwolves have played, I thought their biggest weakness was going to be at small forward, but apparently the last year their starting small forward had a season-ending injury early in the season. He's been healthy this year. You have Anthony Edwards playing out of his mind. You have Karl Anthony Towns stepping up as a good number 2. You have Rudy Gobert complimenting him. You also have D'Angelo Russell really finding his stride. No, Mike Conley Jr., not Anthony Russell. Mike Conley Jr., who was great in Memphis for so many years. great with the Jazz, goes to Minnesota, and, Michael Connolly Jr., he's rediscovered that young, fiery passion he had the first 5 years and he was in the NBA when he was at his peak. He's rediscovered that, refined it, and everything's clicking for him again, like it did when he first came out of Ohio State. So if Conley's clicking like that, and this team went into Denver, won 2 in a row, then lost 2 in a row at home, lost game 5 and won game 6 at home. Now they go to Denver. If they can figure out a way to steal game 7 from the Nuggets, we might be looking at the Minnesota Timberwolves getting their first NBA championship in franchise history. But their coaching is suspect. Denver's got better coaching. That's probably going to be the difference on Sunday. But hey, I think Minnesota's like the most cursed sports city. They are. Minnesota's like literally the most cursed sports city. You kind of want to root for the Timberwolves this year. Like as a fan, I kind of want to root for Minnesota. It's a good story. I'm not going to root for Minnesota in baseball as a Guardians fan. I'm not going to root for Minnesota in hockey as a Dallas Stars fan. I know we took your franchise, but the Stars are better than the Wild. Just historically speaking, they are. And it's not always going to be the case, but it's been the case for the past decade. It's still the case right now. So you're just going to be snake bitten. And even if McCarthy pans out, if Caleb pans out too, you're still going to have the worst quarterback in that division. So right now, times are tough in Minnesota.
Let's just be honest, Chris. Let's be fair. It's like the Baltimore Browns had won a championship, which made them automatically stronger than Browns, but they did it with the team that was created before. So let's be fair to those franchises. Hey,
Madonna was drafted by the North Stars. I have enough common sense to remember that. I have some 1990-91 sports cards when the Penguins won their first cup against the North Stars, and this was during Yager's rookie year, I believe. So, yeah, Jaromir Jagr's rookie season. That's how old these hockey cards are, but that's not the point. Point I'm trying to get at is, if there are what sports teams in Minnesota can help that city get over its curse? I think there are 2. I think the Timberwolves have the best chance, but the other team to keep an eye on is the Minnesota United FC. And everybody's going to say, oh, the Minnesota Lynx three-peat in the WNBA. Yeah, because they had Maya Moore and they had a really good starting 5 at the time. And don't get me wrong, Maya Moore is a WNBA Hall of Famer. I completely agree with that sentiment, but the reality is most sports fans only watch the NFL, NBA as a second sport, and then either the NHL or MLB as a third sport, with the other sport coming in fourth. And they basically filter out the MLS, the WNBA. I'm not condoning that behavior, but that is basically the thought process of your average sports fan. So Minnesota, I think Minnesota's second in the Western Conference this year, and Dane St. Clair has played out of his mind at times this year. Like, Dane St. Clair got off to a really hot start for Minnesota, kind of cooled off. But, Dane St. Clair, he was a first-round pick in the 2019 MLS draft. He led Maryland to a college cup as a freshman, and then went straight to the MLS after winning a championship at Maryland. So, because of that, and he did, and to Dane's credit, it took him 2 years to win the starting goalie job, but once he got it, he held on to it. But we really haven't seen Dane St. Clair enter that prime territory where he's just dominant like Andre Blake was with the Philadelphia Union the last 5 years. And it feels like we're starting to see that from St. Clair now. It took a little bit longer than expected. He was 20 or 21 when he was drafted. It took a little bit longer than expected, but he's 27. He turned 27 last week, and he's starting to hit his stride. As he's entering his prime, he's starting to hit that stride. He's starting to play like the guy he was at Maryland. Okay? And he's starting to play like that guy on a consistent basis, which is great. Because basically, if Minnesota wins a championship, it's going to come down to whether Anthony Edwards or Dane St. Clair can will their teams. Because those are both stars, in my opinion. And Right now, Minnesota's second in the Western Conference in the MLS, and the Timberwolves have a chance to go on a run if they can take care of Denver. It's a big if, but I don't think they will, but I'm not going to dismiss it either. So, and here's the reason why Dane St. Clair's been so dominant. His save percentage has skyrocketed from 68.4% to 70.5%. And I think we can agree save percentage in soccer is like completion percentage for quarterbacks in football. In 11 games, 70.5 save percentage. And I'm looking for the no clean sheets this year. That's the surprising part. Dan St. Clair has no clean sheets, no shutouts on his resume this year after having 8 last year, but his save percentage has skyrocketed. So I really don't know what to expect with St. Clair, but it's a compelling story. I mean, if the LA Galaxy aren't playing for Minnesota, I'm kind of rooting for them in MLS because Minnesota, they've gone so long without a championship. You just feel bad for the city as a whole, regardless of what sport it is, you know? I think their last World Series was the Kirby Puckett. Last championship was the Kirby Puckett World Series over the Braves, I believe. I think that was their last World Series, or was it Joe Carter? Am I getting Kirby Puckett and Joe Carter mixed up? I think Joe Carter was on Toronto and Kirby Puckett was on Minnesota. If I'm wrong, please correct me. So I think that last time Minnesota won a championship, they had Kirby Puckett. Bill Clinton was in the Oval Office. I don't know who the number one rock and roll band was in '93, but that's neither here nor there. But, you know, looking at the draft coverage, I'd argue the WHL is the best draft coverage. A former WHL defenseman, Taylor Green, he majored in business, became a marketing director for the Western Hockey League, and he does like the draft coverage for the league, goes around the country, scouts all the top kids in each region, and he's basically the Mel Kiper of the Western Hockey League. He's amazing. And you see the USHL, they're covering the entire draft. The CEO of Neutral Zone was in the hospital last year, and his assistant basically did the entire draft without him and killed it. Yeah, Neutral Zone charges out the ass for content, but their content's tops, but they charge a lot. You think The Athletic is expensive? Neutral Zone charges $99 a month for a monthly membership, $199.99 a year for a yearly membership, and $399.99 for a lifetime membership. They charge out the ass, but they deliver really good content. And the USHL drafts improved in quality. I think part of that's due to Macklin Celebrini turning down the Ontario Hockey League, going to USA. And his predecessor, Adam Fantilli, did the same thing because he wanted to play with his brother. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you'd rather play on the team your brother plays for in America and you live in Canada, I'm all for you making the jump to the USHL. And with NIL, with the transfer portal, I think we're starting to see college hockey explode, Joey, because we had like 3, 4, or 5 college hockey players in the top 10 this year, which is not what you're used to seeing. But it's the norm this year. I feel like that trend's only going to continue because the USHL got a top 5 player in the Western Hockey League. They got a top 5 player in Ontario, and they got a top 5 player in Quebec. They poached all those players away from Canada and brought them to the States. That tells me the USHL is getting better as a league. I would rank it second behind the WHL. I would move the OHL down to third. And I never thought I would say this because the OHL's had so many good players. All the first 3 players to get exceptional status, John Tavares, Aaron Ekblad, Connor McDavid, were all in the OHL. OHL was the shit back in the day. Now it's like the OHL, they're the only draft league that doesn't televise their draft on YouTube. You can watch the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League on YouTube, but it's in French. It's not in English. The WHL and USHL are in English, though. If they gave you English subtitles, I could live with the draft being in French. Because I know Quebec they have a very sophisticated French culture in Quebec. So, you know, if they gave me English subtitles, I could live with the draft being commentated in France. Just give me the English subtitles and we'll compromise. But you get French subtitles and French. The OHL is in English, but they only show you highlights of the players when they get picked, and they give you like a 1-minute highlight of the player that gets picked and a 5-minute interview for the first round picks. It's not the quality is inferior compared to the other 3 leagues. It just is. And it kind of sucks because I remember you could still watch the OHL online, but you have to watch it on that day or you don't get the replay to any of the content. And that kind of bites. I'm just saying what I feel. But that's just my 2 cents on the current drafts. The Quebec Major Junior Hockey League is in 3 weeks. I will be covering that. I covered a little bit of last year's Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft on the podcast by announcing the picks and watching the draft online, but like I didn't do draft grades at the time or live draft reactions. But one thing I keep hearing is the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles, who got the number 1 pick due to a horrible trade with the St. John Sea Dogs, the worst team in the league, that basically decided to trade their first-round picks away like Dave Tepper, basically screwed up. Now Cape Breton, who made the conference finals, has an opportunity to capitalize off of that screw-up. Can you imagine if the Bears made the NFC title and got the number 1 pick? That's basically what happened with Cape Breton. They made the conference finals in hockey and they got the number 1 pick in the draft, which is just highway robbery. That is just not even fair, but good for Cape Breton. But, this is not a good Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft. The consensus number 1 player signed a tender to go to the USHL. So there's like one center who had 82 points. And then the rest of the draft, you have like a 5'8" defenseman that had 13 points in junior hockey and bantam hockey as a 15-year-old. That's the projected number 1 pick outside of the center with 82 points. That's not a player you pick at 1. You can take that player at 3 or 5 if you want the best defenseman, but I'm sorry, a 5'8" defenseman with only 13 points all season against 15-year-olds his own age, that's not a number 1 pick. Even Joey has enough common sense not to take that guy number 1, and he doesn't even watch hockey. He doesn't even cover the sport like I do. And I'm pretty sure even Joey has enough common sense not to pick that player at 1. Now, he does have the skating and the athleticism, but the production you want offensively just isn't there. He might be a good passer. He does have a good shot. That's great. But the production's just not what you want from a number 1 pick. You want at least 20 goals, 20 assists. You don't have to have 50 goals, 50 assists from a defenseman, but you at least want to see something that makes you optimistic about the kid's future. I just feel like that's the way it is with the draft now. Now, the other 2 big events we're going to discuss the rest of the show, we're going to do the NBA draft simulator, but since this draft is going to suck just as bad as the second round of the NHL draft, I can't emphasize that enough. 2025 NBA draft looks amazing. This year's NBA draft is about as bad, maybe even worse than the second round of the NHL draft. I really can't emphasize that enough, but after that, we're going to knock out the NFL the rest of the show. It's going to be football the rest of the show. We are. And I'm going to get off the call.
Upper class. And the reason it doesn't seem like it's as good is you don't have an overwhelming league that thinks they're basketball players that get paid. And then you have big numbers because they can look at people, but their overall team is silently fails at everything they do because they're just not basketball players. Now you have real basketball players, upper class, coming in there and they're dominating. It's not as flashy. It's not as pretty. So it's automatically seen as subpar. But if you look at the talent and the maturity of these players coming out right now, they're superior to other several years, for the last several years, to be honest with you. First young guys. They're actual basketball players. And we're going to see this year.
And like last week's show, last week I gave Joey the option to make a pick in the NHL draft simulator. I'm going to be doing the same thing again this year. And, you know, Joey's going to go off the rails. He's going to take more upperclassmen than underclassmen if he chooses to chime in. But I'm going to get that set up right now for us. And we will only do one round today.
That simulator and everything you're using, because I have not done an NBA mock draft simulation. I have no clue where to go or how to
Here's the
go
thing.
about it.
Here's the thing. Usually I do a 2-round simulator in May, but since I'm such a nice guy and since I'm so happy about Dallas winning, I will only do 1 round. If you would rather just do 1 round today, we could do the 2nd round in June, and then we can just talk about the NFL schedule the rest of the show. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to be a team player and put my passion for the draft aside for the greater good of our podcast. I might be a stubborn little shit during draft season, but I'm willing to compromise when my team wins. So we'll only do 1 round. If Joey only wants to break down the 1st round today, that's fine. I am cool with that.
For the audience, this is being nice and calling himself a pain in the ass. So just for the audience, just to clarify.
So when I say I'm being nice, basically, Joey's negging me by saying I'm not being a pain in the ass, which is basically the fine line between being professional and being controlling or being, I don't know what the right word is. Should we?
It's me being nice. I figure you can be nice, I can be nice.
All right. So we're going to use, we only have 2 boards. We can use the ESPN board or the Fanspo consensus board. So let's go with the Fanspo consensus board because I know we're going to disagree with some players on ESPN's rankings. All right. And hopefully I can pick for every team, not auto pick. Okay. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. I do not think lottery teams should be eligible for the lottery because if you make the play-in tournament, you should not be eligible for the number 1 pick. That's how I felt ever since the NBA goes to the play-in tournament. But the NBA is like, look, as long as you don't make the 16-team playoff, you get a shot to win the number lottery. What happens? The Hawks, a team that has a good starting 5, a team that, honestly, I thought on paper was the best team outside of the Celtics, ends up with the number 1 pick. And there have been a lot of rumors that are going to trade Trae Young and blow up the team. That's horse crap. That's just stuff NBA fans want to see so their team can get another star player. You know, Hawks are never going to trade Trae Young. That is baloney, man. I mean, it really is because you look at the Hawks, Trae Young had 26 points per game. DeJounte Murray had 23 points per game. Sadiq Bey, 14 points per game. Jalen Johnson, 16 points per game. Clint Capella, 12 points, 11 rebounds per game. And the depth on this Hawks lineup. Their backup shooting guards averaging 17 points per game. DeAnthony Hunter, their backup forward from Virginia, who went 4th overall in 2019. 16 points a game off the bench. Okongwu, the USC power forward / center, is getting 10.7 rebounds off the bench. And you can move Okongwu to power forward if you take Alex Sarr, the consensus number 1 player in this year's draft. And then you can move Hunter back to small forward. You will have 9 players that can score 10 or more points a game. 9. Not just starters, but backups. And your backup point guard to Trae Young is Kobe Buffkin, last year's 1st-round pick out of Michigan, I believe. That the Hawks drafted a backup point guard in the 1st round, and they took Kobe Buffkin out of Michigan. I was not big on Buffkin, but hey, I can live with it. If that's your worst player and he's your backup to Trae Young, as long as Trae Young wants to stay in Atlanta, I can live with that. I'm not happy. I'd like to upgrade over that in the 2nd round if a good player's available. But it's interesting because in October, Brian Bayless said Buzelis was going to be the best player in the draft. West said it was going to be Ron Holland. The guy I loved back in October was Alex Sarr. He played in France. He reminded me of Wembanyama. I just loved Alexander Sarr. So yeah, I am picking him here because it not only fills a need for Atlanta, you can develop him behind Clint Capella for a year, and then when Capella's a UFA, he becomes your starting center. You also have depth at center, power forward, small forward, and shooting guard. Really, the only position you're thin at is point guard, and as long as Trae Young doesn't get injured, you're going to be all right at point guard, you know? Trae Young's one of the stars in the NBA at point guard. I'm not saying he's a superstar, but he is one of the stars. You have to at least meet me halfway and give me that. Because I like Colin Sexton more than Young coming out of the at NBA draft, but Young's delivered. Young's earned the benefit of the doubt. And while people say Trae Young's defense sucks, okay, maybe his defense isn't quite what it was. I did not like Young defensively coming out of Oklahoma, but the guy scores points at will. I mean, he's scoring 20, 25, 26 points a game consistently. I think at some point you have to look at that and say, okay, that's our guy. So I think I'm locking in Alexander Sarr. This is one of the 3 blue chip players that checked off every box for me. So I am going to pick Alexander Sarr. And I do have the option of adding notes. This is a really cool thing about the Fanspo app is if you want to do a write-up on the pick, you can. And it allows you to, if I want to say Alex Sarr was my top player back in October, I'm not going to say that. That's humble bragging. But, like, I'm just showing our audience on the live stream. At Fanspo, you have the option to do write-ups. I wish Pro Football Network would add this to their simulator. Their simulator is already incredible. But if you added the option of putting a write-up in your pick, like Fanspo, I just think that would take your draft app to a whole new platform. I mean, that's one of the things I wish the NHL draft simulator would do. It's one thing NFL mock draft database does. They give you the option to do write-ups, but Fanspo has the visuals like NFL Draft Buzz, and they have the option to do a write-up. And when I say visuals, you can see the player's face in real life, like NFL Draft Buzz, but you also have the option to do a write-up like NFL Mock Draft Database. And when I look at Fanspo, I look at a draft simulator that's the gold standard. So yeah, I'm not going to write anything in the write-up. I know Joey would rather talk about the NFL schedule, so because I'm so nice, we're just going to move on to Washington at 2. The Wizards pick at 2. The Houston Rockets pick at 3. Would you like to make a selection for either of those teams?
I didn't know I muted, so I'm sorry.
No worries.
I want to make a comment about Alex Sarr real quick.
Go ahead.
What disappoints me about Sarr is being an Australian, I expected him to be a better passer, even at his size, and I expected him to be a better shooter. But he's not. That concerns me a little bit. Does he have the potential? Yes. Is it a good fit for the Hawks? I can't argue.
Well, he's coming in as a bench player, Joey. You don't have to rush him in. That's the luxury. The Hawks have a good starting 5. You're starting him out as a bench player year 1. And then when Clint Capella becomes a UFA at center, which I believe is in 2025 or 2026, then he becomes your number 1 starter at center, and you just reload. And you get a player who, because there were 3 players that wowed me in October. Sarr was the one who wowed me the most, and he's the consensus number 1 pick now. So I can't really argue with the pick or the thought process in the pick because you can ease him in. If he was going to a situation like Washington where he had to start right out of the gate, could we be looking at an Elton Brand type scenario or a really bad fit? Maybe, but in Atlanta, he'll have a chance to develop. And since he's the consensus best player in the draft, I loved his passing. I loved his shooting from short, mid, and long range. Maybe he's regressed in that area this season. I've heard rumors he's gotten worse defensively compared to a year ago when I first watched his tape in October of 2023. I have, and that was probably 2022, 2023 film I saw rather than what he did this year. But the same thing applied with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams' 2022 tape was better than his 2023 tape, and because he won the Heisman, nobody cared that his 2023 tape was worse because they saw the progressions, they saw pretty much everything Caleb did, and they're like, all right, that's the number 1 pick. The Wizards really need a center to replace Porzingis. The problem is there aren't really any good centers on the board. The number 2 player on the board is small forward Zachary Rissacher. And Rissacher was another player I loved coming out of France. He was my number 3 guy behind Holland and Sarr. Those were my 3 blue chip guys in October. And then I thought the rest of this draft was going to be a crapshoot. But the thing is, Washington's so deep at small forward. Corey Kispert, Gonzaga. They had Roy Hachimura before they traded him to the Lakers. They're just one of these teams that always reloads at small forward. Even when they had Otto Porter Jr. early in his career, they found a way to reload at that position. And it's one of the things the Wizards consistently do is they get premium talent at small forward. They need a center. And there are a few centers. The best center on the board is Donovan Klinglin. Klinglin won the one-on-one matchup against Zach Edey. And if Joey said Zach Edey belongs in the top 5, top 10, I wouldn't argue with that. He won the James Naismith 2 years in a row. But Donovan Klinglin held him in check. He won 2 straight championships at Connecticut. One as a bench player. This year he won a second one as a starter. And he actually dominated the one-on-one matchup against Zach Edey in the championship game with the game on the line. So that's a big reason why a lot of mock drafts at ESPN have Klinglin going as high as 2. I can't really argue with that. Because I think center's the Wizards' biggest need. Thing is, should we take Klinglin this early? He's projected at 10 on the simulator. I mean, I feel like he's going to go top 5 in real life, but he's the best center on the board, and that's the Wizards' biggest need. NBA teams want winners, though, even if the pick ends up backfiring. We saw Kyrie Irving go ahead of Derek Williams in 2011 because Derek Williams didn't win the title. I think if Derek Williams had beaten Kemba Walker in UConn, probably would have gone number 1. And looking back on that draft, you could make the argument for Kemba Walker given Kyrie's injury history, but I think the Cavs got it right. They ended up with a championship, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. After LeBron left, they got Kyrie, and they were able to get LeBron back and win a championship. So looking at the Wizards starting 5, they've got Tyrus Jones at point guard, Jordan Poole at shooting guard, Denny Avdija is the small forward, 15 points, Kyle Kuzma, 22 points, and Marvin Bagley, 12 points. This starting 5 isn't horrible, but there's a lack of depth. There's a lack of quality bench players. Your best bench player is Corey Kispert. Landry Shamet's only 7 points. Kulabay. Or anybody. I think Bagley is a free agent. And I do think there are guys in this draft that have better upside than Bagley. Let's look at the contracts. If the Wizards are losing somebody in their starting 5, I'm open to drafting for need. But if everybody in the Wizards starting 5 is back next year, Joey, I think you go best player on the board regardless of need. That's really the big dilemma I have with the Wizards at 2 here. I'm gonna make this realistic, but I'm also gonna put Edey in the like as soon as Klingler gets picked, I think Edey comes off the board. What the next NBA needy team at center, just due to his consistency. But like I'm looking at the Wizards, and everybody in their starting 5 had over 10 points a game. They were the worst team in the NBA. I mean, in terms of Pistons had the worst record, but the Wizards, after they traded Bradley Beal and blew up that team, I think everybody just expected them to suck. And that just hasn't been the case. Okay, so both Marvin Bagley and Richaun Holmes, the backup center, are UFA. So not only do the Wizards lose their starting center, they're losing their backup too. Yeah, I would argue that warrants drafting a center at 2. Even if it's a reach in terms of value. And before they had Bagley, they had Porzingis, and they traded him to Boston for a first-round pick. So I'm going to go Donovan Klinglin at 2. I know it's a reach in terms of value, but he did have Edey's number. The Rockets have the number 3 pick. Rissacher is one of my 2 or 3 blue chip players. I don't know if the Rockets really have any immediate needs. I'm going to look at the Rockets roster. I know they got this pick from the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets gave up a ton of draft capital. They gave up like 4 first-round picks to the Rockets in the James Harden trade. The Rockets have thrived off of it in the post-Harden era. And, you know, it's interesting. So, yeah, the Rockets starting 5 is good. So, Freddie VanVleet, 17 points a game. Jalen Green had 20 points a game. After there were rumors about him impregnating multiple women, he just got hot near the end of the year in the regular season. Dylan Brooks, 13 points a game. Jabari Smith Jr., 14 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. Alperen Sengun, a player I told you about. I had him in my lottery a few years ago. I did. Wes thought I was crazy, but I told Wes, this guy, he's a big, he checks off a lot of boxes as a shooter, as a defender. Keep an eye on Sengun. I had him in my lottery. He fell to the back end of round 1. And it looks like the Houston Rockets got a superstar with that player. Took him a few years to develop, but it looks like he's hit his ceiling and he's playing like a high-end starter, borderline all-star caliber player. That's great to see. Amon Thompson had 10 points as a backup point guard. Cam Whitmore had 12 points. Tari Eason had 10 points as the backup. Jeff Green had 7 points as the backup center. But, you know, looking at the Rockets, they really only need a backup shooting guard to Jalen Green because the backup shooting guard to Green, Reggie Bullock, had limited playing time. And maybe a backup to Sengun if Jeff Green's a UFA, because I would argue Zach Edey's an upgrade. But here's the thing with Sengun. Sengun was a power forward when he played overseas, but he converted to center once he got to Houston because he had the size to play center at 7 foot, but he's a power forward on the team that played him. So what you could do in theory is you could draft Edey right here at 3. I know that's going to piss off a lot of Rocket fans. My friend Cougs, a Houston Rockets diehard, does not like Zach Edey where he's projected to get picked. But, you know, I have zero issue with Zach Edey coming off the board here at 3. I think he's the best center not named Klingler. And the Rockets really, Steven Adams, their third-string center, is a UFA. Jeff Green is a UFA. Jeff Green had 7 points a game as the backup center. So backup center is actually a need. So multiple backup centers are UFAs. And you also have Jashawn Tate. Jashawn Tate only had 4 points off the bench as a third-string small forward. And you already have Dylan Brooks and Cam Whitmore, your 2 small forwards, 13 and 12 points a game. Whitmore actually was drafted at 20. The medicals are the only reason Whitmore dropped out of the top 5. If you remember last year, Joey, a lot of people had Whitmore in the top 5. I think I was one of them. And then the medicals came up the day of the draft, and then he slipped to like 20. And the Rockets look like they got a steal with him. So he got 12 points off the bench. He could probably get 15 if he was starting regularly. But the Rockets are in a great position right now. I know this is going to piss off some Rocket fans, but with the San Antonio Spurs on deck, I am thinking we go Zach Edey here. I mean, we'll look at the board before we see what's available, but looking at the board here, we have from 2 through 8, we have Zachary Rasacher, my number 3 player in October at 2. Nikola Topic from Serbia is projected to go 3rd. Rob Dillingham is projected to go 4th. Matthias Buzelis, the small forward Brian likes, is projected to go 5th. Ron Holland is projected to go 6th. Wes's number 1 player. Cody Williams out of Colorado, who Oren loves, is projected to go 7th. He's a shooting guard. And Reed Shepard is projected to go 8th, the Kentucky shooting guard that Wes believes is a top 5 pick. Not an exciting top 5, not an exciting top 8. It really isn't. Once you get past the 2 centers, I think you can make the argument for Edey to be that 3rd center off the board at 3. I really think you can. Your options are very simple. You can either get a backup shooting guard or a backup center. Houston's set everywhere else, not only with their starters but with their bench too.
Well, here's what I want you to look at, because this is something that's very rare when it comes to the NBA and the day and age.
Yep.
So I'm all for Zach Edey.
Yes, so Zach E, we're gonna go off the grid here. I know we're gonna piss off some Rocket fans. I'm Brad Noble, Cougs, Luis Estrada. Please forgive me. We're going Zach Edey here at 3, and I know it's gonna piss off everyone else. But he's won 2 James Naismith Awards in a row. He's won 2 in a row, which is so rare to see in this age of college basketball, is to see a player repeat as the Naismith Award winner with NIL, with the draft, the portal. And that's the thing. The guy's humble. He wants to be the best. He's willing to put in the work to be the best. So I can't really argue with the thought process.
I want to put their concerns at ease a little bit. Before Hakeem Olajuwon led the Rockets to the championship, their most successful team was 1986 with Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon, where Hakeem was the power forward, the Sampson was the big man. They took a team that's still considered potentially the greatest of all time and beat them twice. When throughout the rest of the playoffs, they'd only been beaten once by every other team, and took them to the limit before Ralph Sampson went off and pissed them off so bad that the Celtics felt so bad that the Celtics absolutely destroyed them the next game. But point being, if you can get two big men, especially in this day, two big men that can each shoot 58 to 62% from the floor and work together means one of them can actually shoot the ball.
Here's the thing with Houston that makes it such a lucrative scenario, Joey. You can start Edey off the bench, and if either Jabari Smith Jr. or Sengun gets injured, you can just make Edey your center and either move Sengun to power forward if Smith goes down, or you can move or if Sengun goes down, you can just move Edey into center and just you have that third big for insurance. So he would start out as a third big for insurance, even though Joey believes he's good enough to start. That's just how deep the Rockets are. That's a great problem to have.
Yeah, and just remember that if you're going to start both these guys at some point, one of them has to be able to shoot because the NBA today is all about spreading the floor. Yeah, you guys plugging up the middle, that's all right on defense, but on offense, they'll just get each other's way. Somebody has to have a mid-range game between the two. Otherwise, it's going to be either or on the floor at the same time.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Apparently, Keldon Johnson, the Spurs small forward out of Kentucky, got benched for Julian Champagne down the stretch. And here's the thing. Keldon Johnson had 16 points a game. He was the third best scorer on the Spurs. I think the Spurs are in an interesting spot because you have Trey Jones, 10 points a game at point guard. I think Trey Jones is a borderline starter, but long-term he needs to be upgraded. But you might be able to get a good point guard at 8. You don't want to reach for a point guard. Just look at the Cavs with Darius Garland. They took the top point guard because point guard was their biggest need in 2019. And I had a lot of Cavs fans. Emmanuel, this other guy, Damian Adams, I don't remember his last name. It might be something else, but he's a Cavs fan. I think he runs his own podcast, Real Sports or something. I know he follows me on Instagram, but he's been telling me for the longest time that if the Cavs move on from Darius Garland or Colin Sexton to be Sexton, they bring in Donovan Mitchell in that Sexton trade, and now everyone's saying, they got Garland's the glue to that guard combo. No, it's Mitchell. It's Mitchell. Like, guys, you look like you're eating dry cornbread. You're accusing us of eating dry cornbread. You're the ones eating the cornbread. You're munching on the Donovan Mitchell is overrated cornbread. It is toxic. It might have some health code violations. This cornbread might have some health code violations, and it's just not good for your safety or well-being. And we don't want that. We want everyone to be safe and proactive and participate in these discussions. But yeah, Keldon Johnson's under contract. I think the Spurs are in a unique spot. They have 4 and 8. They could trade up for Sarr and plug him in at power forward. You know, I'm going to go Rasacher here. This is one of my 3 blue chip players, one of my 2 blue chip players along with Ron Holland. I think Rasacher fills more of a need. He's from France. I think Holland might be the better player, but Rasacher's now ahead of him in most mocks. Rasacher's from France, and we know the Spurs love to draft players from France. See Victor Wembanyama, and if you want a throwback, Tony Parker, another Spur from France who actually owned the team Wembanyama played for. So I'm going to go Rasacher here, and Greg Popovich is going to get another French player at 4. I don't think Joey has any objections with that because the Spurs' track record with French basketball players speaks for itself, even though that's probably not the player you would have picked here. All right. At number 5 is the Pistons. I'm going to let Joey make this pick. You can make a pick. Wait. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of a different thing because, you know, I'm kind of on the same wavelength as you right now.
I'm going to load up the NBA mock draft on Tankathon, Joey, because the NBA mock draft on Tankathon will give us a list of all the seniors, which is what you want. That's like your cheat sheet for this draft.
This isn't a senior. This is a senior. If this is a guy
and that's the thing. Since the Spurs have 2 top 8 picks at 4 and 8, I figured I would pick at 4 and I'd let Joey pick whoever he wanted at 8, just to create more shock value and drama. And interesting, Tankathon has Rasacher going to the Hawks at number 1 ahead of Sarr. Personally, I think that'd be a bad decision, but you know, it's interesting. This draft's that wide open. And most NBA mock drafts have Nikola Topic of Red Star going to the Spurs at 4. And they're basically saying Nikola Topic's a point guard. He's the best point guard. Doesn't matter if he played overseas. Fills a need. It feels like you're reaching. And it's not that you don't need a point guard. It's that it's such a deep point guard draft. You can get a point guard at 8. I say if there's only 2 or 3 blue chip players in the draft, I say you get your blue chip player now and your point guard at 8. You have 2 of the top 8 picks. That's an advantage. Use it. Do not do what the Cavs did and take Darius Garland because he's the best point guard on the board in a watered down point guard draft. That's just not smart business. And the Pistons are up at 5. I'm giving Joey the option to pick. And the player I'm going to recommend is a senior. It is Tennessee small forward Dalton Knecht. He's a senior. I have heard several sports talk radio shows, whether they're Rocky Top shows or Outkick, whatever. They will not shut up about this guy. They will not shut up about Dalton Knecht. His impact on the Tennessee Volunteers as a senior. And looking at the Detroit Pistons, the Pistons starting 5 currently consists of Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey. Right now, this guy named Fontecchio is starting over Oscar Thompson. Who the hell is Fontecchio? Isaiah Stewart, 11 points a game. Jalen Duren, 14 points a game. Wiseman, 7 off the bench. I think Dalton Knecht, he's a senior at Tennessee, and I would argue he's an upgrade over Fontecchio. And he's a senior. And since Joey's making the pick, he's probably going to go Dalton Knecht here unless we can find someone better. Do you want me to read an entire list of the seniors available, and then you'll pick your favorite one for the Pistons at 5? Is that how we're going to do this?
No, because I already have my pick. This is because I was looking at a couple of the seniors that you suggested, and I like them. But to get somebody who has the potential, the generational talent, just not a NBA basketball player who sits back and shoots threes, but somebody who is a generational talent, that is something that is very difficult to pass up. So I would go with somebody who is very good at everything he does, and in my opinion, if potentially play either of the guard spots, and that's Nikola Topic.
Interesting. I'm not as high on Topic as the consensus, but this guy's gained a lot of traction. I don't understand. I probably need to rewatch the tape because I basically did a quick run of whoever was available back in October, but college basketball hadn't started yet. And Nikola Topic is not a senior. He is he's only 18, but he's 6'6", 201. There are people that believe he's the Serbian version of Luka Doncic. That might be why you're so tempted to pick him. Actually, Tankathon has him at number 1 on their big board. The number 1 player. They mocked him to the Spurs at 4, but he's their number 1 player, Nikola Topic. Tankathon has him at number 1. So I can't really argue with that.
What you have to understand my thinking is American players aren't as good as European players. We've seen that across the board. So, in my view, I'm trying to equate American to European as far as maturity goes, and an 18-year-old basketball player in Europe would remember, Europeans play professionally very early in their life. I've heard some of the age 15, they have to grow up really quick. So that is equal to a 21 or 22-year-old coming out of college. So in this situation, the topic for me, he is equivalent to a senior team. Just because he's already mature.
So he's a senior, but he has the longevity of an upperclassman. That's basically your whole selling point with Topic. He's a senior, but he's got the longevity of an underclassman since he's 18. All right.
And the one thing that I would say he lacks is a three-point shot. He's not great at three, but he does everything else. Great mid-range shooter, great at setting up teammates, great at penetrating. He does everything else well.
And for everybody that says the Pistons already have 2 quality guards, they need a small forward, here's the thought process. There are teams, I know Oklahoma City Thunder used to do this, they might still do it. There are teams that deploy 3 guards, 1 forward, and a big at center. I'm not saying that will win you games, but Nikola Topic is so exceptional. You already have Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham at point guard and shooting guard. You can draft Topic as a 3rd guard, start him with those 2. I don't think there's going to be a drop-off in the offense if you do that, like a lot of people are speculating.
Because remember, Topic is 6'7". Okay? So you have to remember that too. So if you think, oh, if they bring in another point guard or shooting guard or
here's the difference between Cunningham and Topic. They're both great facilitators, but Cunningham's the better 3-point shooter. Topic is probably the better defender. He's more disciplined than Cunningham, and Cunningham's dealt with injuries each of the last 2 years, even though he's the number 1 pick. I'm not saying Cunningham's a bust. I'm not even saying replace Cunningham. Get a 3rd guard to complement him, and you can either start 3 guards or you can play Topic or Ivy off the bench. Personally, I would start 3 guards. I think that's the better strategy for the Pistons, but you know, if you don't want to draft a small forward and you want to go best player on the board, I think starting 3 guards is probably your best play if you're the Pistons.
We talked about Cunningham shooting last year. The one thing you can do with Cunningham, and I think I said this, you can move him over to the 2, and there won't be a dropping forward.
And Ivy can move from the 2 to the 3, basically, because we've seen a lot of shooting guards convert to small forward because people don't. Some NBA scouts believe basketball is positionless now, and they'll take their 2 and move them to the 3 if they've got the size. If they're 6'5", 205, but they played shooting guard in college, they'll move them over to the 3 and try them at the small forward and basically call them a wing. So basically, Ivy becomes your wing,
Don't think
Cunningham's your shooting guard, and Topic's your facilitator. That's essentially what we're saying, or what Joey's trying to articulate.
don't think I'm saying basketball is positionless because just look at guys like Max Struz. He can play the three to save his freaking life, and he moves up to the two, and he's really good. It's not positionless. It depends on the player. Now, if you draft players that play multiple positions, then yes, your team does kind of become positionless, which is fine. It's actually good. I like that because it gives you more options. But don't think I'm saying that basketball is positionless and not going to know what those mindless decisions that may think something stupid like that because it's not universal.
Yeah.
Some teams may be able to do it because of how they practice. Which is great if they do. Not every team does. So to say basketball is positionless, absolutely absurd.
I don't agree with that either, Joey, but a lot of people at the Ringer, the company Bill Simmons owns, are basically saying that in their draft guides and their draft write-ups.
So I've always had a lot of respect for Bill Simmons. But at the same time, what is it the kids say nowadays? Out of pocket? Yeah, he's way out of pocket. Okay.
Well, basically, another writer at Bill Simmons' company basically said that the WNBA teams, instead of calling themselves the Liberty, they should be called the W Pacers. And everybody called him a sexist for that, and rightfully so, because it's like, the WNBA teams should name their teams whatever they want, and they should have logos and identities based on what the teams want to do with the organizations. It's that simple. Calling the Indiana Fever the W Pacers is just lazy. It's not just lazy, it's bland. I'm not going to say it's sexist and create an identity politics issue, but it's just bland. It is very lazy and very bland.
I would say sexist, but I would say it's really lazy. Because, you can't just say everything's sexist.
No, you can't. You can't play the gender card.
But you can't definitely say it is lazy thought process.
Yeah.
He just woke up one morning and was like, what the hell can I say this in an hour when I go live? Well, that's lazy fucking talking. Professional wrestling. It's lazy fucking talking. What the hell? Their thought process goes into it.
Yeah, the Hornets.
So, my thing is, I see a lot of stuff off the cuff, and I do that on purpose. A lot of times, I will not even read the rundown before we come on.
Yeah, and that's why I try to organize everything, because there's so much I want to talk about, but I tried to keep it simple. Let's do just 3 topics. We'll talk about hockey, and we'll talk about a wide range of everything from the NHL with Dallas, Florida, the Rangers, the recent news I've heard with the OHL, USHL. I graded picks for every single player, but I didn't go through that in depth because I knew that would bore the hell out of Joey. So I basically took what I heard that's important and simplified it as much as possible, to the point where we can actually talk about something substantial that our audience might be interested in.
You only need 3 or 4 topics to go 3 or 4 hours because we will go on a topic and we will incorporate into that topic. But that topic will take 15 minutes.
See, this is the thing. We could do a 6-hour show with 10 topics, but we could also do a 6-hour show with 3 topics. Like, I figured we were going to talk about the NBA and NHL playoffs, and then I figured after that, with the lottery for the NBA draft out, we'll do a 1-round mock and see where we're at. We can try a 2-round mock, or we can pivot into the NFL with the schedule coming out. And basically, that would be the rest of the show until a 4. I promised a friend I would hang out with them if the Dallas Stars won, so I have to honor my agreement, even if I don't really like the decision. So even if we're both in the mood to rant, I do have to end this by 4. But yeah, the Hornets, I'm looking at the Hornets contracts. Most of their starters are under contract. Most of their bench players are under contract. I really don't see a UFA. There's no UFA on the Hornets. They have everybody back next year. And they're picking at 6. You know what? I guess I'm just going to go best player available. Ron Holland's my one blue chip player left on the board. I know the Pistons drafted Brandon Howard, the Alabama player. I'm not arguing bench Howard. I'm saying get Holland maybe as a bench player at either small forward or shooting guard because, Brandon Miller did really well as a rookie. Lonzo Ball, Lamar Ball's had trouble staying healthy, but I like Holland here, so I'm going to pick him.
I was going to go a different direction, but I can't hold this because one thing is true. In the 80s and 90s, it was big men. In the early 2000s, it was the two guard. Right now, the biggest position on the basketball court, the most important position on the basketball court is the wing. That is one thing the Hornets have not figured out yet.
And this is the thing. If you could play shooting guard and small forward, you are more likely to get drafted early. Holland can play both positions, and you don't have to start him. You could stash him as like a bench player and develop him. I think Hornets are a good fit at 6. I just figured we'd take turns. I know Joey would rather pick for the Spurs at 8 than Portland at 7, but if you want to pick for Portland at 7 and the Spurs at 8, knock yourself out. That's where I'm at with this. I just want to have fun with this. I really do not care if the order is correct or not. I just want to see. All right. That's fair. Portland. They traded away Damian Lillard. It is a really deep point guard draft, but I'm guessing Rob Dillingham, freshman at Kentucky, you'd rather have somebody else. You could get Stephon Castle. He won a championship as a true freshman at Connecticut, but I think you'd rather have a senior like Dalton Nett, who was really good at Tennessee. I'm not sure what your thought process is, so please break this down for me. I can give you a little bit more info. Portland.
That I am really thinking about here because Portland is in a unique situation. They haven't been able to really replace Damian Lillard the way I think they thought they would. They also have needs, I believe, at power forward. I believe they have needs at point guard. But at the same time, by the time he left the team, Lillard was playing not only
Portland's biggest need is small forward, Joey. They have 3 point guards with 14 points a game. Scoot Henderson, Delano Banton, Brogdon. They still have Simmons. They drafted Henderson to replace Lillard 3rd overall last year. Yeah, Simmons and Sharp are both really effective at shooting guard. I think the glaring hole on this depth chart is the small forward position. Kamara, 8 points a game. He's the starting small forward. Mason Thibault, 5 points a game. Chris Murray, 6 points a game. And Justin Minaya, 2 points a game. They traded their center to Phoenix for DeAndre Ayton. I actually think that's worked out for them, but there's not a lot of depth on the front court either. So I'm thinking you get a small forward here, and maybe you get and this is a perfect fit for Dalton Nett. He's a senior at Tennessee, fills the big need, and would be a day one starter in Portland here. I know you have 4 small forwards on this roster, but all of them are averaging 8 points or fewer, which is unacceptable when you have a team with as many talented players as Portland does.
That he's not a good mid-range shooter, so he gets the ball anywhere. And as a forward, as a three, you have to be able to do everything.
All right.
He does everything else really well.
I'll keep looking.
I think he has the most upside of the small forward because of what he's done. He's a little bit older. I think he can develop. He doesn't have a bad mid-range shot, but
Matthias Buzelis of G League Ignite is still on the board, but I know G League Ignite players haven't always made the immediate impact. This is going to be the final year of G League Ignite too. G League Ignite folded after the season. So and part of that's due to the portal, but yeah, I feel like you prefer Net over Buzelis. I might.
That's one of the reasons I was actually thinking about taking him in Ignite. The Ignite have had some of the worst coaching of any developmental team since the developmental league came in, whether it's called the G League or the D League or whatever content you want to put in front of. So that's one of the big things is like somebody who is coached incredibly well and is ready to go now. They can still develop that mid-range shot, which will make him, in this day and age of the NBA, nearly impossible to defend. Versus the guys who coaching over the last couple of years, he can get that.
Yeah.
So that was the deciding factor there. It's like, I don't know.
Spurs do need a point guard, but I'm not sure who they pick. Tyus Jones is only averaging 10 points a game. There were people saying he needs to be replaced. I do think if you take best player on your board at 4 like I did, you got to go with the point guard at 8. The question is, who do you want? The best point guard on the board, apparently, according to Tankathon, is Rob Dillingham, Kentucky freshman. He's also the best point guard on the simulator. I know you don't want a freshman out of Kentucky. Jared McCann, a sophomore out of Jared McCann, a freshman out of Duke, is there. There's also a freshman. Providence has a junior point guard, Devin Carter. Tankathon says he averages 20.1 points a game. That sounds too good to be true. I'm looking at Devin Carter at Providence. I know you prefer a senior to a junior, but if Carter actually does average that much, you might be open to picking him even though he's a junior.
And here's the thing that stands out about Carter. Here's the thing that I don't think
19.7 points per game. But Tankathon's saying he can get 20.1 in 36 minutes. So is there really that big of a gap between 19.7 and 20.1 when it comes to drafting? It feels like we're splitting hairs.
Here's something that the Spurs really have difficulty with that I think Carter would help more than anything else. It's not all those different things, the scoring, the penetrating, and stuff that he does. Have you looked at his rebounding numbers? Have you seen this guy rebound?
No, I'll refresh the page. I can't believe I'm refreshing. He has 8.7 rebounds per game. That's 54th in the country last year. Those are power forward center numbers if we're getting into analytics.
A guy that plays like the power forward center that has the skill set of a point guard.
Yeah, that is really rare when you really break it down.
Yeah. And he shoots well.
I could see Popovich taking a liking to him and saying, you know what, this guy kind of reminds me of Kemba Walker, except he rebounds like one of our bigs. Let's take him and see what happens. I could see that. I could see why. Yeah, I could see that. All right. That is the pick.
I'm going to go ahead and pick Carter.
All right. I want to see where the simulator has him ranked. Really? 17th? You had him higher than Tankathon. And you're in Fanspo's defense, Tankathon had Carter at 19. Fanspo had him at 17, right outside the lottery. I'll give him credit. I'm not going to roast them over that. They had him higher than Tankathon, so I'll give them credit in that respect. All right, number 9. I'm going to make a pick for the Memphis Grizzlies. They need a center really badly, but I don't know if there's a center worth taking. Like, center's their biggest need. Yeah, 9. Who does Cole... You know what? I'm going to figure out what Cole wants to do. Cole Baggett, who's on our NFL draft stream, he's a big Memphis Grizzlies fan. So in a surprise decision, I am going to take whoever Cole tells me to take. This is not even a conversation. This is, you know what? I'm going to basically, if the player Cole wants is there at 9, I'm going to pick him, and then we're going to move on to number 10 to save time. I think that's a fair compromise. Okay, so Cole has Sarr at 1 and Klingon at 2. He has Reed Shepard at Kentucky, the shooting guard likes at 3. He's still there at 9. He had Topic to the Spurs. He has Risacher at 5. Castle at 6. And Cole's graphic design is killer. His thumbnails are fucking amazing. Like, his thumbnails make my thumbnails look like I don't know, like trash. Like a smelly, I'm not going to say it. He makes my thumbnails look like a joke. That's the bottom line. He has Cody Williams to Colorado. He has Ron Holland to Ignite. He has Rob Dillingham to the Memphis at 9. I might be on a whim with this one, but if Klingland doesn't fall, my next guy for Memphis big board, Rob Dillingham. So, yeah. So basically, best player on the board, and Cole's basically breaking down his write-up saying if Dillingham falls to this pick and Klingland's gone, Dillingham's number 2 on my board. Doesn't talk about the roster or the depth chart, but, you know, with Morant, gun incident, the suspension, I don't have an issue with this pick. If it's the best player on the board, it's number 2 on your draft board. He's there at 9. Just take your guy. Don't look at the need or the team fit. Just take your guy. All right. Dillingham's a Grizzly. All right, done. See how efficient that was? Instead of wasting time researching the Grizzlies roster and contracts, that saved so much more time. And we made Cole happy. So at the end of the day, I chalk that up as a W. Next up is the Jazz. The Bulls have 11. The Jazz have 10. Would you like to pick for one of those teams, both of those teams? I mean, Danny Ainge is on the Jazz now. So I feel like as a Celtics fan and a Danny Ainge fan, you should make this selection. Do you not want to make Danny Ainge proud? Is that something that doesn't interest you?
On mute, so we don't have any logistics issues, and things got a little weird. There's my phone. Oh, we're back, and I'm going to try to think some Danny Ainge speech. There are a few positions that the Jazz can really upgrade, not necessarily need, but upgrade. I think the Jazz have a really nice core overall. And there are a couple guys that I really do like that are, in my opinion, ranked way too low. So, we're going to go with some of those guys.
All right.
Just trying to find him here on this big board that I'm looking at.
I'm on the Tankathon big board. I'll read you the list of the best seniors on the board. Terrence Shannon Jr., the Illinois shooting guard that took the Illini to the Final Four, 18 on their board. He's there at 10. I'm not sure exactly what the Jazz need, but he is there if you want a senior. Kind of want to look at the Jazz roster to maybe look at, because I feel like once you get to number 10, not only do you have to start looking at the depth chart and the contracts, you have to look at the value as well to try to get a better gauge on what you have. So the Jazz have John Collins at center. They moved him from the 4 to the 5. Markkanen at power forwards. Colin Sexton moved to the 3 at the wing. Kevonte George, the shooting they took out of Baylor in the first round last year, 13 points a game, actually pushed Jordan Clarkson for minutes right out of the gate as a rookie. Oh, and the combination of Chris Dunn and Talon Horton-Tucker at point guard. And Talon Horton-Tucker was a small forward at Iowa. He was not a point guard. That's just not a good combo in my opinion. I feel like point guard needs to be upgraded. I just don't know if there's a senior point guard I mean, there was junior point guard. We already took him, though. Spurs pick. The best senior point guard on the board is Marquette's Tyler Kolek, coached by Shot Smart. Does that feel like a Danny Ainge guy to you? I don't know if that's what Ainge would necessarily go for, but I'm trying to figure this out to the best of my ability and your ability.
Yeah. For some reason, his name was taking me, which is
College, maybe that'll help.
This guy for a couple years. Yeah, he's the power forward that I would say high on. Been high on for a couple years. And we already passed that.
All right.
He was, honestly, I think we already took him. Now thinking back on it, I think we already took him.
Was that the player from Providence that we took?
No.
Was it Net?
He was a power forward center.
Let me look. Power forwards.
The player of the year.
Zach Edey. Zach Edey went third. I took him with the Rockets.
Okay.
I know that's going to piss off our fan base, but shooting guard and center are really the only needs, and I figure this is a deeper shooting guard draft than a center draft. So just let's roll the dice on Edey at 3. He won the James Naismith 2 years in a row. At this point, I'm taking him at 3. I think the consistency speaks for itself. I do.
Yeah. It just slipped my mind.
I know people are going to say he's 22, 23, and his offensive game does need some work, and his defense is great, but his offensive game needs some work. But it's like he won the Naismith 2 years in a row. That should be good enough to earn the benefit of the doubt. But because he's older, in the 80s and 90s, Edey's the number 1 pick, okay? In this era, he's a second rounder. So that's the issue I have.
So I'm going to go with another guy I was looking at that I thought was too low. I think will have a great impact wherever he goes. I was actually thinking about taking him with the pick I had at like 7. I'm going to go with Tristan De Silva, Colorado.
Interesting. You know what? I'm taking Colorado. I'm going to take Cody Williams at 11. Back-to-back Buffaloes, because Oren's favorite player in this draft is Cody Williams. He really impressed me at the McDonald's All-American game last year. I do think he's the best player in Colorado in the draft, but since this is Joey's pick, I have to respect his decision, even if we disagree on the player. But we're going to go back-to-back Buffaloes here. De Silva goes to Utah at 10 in a shock value pick. And I will take, with the Bulls pick at 11, I'm going to take Cody Williams. I know the Bulls have a greater need at point guard than shooting guard. They do. But their backup to Lonzo Ball actually did well. And Lonzo Ball's missed the last 2 years with an injury. So I'm going to go Cody Williams. And I know I'm going to piss off some Bulls fans. But if Lassard's going to go ahead of Williams, and I'm going to make sure Williams goes right after him. Back-to-back Buffaloes. I know Oren's very proud to see 2 Buffaloes go in the top 11. You know what's even crazier, Joey, is in previous years, I was in charge of all the decisions with the poll questions, but Lisa jumped in and basically pitched 5 nominees for the week 4 poll question. Then she's like, you should let Tanya pick the nominees for a week. You should let Brian pick the nominees for a week. And that's kind of how we've done the poll questions this year. So unlike last year where we had parity for all the predictions in the NFL, this year it's all quarterbacks the first 5 weeks. I'll get into it later. But, yeah, we're seeing rookie nominees. Like for week 3, I nominated Marvin Harrison Jr. as a nominee. We're seeing Harrison Jr. and Caleb Williams get nominated. Tanya Holmes had the audacity to nominate Jaden Daniels as a cover photo nominee when the Commanders take on the Browns in week 5. That is really freaking bold. But, if Jaden Daniels beats the Browns as a rookie like Stafford did with this really good defense, you'll be on the Jaden Daniels Rookie of the Year bandwagon at that point. because you don't see him beating the Browns with that offensive line he currently has. I don't either, but it's like we had a three-way tie between Joe Burrow, Caleb Williams, and Jane Daniels for the Week 5 cover photo. And really, even though I think both of those rookies have a chance to be special, Drake may too, neither of those guys is in the same ballpark as Burrow yet. Caleb could be after this season, but it's not. It's too early to have that discussion.
I was high on Daniels anyway, so, just thought.
Yeah, it is. And Burrow ended up winning by 1 vote. It was that close. And I'm like, look, I hate ties. We can disagree on the players, and for Week 4, Stroud was originally winning, then Jordan Love took the lead, and now Stroud reclaimed the lead. It's like a tug-of-war game between Stroud and Jordan Love. And as entertaining as that would be to see at the Pro Bowl games, it's just not going to happen. We're not going to get a tug-of-war game between C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love at the Pro Bowl, no matter how much the NFL wants it to happen at the Pro Bowl games. It's not going to happen, kids. I'm here to break the news and ruin everyone's hopes, like when you find out Santa is or isn't real. I'm here to be straight with you guys, no matter how painful it sounds. The Thunder pick at 12. I feel like Buzelis could be an upgrade at small forward. I also think Reed Shepherd could be an upgrade over Giddey. I am going to go with Buzelis, though. Best value for the Thunder at 12. So I'm going to lock that in. But I'm going to give Joey the opportunity to pick for Sacramento at 13. I'll pick for Portland at 14. Joey can pick for Sacramento, though. Mike Brown's team. I took Buzelis at 12. I took Buzelis. Reed Shepherd's still there, but I'm guessing you wanted someone else.
Give me a second.
I'm guessing you were thinking Buzelis here at 13, but I beat you to the punch. And you're kind of irritated because that would have sped things up a little bit. You know what? Here's what's interesting. Brian Bayless nominated Bowers. Bowers as the cover photo nominee for Week 6. And right now, Bowers and Ahmad Sauce Gardner are tied. All Oren has to do is vote for Brock Bowers, and I am required by the company to put Brock Bowers on the cover for Week 6 when the Steelers play the Raiders. Yeah, that's how it works. If we have a tie in the poll question, and we have a tie between Sauce Gardner and Brock Bowers, and the person who voted for Bowers is not Oren. So all Oren has to do is go for Bowers, and Brock Bowers is the first rookie to be featured on Draft Utopia. It's that simple. And that would look really bad on our end if we just crowned Bowers the cover photo and he lost the starting tight end job to Michael Mayer. But I don't think that'll happen. I think Mayer will be the number 2 tight end. Bowers will be the number 1, but it'll be like a Gronk Hernandez situation at tight end. But yeah, I mean, I'm cool with Brock Bowers. That's actually a great plot twist because we had 5 quarterbacks for Week 6. We'll finish the mock draft, then we'll get into poll questions in the games later because the NFL rant's going to take even longer. Let's just, who do you have in mind at 13? I figured. I told you about him a while ago. I'm not going to take credit for that, but I figured that was the guy you were looking at, coached by Shaka Smart, senior. That feels like a player Joey would roll the dice on at this point in the draft. And for everybody that says, "Oh, there's too many seniors coming off the board," I'm new school. I look at the tape. I look at the value. Joey's old school. You just have to live with it. You have to. And, it's interesting here. I feel like Joey took Dalton Nett. So I'm going to go with another SEC. I'm going to go with, it's interesting here. I'm torn. There's 2 or 3 players. There's 2 players, Reed Shepherd and Stephon Castle. Whichever guy I pick, I'm going to take for depth. Shepard is the better overall player, but Castle did win a championship. And you do have two really good guards. You have Scoot Henderson and Anthony Jennings. And what is Portland? I feel like power forward depth and center depth is a bigger need. I'm gonna go Kyle Philip. Honestly, I'm tempted to go Kyle Filipkowski, the Duke sophomore. He had a really good run in the tournament, helped Duke knock out Houston, got Duke to the Elite Eight. I'm kind of leaning Filipkowski here, Joey, if I'm being honest. And Portland's got Jeremiah Grant as the starting power forward, so Filipkowski can come in and play off the bench. And he's 7 foot, so he can provide depth at both center and power forward. I think that's what Portland needs. So I'm going to go Filipkowski and take the first Duke player off the board at 14. Go ahead and tell me that's a stupid pick, Joey, but the Duke player that averaged under 10 points a game at center is kicking ass with the Mavs in the playoffs. So I don't think Mavs fans are complaining about that. I'm going to go Filipkowski here. I know it's kind of a reach, but I feel like Portland, he's a better fit for Portland compared to somebody like Shepard or Castle. And it's not that I don't like these guys. These guys are good players. It's just we have so many guards in the NBA. I feel like the NBA is now saturated with guards the same way the NFL is saturated with receivers. That's just where we're at with guards now. I feel like there are more guards that can play the game than there are guard jobs available. Unless you're an NBA team that wants to have 4 point guards and 4 shooting guards, there's not a demand for guards. The supply for guards outweighs the demand for guards. That's just where we're at in the NBA. Maybe you disagree, but I feel like the supply for guards is greater than the demand for guards with all the guards in the NBA right now. The Heat are available. Heat have 15. They do need a power forward, but I can look at their depth chart and double check everything. I can also look at the seniors, but you know what? Joey's a Pat Riley guy. I'm going to let him pick for the Heat at 15. We can do round 2, but I think we're just going to do round 1 and jump into the NFL since I told Joey that's what we would do. We're at 15. Like, we're halfway there, but I'm going to let Joey make this pick. I know he's an old school Pat Riley Lakers guy, so it's like, well, not a Lakers fan, but he's an old school Pat Riley guy. He's followed him from his time with the Lakers, from his time with the Knicks to his time with the Heat. Looking at the Heat, Tyler Hero, Caleb Martin, Jack Hez Jr., Nikola Jovic at power forward, 9 points a game. But this is when Jimmy Butler was injured. When Butler was healthy, he played at power forward. I think the starting 5 is okay. It's not going to move the needle. And Jimmy Butler's listed as a small forward, not a power forward. So power forward's really the area that Heat need to upgrade. So I'm looking at what power forwards are seniors. There's Bobby Pittman, 6'10", 212. It's an international forward. You also have Deron Holmes, the second, the Dayton power forward. I think Dayton won in the tournament, Joey. I think Dayton and Duquesne both got past the round of 64 in the tournament. So I feel like you're leaning Holmes here, leaning slightly towards Holmes. Don't worry, Deron Holmes is a junior on Dayton at power forward. The Heat's biggest need at 15 is power forward. If you'd like to go a different position, you can. Ike Hodaro, the power forward on Marquette, is also on the board, even though he has a second-round grade. PJ Hall, the Clemson power forward, who got Clemson to the Final Four, is also available. 6'9.5", 240. PJ Hall's available. He was the power forward on Clemson. He got Clemson I think Clemson got to the Elite Eight. Alabama beat Clemson in the Elite Eight, but Clemson got to the Elite Eight, and it just came out of nowhere. And everybody was picking New Mexico to beat them in the round of 64. But they got all the way to the Elite Eight. I could see Joey going for PJ Hall, 22.2 years old. Trevor Brazil's a power forward out of Arkansas. But despite being a sophomore, he is 21.4 years old as a sophomore. That is senior age. By Joey standards, that's a senior. So that could be an option as well. And Joey's not the type that will usually gamble on a sophomore early in the draft. But if you have a 21-year-old sophomore versus a 19, 20-year-old sophomore, and that sophomore is 21.4 years old, that's about the right age where Joey starts looking at you and saying, is this guy a fit for my team? That's really where Joey's looking as far as the age and the longevity goes. That's 21's the sweet spot in terms of age. But is there a certain player you'd like here at your pick?
Yeah, I'm looking at Miami does have their they do have their depth. Well, they do have a young target. Yeah. I'm looking at me. That's easy to say. Big guy, young, 18 years old, doesn't have to do right away. He really doesn't have to do a lot. He can come in and fire a second year. Really makes sense. Give me a control.
Who is the pick you got?
Yeah, he
Sorry, what was that? I don't know if it's an audio issue on your end or my end, but I'm trying. I've got my ear glued into the computer because I realize my listening skills are shit right now. So I'm actually going to take my ear and lean into the computer. Who would you like at 15, Joey? It's the third time I'm actually pressing my ear against the computer. This is super embarrassing, but to show you I'm actually willing to listen.
I text you, so you'll have. I gave you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Baylor. Missy, Baylor. I have a dog named Missy, but it's at 2 S's a Y. This might be Missy. Yevs Missy, a freshman from Baylor, 7 foot 220. I actually like that pick. That's a good pick. And I'm going to go back-to-back Baylor players to save time because Jacoby Walter is the consensus best Baylor bear on the board. And this is a good way to save time. If Joey takes one player on Baylor, I take the other. But at the same time, you know, it's interesting. There is a need. I feel like the supply, there is a demand for centers. 76ers are up. They have needed a they've needed either a forward or a power forward to complete the starting five. Everybody on this roster is either a guard, and everyone's healthy. This is a good starting five. I'm going to make an unconventional pick here, Goey. Tijane Saloon, power forward, France. I'm taking the French power forward at 16, even if it pisses off the rest of the 76ers. It's like you said earlier, international players, they do have success. I'm not saying all of them are going to work out, but, historically speaking, power forwards, historically speaking, they do work out. So international players work out. I found a power forward from France I liked. I'm not even sure who the heck I picked. Is there like I took Saloon. Where the heck is Saloon on Tankathon? Like, I don't even see him. He's a power forward from France. I don't think he's on their board. But, international players are good value picks. No, they have Saloon to Portland at 14. So I got a good value pick there. All right. Pelicans are up. I want to pick for the Lakers, but the Lakers' first round pick is going the Pelicans, and the Lakers are picking at 19. So, I mean, the Pelicans do have a good starting five. The problem is Zion Williamson couldn't stay healthy. He got injured in the play-in game, and this is like the fourth year in a row Zion's dealt with an injury. You already paid him $36.7 million for 4 years. Brandon Ingram enters a contract year. Valanciunas is a UFA at center.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Much better.
Okay. I had to reset my earbuds.
No worries. This is interesting, though. I mean, McCollum's under contract for 2 years, 33.3. Ingram, 36 million. Zion's under contract. I don't see a facilitator. When you look at the big time stars on New Orleans, I don't see a facilitator. I mean, the best facilitator on New Orleans is Dyson Daniels, and he's more of a shooting guard than a point guard, even though the Pelicans have him playing the point. They do not have a true point guard. So I feel like this is either going to be Stephon Castle, who won a title with Connecticut, could be Collier. Jared McCain, I believe, is a sophomore. I think Duke had a shooting guard, point guard that was a freshman that came back. I thought it was McCain. He might be a freshman redshirt. I know you don't like freshmen. Another international on the board is Bobby Klintman out of Sweden.
Because I took the best facilitator in the draft, so I'm sorry I put you in a hard spot.
You're picking here. This is the Pelicans pick. I'm picking for the Lakers. The Lakers traded this pick to the Pelicans.
Darn, so I put myself in a hard spot.
Well, you could always swap picks. I'll pick for the Pelicans and the Lakers, but you got to pick for the Magic. Would you rather do that? Would that be easier for you? Would you be more comfortable with picking for Orlando than New Orleans?
Well, I'll be less confused because I thought you were making the pick.
All right, I'll make the pick. I will make the pick. I feel like point guard's a need. I'm going to go Stephon Castle. And for everybody saying Reed Sheppard has no business being on the board at 18, number one, he's a true freshman. And number two, Kentucky lost to Oakland. And number three, I just didn't see a top 5 pick that wowed me when I saw him in live in the tournament. I really didn't. And he played in Pittsburgh. So, hey, outside of that one game, though, he had a really good season. I do think he belongs in the first round, but I think he's more of a back-end round one guy. And I'm also looking for a team that needs. Orlando's a team that can go best player on the board, but Joey's probably going to go for a senior over a freshman. One international player I think might be a good fit here is Kevin McCullough Jr. is a senior at small forward, but there's also a Bobby Klintman. He's a small forward from Sweden, 6'10". You could take a Swedish player here and send him to Orlando. That's an option if you don't want to go the collegiate route.
Chris, I saw enough Orlando this year to know Orlando had one big issue. Well, they had 2 big issues. One of the biggest, and it was against the Cavs, it was blown wide open. That they are not physical enough, they're not big enough. So in this, I'm going to go with a really good physical defensive player, Khalil Ware out of Indiana.
That's what I was thinking you were going to pick, but I didn't want to assume anything. I wanted to wait to hear you, because Ware is a 7-foot sophomore, but he fits the profile of what the Magic could use. And I like Wendell Carter, but Wendell Carter's more of a scoring big than a defensive big, that shut-down perimeter guy, because Carter was a power forward at Duke. He was. He can play the center position, but he's more of a power forward with the offensive skill set of a center and not a true 5. And Ware, on the other hand, is a true 5.
The only thing that I want for him, he does have a length strength.
And here's the thing. You can develop Ware off the bench behind Carter.
I think I want him to throw on 10 pounds of muscle. He can throw on 10 pounds of muscle. He will be a force in today's NBA.
I agree.
There aren't a whole lot of boosts in today's NBA.
All right. I have to take Reed Sheppard here. Brian Bayless, he's the biggest Toronto Raptors fan on Twitter. On Facebook. He's a Giants fan in our company. He's a Raptors fan. That's his NBA team. He's in complete disbelief that Reed Sheppard's on the board. I have to take Reed Sheppard here to make Brian happy. I might be getting resignation papers if I pass on Reed Sheppard. That's not a luxury I have. So Reed Sheppard is the pick. And the Cavs are up at 20. And yeah, Joe, this is all Joey. He listens to more Cleveland sports than anybody I know. So this is your pick here at 20. The Cavs did not trade this pick away.
A couple things. The Cavs need a win. They need a guy who can shoot the ball. They need a guy that can. They've got guys that can defend. They need a guy that can spread the floor. So, at this position, that's going to be a little harder to come by.
There's the senior out of Kansas, but like they did that 2 years ago. It hasn't quite worked out the way the Cavs were hoping it would.
Yeah, he became more of a defender than a shooter, which is good. It's really good, but that's not what the Cavs need. And they're going to end up letting him walk after this year simply because he has not developed into a shooter. I mean, he can drive, he can defend, but he can't shoot. If he can't shoot, that makes for a really good role player, not a very good starter.
Yeah, Tankathon has the Celtics taking Zach Edey. If Zach Edey falls to the Celtics, Joey will have a top secret toga party. Everyone at Draft Utopia except me will be invited. Lauren, Lisa, the entire staff, Tracy, they'll be invited. I will not be invited. I will be required to stay at home. Like it, but you know, top secret. I can't say anything else. Who's up next?
So I'm looking at
The Cavs are up next. I never submitted a pick for the Cavs. It's still your pick.
No, it's like that's what we were talking about. Right now, most of the wings available are powerful. I don't like that. So I'm looking.
I found a true small forward. There's a guy from Kentucky and there's a guy from Virginia. They're both around the 6'7", 214 frame you want from a wing. You have Ryan Dunn, 21.4, plays for Virginia. You also have Edwards, who plays for Kentucky, 20.4. And Dunn is ranked higher, despite the age gap. So, Ryan Dunn out of Virginia would be a nice pick here. I'm guessing that's who you'll pick if that's the best option, but you're not really thrilled about anybody at 20. This is the point in the draft where most of the first-round guys on your board are gone.
Not even on the big board. That's really weird.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn out of Virginia. He's on the Tankathon big board, but not the fan big board or whatever board you're using. There's also Baylor Shireman, the small forward from Creighton, who led them to the Final Four last year. He's available if you like him. Baylor Shireman. He has not been picked yet. I'm not sure that's a guy you'd like. Harrison Ingram, he's 21.5. He's a junior at North Carolina, 6'6", 234. He's got the body of a power forward, but I mean, he's got the body of a small forward. I mean, his weight's a little bit close to the power forward territory, but he's a true 3. Harrison Ingram, North Carolina, and Emmanuel Watson's a huge North Carolina guy.
This might be a pretty big reach, but he fits exactly what the Cavs need. 6'7", 225, top of forward, power forward wing out of Arizona, good shooter, 3-and-D guy, Rashad Johnson.
Rashad Johnson, the power forward at Arizona. Nice pick. He's listed at 52. You didn't take an undrafted player at 20, so even if it's a reach, you can't really tear Joey a new one. He didn't take a UDFA at 20. He took a guy who he likes in the second round at 20, and it is.
And I was trying to make the best that I could get out of
You know,
the
the Fanspo big board is much, much longer than the Tankathon board. I don't know how far this board goes down. I accidentally scrolled all the way to the bottom. Please forgive me. I think this NBA big board goes all the way to 164. Damn. Okay, that's actually,
That's a lot.
it's like, I might actually have to look up some of these guys, Google them to see if they're actual seniors if we get to the second round. Because, like, yeah, I'm actually going to have to send Joey a link to this board because they got over 160 players. That is more than enough for Joey to put together a 2-round big board with just juniors and seniors. That is more than enough.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 'cause I'm looking at it like, the one I'm looking at, I got like 75 players on. 160 something?
Yeah,
Guys.
that's the simulator. So not only can you do write-ups for the simulator, they have visuals for the simulator like NFL Draft Buzz, and they have 160 players to choose from. Like,
Nice.
that's a good quality.
It is.
I'm just trying to find out where the guy that Joey has ranked, where he is on the board. I scrolled all the way down to the bottom. It wasn't with the intention. I honestly didn't know where the guy. I know you want the Arizona power forward.
50 on the board I was looking at, he was 52.
Yeah.
So try looking around there.
I'm at the 80. They have him at 80 now? Honestly, that's way too low. Like, really, Fanspo? You have 160 players on your board and Keshawn Johnson's at 80? We're not going to roast you, but that's a little bit of a head scratcher decision. You put together a board.
You know, right? A lot of teams are looking for that 3-and-D guy. Somebody who's going to D up everybody and then shoot the three. So 80 is like, what the hell?
That's way too late. I'm saying if you don't want to put him in the first round, put him at 50 or put him somewhere between 20 and 50. Don't put him at 80. That's way too low to the point where criticism is warranted. We won't roast you, but criticism's warranted if you have him that low. Just saying.
A good shooter, a good defender, can score, a really good rebounder. He's a power forward, small forward combo guy.
Yeah, because a lot of the scouts, the USHL draft, they're not looking for the fast, explosive player. They're looking for the guy that does everything else well. Skates well, shoots well, defends well, high hockey IQ. Doesn't necessarily have that explosive first step on the ice, but he does everything else well. They're looking for guys like that more than the guys who have athletic traits but are reliability on offense or defense. That's just how it is with the NHL, with the junior hockey league drafts. That's kind of what you're looking for with the NBA. The Bucks are in an interesting spot. Brooke Lopez is set to be in. I don't know if Lopez is set to be an RFA. Let's look at the Bucks. Wait, look, this is the Pelicans pick, not the Bucks. The Bucks traded this pick to the Pelicans. So I took Stephon Castle at 17. I'm going to take Jacoby Walker here. I'm going to take Jacoby Walker. We're going to mold him behind McCollum for 2 years, and then he'll take over as the starting shooting guard. I could also get a small forward to develop for a year, but Jacoby Walter is a player I was going to take earlier, and he's still on the board. I don't know how, but he's still on the board. He's not anymore. We're going to get him to New Orleans. The Phoenix Suns. This is a team where the owners come out and said, you know what? We'd rather have veterans because some of these rookies, they don't have the experience you want. So, I feel like I'm more equipped to let Joey make the pick here. But if Joey doesn't want to make the pick, I can look for some seniors that are in the UDFA range and see if there's like a gem. I can read through the list of
what are you looking for here?
This is the Suns. This is the Phoenix Suns, and this is the Phoenix Suns, and this is pick 22 in the first round. But I will gladly go through the
I'm
list.
not a fan of what Phoenix has done over the last couple of years.
Because their new owners basically come in, he trades Chris Paul away, he basically trades a bunch of draft picks to get Bradley Beal, and basically says, look, we don't need to build our team through the draft. We're in win now mode, even though we don't have the starting five we used to have. That's basically what the new Suns owner is saying. And it's just, it looks so bad. It's like the equivalent of it's really bad. I mean, a few weeks ago, I brought a friend over from the bar. They wanted to watch Gutfeld. They wanted to watch Fox News, and the Fox News anchors kept saying that the Cookie Monster's a Muppet. No, the Cookie Monster's a Sesame Street character. Okay, I don't mind having friends over, but if you want to watch something like Fox News, and I have to listen to 3 different correspondents go on Jesse Waters, the other guy, Sean Hannity, and then Gutfeld, and they're all saying that the Cookie Monster is a Muppet, when in reality, the Cookie Monster is a Sesame Street character. I'm taking the remote and kicking you out. I'm sorry. I have to draw the line. I have to. Because that is misinformation to the max. Cookie Monster is a Sesame Street character. Even your kids know this. They'll remind you if they love Sesame Street. They just will. If you have children, they will remind you. This is just such a bad. That's the equivalent of trading Chris Paul, is going on Fox News and telling people Cookie Monster is a Muppet when he's actually a Sesame Street character. That is how bad. One senior point guard available here is Jamal Sheed. He's a point guard on Houston. He took over for Houston's point guard that went in the first round last year by the Pistons. How do you feel about Jamal Sheed, the Houston Cougars senior point guard at 20? I mean, that's good value here at this point. I know, Joe.
I really like him, but I'm not going to take him because there is somebody else here that I don't know whether I think he has potential to contribute right away and do some, I think he has the ability to do some amazing things over the next few years.
Who would this be out of?
He's a guy who is from the NBA Academy in Africa.
I saw him. He's like a late first, early second. I wasn't sure if you were going to gamble on him, but I was prepared for the possibility that you'd gamble on him. And it looks like that's the player you're going to pick. Yeah.
And in Phoenix, I don't think he has to take that leap immediately. But if this owner screwed up
is that Ulrich Kamache, power forward Africa? Ulrich Kamache. Is that the player you want? Ulrich Kamache, NBA Africa Academy. Okay, just confirming. I know you said NBA Africa. I wasn't sure of the name, so I double checked before clicking on the pick. All right.
I don't know if, at least we know, NBA is all over the place, all over the world. They have academies, they have mini leagues, they have all kinds of stuff all over the world now. And this is one of those products. They're being trained as NBA players. Unfortunately, we don't have a weight. We probably have to look further into that. But as far as knowing what we have, as far as a player, there's plenty of footage out there. So even if we don't have all of the height, weight, stats, and everything, just watch it. You'll get it, and you'll know why it's amazing.
I'm still there. The Bucks are on the clock, and another plot twist. Remember how I went through Cole's mock draft? Jason Bannell's a Bucks fan, so I am texting Bannell. Yes, I am letting Bantle make the next pick in our live stream in a surprise decision. Another, you thought I had one surprise. No, there's a lot of surprises. If Jason would like to make a pick, I'm going to let him make the next pick just for the hell of it. You know, he's a big Milwaukee Bucks fan. So, you know, I'll let Jason make a pick if he'd like to. If he's not interested, I will respect his decision and I'll make the pick. It's only one pick. We're only doing the first round. What? What do you think of these surprises, Joey? I think these surprises are interesting.
I think between the two of us, we have made picks that better reflect not only this draft, but the NBA as a whole, rather than what mainstream media would give us. And yes, they may be surprising at times, but they have meaning, and there are reasons for them. It's just not, these guys are the best. No. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. They're over there. Let Chris and I do this because we obviously know more what we're talking about than you do. So, the prize pick, to me and you, maybe not so much. To the mainstream, damn straight. So, I'm going to shoot our horn on this, Chris. I think we got it right, and I think Main Street got it wrong. Because unlike them, we've been gearing up for this draft for 2 years. We know what the hell we're doing. Even if you don't like Chris Rock or my mother,
Yeah. Yeah, this NBA board's 160 players. I just figured, you know what? So I don't know what's going to happen here. So Bantle tells me to trade down. We're going to have a trade. This draft simulator does have a trade down option. It also gives you the cap space and whether the team's over the luxury tax too. For example, the Bucks are they have negative 41.8 million in cap space, and they're only 11.5 million over the tax. So they are over the luxury tax by 11.5 million, but that's not that big of a number compared to some of the NFL teams that abuse the salary cap. Take the Saints, for example.
I don't always agree with a lot of stuff the NBA does, but I do feel that the lottery tax or the luxury tax was a great option. Almost like when they added the new exemption to go along with the bird exemption, I thought that was needed as well because of the state of the league and the salaries and such. And so there are a few things. If the NBA would just enforce traveling, which they haven't done in the last decade plus, I think the NBA would be almost on par with what it was in the early 2000s. If they had enforced traveling, that's all they have to do. They still have to keep people missing shots, but at the very least, people would know how to dribble.
The diet there? The diet. Let's see. Is the diet on the board? The diet. Let's see. Is the diet on the board? That's the player Jason. Jason wants the diet on the board for the Bucks at 23. That is who did. I just don't know if he's on the board. If he is available, that is going to be the pick. See? These drafts are a lot more fun with surprises, and I appreciate the quick reply by Jason. I do. I just don't know where the diet is on the board, but I will make sure the Bucks get him if he's available. This board is 160 players. Well, this board's got like 160 players. I just don't know where the diet is. They have Bronny James at 65. I don't see the diet. What position is he?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's try that. What position is he?
I think he's a small forward.
All right. Let's take a look. He may have been already picked. I don't know if he's been picked. But we'll try shooting guard, we'll try small forward, and then we'll try power forward. Just make sure he's on the board. I'm checking. I am. If Jason wants, I don't think he's been picked either, but I don't know where. I wish they had like a draft order, like a recap of the they have the previous picks, but they don't have the you know,
They don't have a recap button?
they don't have a recap button. They have a previous pick and they have a next. They don't have a recap button.
That's a hell of an oversight.
But they have everything else. They have a lot of features that, I wish Pro Football Network, I wish some of these other companies had a write-up option. They have the visuals of each player in the class. A lot of state-of-the-art stuff. In a way, this draft simulator dwarfs anything and anything conceived on ESPN. 160 players.
Now here's the thing. I worked at Ransom. The first writing job outside of local that I had in the NFL draft community was that bubble.
Yeah.
That's one thing that Dennis, the owner, was trying to get across. All this stuff. But he couldn't make it stick, and he stuck it market. Anytime there was a surgeon.
Okay, the draft is I just got a recap of the draft, Joey. So okay, yeah, it's at the bottom of the screen under the draft simulator, but it's there.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't want to bring up a lot of old battle stars.
No, I'm looking at the diet. I don't know the diet NBA draft. Pacome de Diet, French wing, so he's from France. All right, that helps a little bit. So we're gonna find a diet.
I think he was on the board I was looking at. He was listed as small forward.
Yeah.
Away, small forward.
I wish this would allow you to pick international or college players. That would definitely speed up the search result.
Yeah, it would.
Pacome de Diet. Yes, he's there.
Yeah, because I'm looking at fans of.
Ryan Dunn might also be available. That's what the diet is there. I found him. He was at 45 on this board. So I think the diet's at 45 on this board. I think that's a little bit more respectable. Pacome de Diet, shooting guard, France. He's there. Jason also looking at Ryan Dunn. So I don't know but it's going to be one of those two. Or if there's another player Jason texts me about, I'll make him the pick. But yeah, I'm actually listening to Jason's suggestion. I figure, you know what? Since he's a Bucs Bengals fan, well, let's text him and see what he will do in this situation. Just try to get a read. It makes our drafts more fun. Let's face it. If we always just did what we do, the show would be boring. It would. And this is not a mock draft on the website. This is just a rough draft of what we would do. That's all this is. I have not posted the final mock-up to the site yet.
That's something that I think our listeners need to see. So when we do this,
in May, it's a rough draft. And when we do our revisions in June, it's the final product. So last week's NHL draft, that was the rough draft. And I think if we do another NHL simulator, we're going to use future considerations because as much as I like the draft prospect hockey board, it's just the scrolling. Lisa uses future considerations. I'm going to use the future consideration simulator if I do another NHL one because I just think that's easier. I think it's simpler. I know there's not those lengthy write-ups and scouting reports that Draft Prospect Hockey does, but it doesn't require you to enter your email, whereas the other site does require you. I feel like that's I mean, if you want people to register and create accounts, that's fine. We're not arguing against that. But at the same time, if you just want us to enter your email and not register, no, don't enter a password. Well, all right. I mean, we're not paying. It's free. I'm not complaining. It's just a really bizarre request. But the diet's there. Let me check. Is Ryan Dunn what position is Ryan Dunn? Is he the Virginia guy I told you about? Yeah, he is. Dunn is also available. So yeah, I mean, let's just look at some of the other players still on the board. Isaiah Collier, Jared McCann are still there. I know Wes is a Celtics fan. He loves Duke players. So let's try to find a Duke player that's a fit for the Celtics if we can. Jason's thinking it over. I'll wait until.
That's really weird because
And Ryan Dunn of Virginia is the pick.
because he was a poor shooter. I think I passed up on a Duke player that was a poor shooter.
Well, Jason wanted Ryan Dunn.
Uh,
Ryan Dunn only averaged 8.1 points a game, but he's a good defender, 6.9 rebounds, 6'8", 208, and he's a junior. But that's the player Jason wanted, so I already finalized the pick.
oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I was going to say,
Unless Edie is there. Jason wanted Edie, but Zach Edie went in the top 3. So I'm sorry, Jason. I mean, look, if Edie was there, I would have picked him. But Joey and I both love Edie to the point where we believe he's a top 5 prospect. And I know we're going to get shit from people in the chat room for saying he should go that high. But we're just both big fans of his. The Knicks are on the board here. The Knicks are on the board. They need a center. So they do. Their center's their biggest need. They really do need a true big. I've been on this for years. So I'm going to find a center here. I'm looking at the centers on the board. We'll make this a collaborative pick here for the Knicks here. I'm looking at the board here. The top center on the board is Adam Bonner, UCLA. PJ Hall's 6'9". He's more of a 4 or 3. He's not a true big. And Fairleigh Dante is 6'11". That wouldn't be a bad fit. Jonathan Mogbo is 6'8". That's not a true center. Ade Mara was a preseason first round pick, preseason lottery pick at 7'3", but he ended up going back. I really like Ryan Kalkbrenner out of Creighton. Ryan Kalkbrenner out of Creighton is 7'1". He had a first round grade until the tournament game where Creighton got upset by I think Creighton played Northwestern and lost, or Creighton played somebody and lost in the first round. I don't remember who. But I know Creighton eliminated pretty early in the tournament. I believe Creighton got eliminated. But I remember Kalkbrenner being a first-round pick at one point. He's a senior. He's on a Creighton team that made the Final Four last year. I'm kind of leaning Kalkbrenner for the Knicks at 21 out of shock value. And I know this pick would make Stephen A. Smith so angry that he would summon Yoda to perform Jedi mind tricks on me. And I do not think that would end well for me personally. But that's how he felt about Porzingis. He did not like Porzingis. He literally lost it when the Knicks drafted Porzingis. But Porzingis has had a productive career despite being a journeyman. So I'm thinking Kalkbrenner here, unless you want to go for an underclassman. I'm trying to make this a collaborative pick because center's really the big need the Knicks have. I mean, Johnny Broom still. He's more of a power forward, though. He's 6'9". He's good. leader of Clemson's basketball team, but I feel like he's more of a forward power forward. That's just my 2 cents. I mean, Tankathon has him as a power forward. Fanspo has him as a center. So these sites are really splitting hairs when you think about it.
Yeah, but he's also not a great shooter. He's better around the rim. He's not an Evan Mobley type where he's better.
The Knicks need a true 5. That's really the only issue I have. And the Knicks have back-to-back picks. So I'm thinking we'll give the Knicks a center with 24 and 25, and then we'll give them best player on the board. So we'll each make a pick for the Knicks. They got back-to-back picks at 24 and 25. The only question is, do we get the center now, or do we just take PJ Hall and give him a second center at 25? I think we're going to double dip at center, and it's going to piss off some Knicks fans, but too bad. I mean, Joey's probably going to take Hall at 24, 25, and then I'll take the Creighton center, Kalkbrenner, because I like Kalkbrenner. They have everything else. If they had a better center, I'd probably pick them to beat the Celtics, and I know they play with more physicality than the Celtics of late. I'm not arguing that, but they need a center a lot more. They've needed a center for like 5 years, and they've just neglected it. I mean, if Patrick Ewing had this supporting cast, I think the Knicks would be the overwhelming favorite to win the NBA Finals. And that's not a knock against Ewing's teammates. They were all great for his time. But I'm just saying, this Knicks team really does need a center. And if you draft PJ Hall, you can start him off on the bench behind Julius Erving and try to turn him into a starter. So that's the thing.
Yeah, well, we need Patrick Ewing. Ewing's gone to the finals. Reed's won the championship. But at the end of the day, guess what? They didn't have the rest of the supporting cast. Now they've got the entire supporting cast. They don't have a freaking big man. They don't have that Hall of Fame big man. So why not double it? You can get a good big man. Plus what you got. Guess what? Now, you can just unplug, use a big man. You don't have to have that one spectacular big man.
And here we go. The Wizards are going to take a point guard here. I'm throwing another plot twist in. Tanya's a Washington fan, so we're giving the Wizards a Judah Mintz, point guard Syracuse, the alma mater of Tanya. So we'll go Judah Mintz here. Wizards already got their biggest need at center, so we're going to go with a facilitator, Judah Mintz, point guard Syracuse. He was a preseason first-round pick. Underwhelming season, but you know what? I'm willing to, if this is the player that, that Tanya wants here, I'm game. I'm game with making our staff happy and going with that player, Judah Mintz, for the Wizards. Okay. Timberwolves are up at 27. Go ahead, Joey. You've got the floor. We don't have any Timberwolves fans in our company, so you've got the floor to make whatever pick you'd like.
First off, I want to say I applaud you. You almost made a monumental mistake. Never reveal anything about a woman, or else she will come and she will attack you. You made a nice U-turn there. Very nice. So I applaud you for that. That's the very side there. Now, maybe we'll need to pick more.
Well, we've got 4 picks left. The Timberwolves and Nuggets have the next 2 picks. My older brother's a huge Denver Nuggets fan. His favorite player is Nikola Jokic. I'm thinking you'll pick for Minnesota, and I will text my brother the big board, and I will let Andrew make a surprise pick for the Nuggets at 28. Because here's the thing. Andrew Ransom joined Scouting College Football this week. He found the group on Facebook. I told him about it for a while. Andrew is now in the group, Scouting College Football, where we have all the poll questions. Andrew is now in the group. So if you want to talk sports with my brother, or you want to get into a Chiefs debate with him, he's in the group. But I would advise you not to blow up his DMs because he's very busy working on music for He went to Berkeley in Boston. I'm not going to reveal where he's at in the West Coast, but I'll just leave it at that. He's very good with music. And if you ever want to talk about music or the NFL, but yeah. And
it will be a full paragraph, one word each email in his DM.
On the Browns and Chiefs, because my brother is a Chiefs fan. Like, his favorite team as a kid was the Buccaneers. But then when they signed Tom Brady, he disassociated himself from the Buccaneers for eternity. And then when we moved to Pittsburgh and the Steelers kind of got good, he became a Steeler fan. But he was a Chief fan. I mean, a lot of my friends would say my brother's a bandwagon fan, but I don't believe that. I think my brother likes just all the teams. He liked the Buccaneers before they had Brady. He likes the Bills. Like, whenever my brother and his I don't know if my brother and his partner's still together, but whenever they played Madden, he'd play as the Bills when his partner wanted to be the Chiefs. That's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that. I really shouldn't reveal information about a woman, so I'm 2 for 2 today. Not intentionally, but it just subtly. Not going to reveal first or last name, just, or relationship status, keeping that private. But, Timberwolves are on the clock, so I'll let you pick here, and then we will message Andrew. Yeah, you thought I was done with my surprise correspondence for the NBA draft. I went with Cole for Memphis. I went with Battle for Milwaukee. And I'm going to go with Andrew for Denver. I'm going to message Andrew the board and see what he wants to do with the Nuggets here.
I'm going with one of the best players available. Another guy that's ranked way too low. Jamal Sheed, Houston. Point guard.
Yeah, Jamal Sheen. What? You know what? I should just go to the point guards.
The NBA is short on great point guards. So, I mean, is it any surprise that I would go with a point guard?
Is that Jamal Sheed, the Houston point guard? Is that Jamal Sheed, the Houston guard I told you about? Because Houston was the #1 team in the country for most of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just double checking.
He's a bad shooter. He's a really bad shooter.
Well, here's the thing. Michael Connolly Jr. is mentoring him. Michael Connolly Jr., drafted by the Grizzlies out of Ohio State in 2007 or 2008. I think it was 2007, the Greg Oden draft. He's been in the NBA for 16 years now. He'll be 17 years next season. Michael Connolly Jr. is the perfect mentor to Jamal Sheed, if you think about it, Joey, because he can teach Sheed things that will elevate his game to a whole new level once he gets the pros.
And let's face it, if I remember correctly, I covered that draft.
I think that was like the last draft you covered in detail, because that was the year Florida repeated, and it was the Greg Oden, Kevin Durant draft. Michael Connolly Jr. is still in the NBA 16 years later. I mean, he's not a megastar like Durant, but he's had a very good career. A lot of people don't give him the credit he's due.
I said Conley has to work on his jump shot. And guess what? Jamal Sheed has to work on his jump shot. So, like, who's better at, who would be the better mentor? Like, Conley might be a mentor. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to be too upset with the mentorship situation.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's a player my brother would like for the Nuggets here, because there are some good options in the board. The Nuggets have a great starting five.
time that I loved them was Kembe and Mark Jackson, a.k.a. my food up new road. They never had the big guest pump. They always had a great starting pump. So
I'm going to see what Andrew wants to do here. I'm going to see what Andrew wants to do here. Active 19 minutes ago. You know what? Let's find out. Let's take a screenshot of the board and see if there's any players here that Andrew would like on the Nuggets for depth. Interesting. Brother wants a few minutes to look at the board, but he's looking at both Collier and he's considering Bronny James. So Andrew might take Bronny James in a subplot twist. That would be pretty hilarious. Bronny James has to play against LeBron. Yeah, if we put Bronny on the Nuggets, then LeBron would lose to his kid if he's the bench player and he's not playing any minutes. Like if he's just a reserve or like a 12th man or like a reserve, LeBron could lose to his kid in the playoffs, which as a Laker fan, I actually have enough of a sense of humor to admit that's slightly hilarious. I'm not saying Bronny would succeed, but I'm not saying he'd fail either. And if Bronny played LeBron in the playoffs and Bronny's in the Nuggets and LeBron's still in the Lakers, honestly, I think Bronny might beat his dad as a reserve on the Nuggets. That says more about the Nuggets than the Lakers, though, Joey. But my brother's also a Jayhawks basketball fan, so both Kevin McCullough Jr. and Johnny Furphy are in play here. So, anything that stands out with you in your opinion here with the Nuggets, it's pick 20, not pick 28. It's the third to last pick. We're just having fun here. We're just having fun. And I'll give my brother until, what should we give him? It's 1, I gotta be off the call by 4. How long should we give my brother before I auto-pick? I don't want to flake on him, but he might be busy driving or working on a project. And I know you want to get to the NFL schedule, at least weeks 1 through 9. We're only going to have 3 hours to do that, so...
Well, you were talking about the situation. I was actually just talking to a buddy about the NFL schedule
because last year we went through weeks 1 through 18 in one show, and I realized that's too long. And the original plan was, if the schedule came out last week, we were going to do weeks 1 through 6 today, 7 through 12 second week, and then 9 through... I guess we could technically do that. The Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft is on June 8th, so we could reveal our wild card winners during that draft. If you got bored during the draft, give us something else to talk about. So we could technically go that route if we only went 6 weeks over 3 weeks, or we could do 9 weeks. I told our audience we'd do 9, but, I haven't really given it a lot of thought, and I haven't really loaded this. I have the simulator for NFL playoff predictors, but, I'm not going to go through 1 through 18 in one show. I just don't think that's necessary. With the rants Joey and I have had over the years, I feel like we're better splitting it up into a 1-parter or a 2-parter and then leaving our audience on a cliffhanger. We do 9 or 6 weeks a show, and then we leave our audience on a cliffhanger, and they have to come back next week to find out if the Browns improved to 7-0. Or the Chiefs, if the Chiefs start 2-4, and they have to find out if they have to tune in next week to find out if the Chiefs turn it around. Let's say they start 0-2 and lose the Ravens and Bengals. They got to wait till next week to find out if Mahomes turns it around. That's the whole purpose of a cliffhanger, Joey. So it's like I'm kind of embracing the idea of the cliffhanger here because just going through the schedule first to last game is kind of brutal.
I was going through the 6 weeks because
Unreal. We have a tie between Burrow and Jane Daniels. This is interesting, Joey, because if I let my brother pick the tie, he will pick Jane Daniels because just to spite Burrow, and you're the opposite. Even though you love even though you like Jane Daniels, you're probably leaning Burrow over Daniels. So this is interesting.
if Burrow's healthy, he is a top 3 NFL quarterback. So absolutely, I would pick Burrow in this.
But my brother would pick Jaden despite Burrow. So that sort of keeps us at like a push. But that's because he's a Chiefs fan. It's like, and because Joe Burrow went to an MMA event and shook hands with Trump. My family's super progressive on the left. So that's a deal breaker for my family.
I don't care about that as much because I know the politics of Athens, Ohio. So, so that really doesn't bother me as much as you would think it would.
I feel like Joe Burrow's just trying to be a role model in front of the president. It's like if the president and Burrow are at an event and they just want to hang out, keep it casual, they will. But like if Joe Burrow wanted to invite celebrities out for like a drink, I feel like he would turn down Trump if Trump wanted drinks. He'll be cordial and friendly, handshake. Donald Trump does not strike me as a guy that Joe Burrow wants to have drinks with in the offseason. He just doesn't. Like, if they're at the same event together, they'll hang out and stuff. That's cool. They'll catch up. But at the same time, and, when LSU went to the White House, Joey, Donald Trump asked Joe Burrow if he could have his Heisman. That's such a, I don't know if I want to say if that's a dick move or a bitch boy move, but that's disrespectful. Burrow politely declined and shrugged it off. And they've been friends ever since, but it's like, that is just, you don't do that. You don't ask a player who earned an accolade if they could give you the accolade. You just don't do that. That rubbed me the wrong way, As a fan of sports, that just, I don't know.
I didn't want to.
I don't want to get political, but like,
I don't want to say what I was thinking because I know the landscape of Athens better than probably.
all right. I think Andrew's busy, so I'm just gonna make the pick. But I'll give him the option of breaking the tie. But it's like we have a tie, and Bantle would have voted for Burrow, but I think Ken blocked him on Facebook. And really, Burrow, as good as these rookies are, they should not be in the same category as Burrow. Now, if Jaden beats the Browns in Week 5, we'll put him on the cover later in the season. We will, because our audience clearly wants to see Jaden, and we're open to putting rookies. Well, Ken's an admin and scouting college football. He's not a writer on the staff. He endorses the company. He reads our articles and comments on stuff, but like apparently Jason did something that annoyed him, so Ken distanced himself from Jason. And it was in his group, Scouting College Football. It was not in another group I run. It was in his personal group. So I feel like if it's his group that he created, he should get final say in that respect. If it's another group, that's a different discussion. But if it's his group, his rules.
Yeah, I got you. It's like I just.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is that not fair?
No. It is. It's just I've always felt that Ken's been one of us, even if sometimes it blurs the line a little bit because.
I don't know, I don't know if Jason and Ken got into an argument. It was like 5 years ago. I don't even remember what happened.
I don't know. But you distanced me for 5 years.
Yeah, I kept it a secret for 5 years because I didn't really want to hurt either Jason or Ken's feelings. I value both their opinions on this stuff. I do.
Yeah, but you couldn't even have like you couldn't even have let me more in this situation. Like this is hit me hard, Chris. It didn't even think about the field. You're right in the field.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like I feel like Jason would vote for Burrow in a tiebreaker with Jaden Daniels, but Ken prefers dual threat quarterbacks over pocket types. And I feel like the majority of us, I'm going to stick with Burrow, but if Burrow gets injured before week 5, we'll pivot to Jaden Daniels. I think that's the fairest compromise. Because that's
my ear is real clear.
You can get a tissue, get what you need, and don't worry. I since the Dallas Stars won, I promised my Star Wars friend in Kentucky that I would eat my veggie tray during the NFL segment and let Joey roast me for eating vegetables in the live stream as punishment for the Dallas Stars beating Colorado. I actually agreed to that. So I do have a veggie tray in the fridge. I will actually be eating that after the NBA as we go through these NFL games. It's got carrots, it's got lettuce, it's got broccoli, and it's got cauliflower. So yes, that's the veggie tray, and I will be eating that on the freaking live stream, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, we're going to have some fun, go through the NFL games, and I'm going to get roasted by Joey for eating my veggies.
The only reason I would roast you is if I for you to dip it in. Gonna have some type of dip. What do you got?
What do I got?
Because I roast you.
Yeah. But you do it in a way that's playful and fun, not in a way that's disrespectful. That's why you're so great. Like, that's why we just click on stuff. All right, my brother's a Kansas Jayhawk fan. I'm not sure if I want to go with Collier or McCullough. I feel like my brother would want McCullough. My mom and brother were huge Kansas Jayhawks fans. We lived in Kansas before moving to Pittsburgh. I feel like Andrew would want McCullough, but I can't assume for certain. And the only player who could opt out of his contract is Caldwell Pope. He has a player option, but if Denver keeps winning, I feel like he'll agree to be the 5th starter and the contributor, but the number 5 scoring option as long as he's starting and Denver's winning. I feel like he'll just stay in Denver. Why would you leave? And
McCullough is a really good player. I really like him.
Andrew likes Kansas basketball. I feel like McCullough is the player he would want here. I might be wrong. I might end up disappointing Andrew, but it's been 10 minutes, and he's a Kansas fan, not just a Chiefs, but a Jayhawks fan. I feel like this is the right pick for Denver, and if I'm wrong, please forgive me, older brother, please. We had to. We were on the Jazz are up at 29. Auto draft is clicked on Bobby Klintman, a small forward from Sweden. I didn't even get a chance to make the pick. Auto draft basically decided to butt in. So we've gone from Andrew to auto draft deciding to be a dick on the simulator, and auto draft, the computer is basically just deciding, you know what, I'm making a pick regardless of whether you and Joey like it. And the computer decided to give Danny Ainge Bobby Klintman, a forward from Sweden I told you about at 29. So the computer made a pick. We've gone from Cole to Jason to Andrew Ransom to the freaking computer auto drafting just to piss us off. And here we are at number 30, the Boston Celtics, your favorite NBA team. Take us away. I'm going to get my veggie tray, and you're going to make the last pick for the Celtics. We'll do a 2-rounder in June, but not now. Not now. With all the NFL traction, we got to talk football the last few hours.
One of the big things that we have learned from the Cavs series, as much as I am coming to really like the Cavs and what they're doing, is that the Celtics are a team that are not as deep as you would like. They have probably the best starting situation and sense of urgency on the board, in the paint, so on and so forth. Let's face it, whether the Senators were good or bad, what they always had big men that could get the job done. I might have had anything else. They had the big men to get the job done. So you got to take care of that situation. So I've got a couple guys here. A couple guys I think potentially help. But let's face it, Al Horford, he might have 1 year left in him. He moves. He makes something I was thinking about Al Horford when I watched him in the playoffs. Al Horford would be a top 5 NBA player if the NBA played half-court games. He can't get up and down the court. He's always the last one up and down the court. But when he gets down there, he's effective. That's the problem. He still has 1 more year, I believe, as a strong rotation player. So I need somebody that is well coached. I need somebody with a lot of potential. Somebody that could be like the 10th guy on the roster, 11th guy on the roster, whatever. Just so he can learn behind Horford. Maybe it's, and you know he's got to be more athletic. So, that being said, I'm looking at Aaron Bradshaw.
All right, I'm gonna find Aaron Bradshaw. That is the center of Kentucky, right? I know he was a preseason top 10 pick. I don't even know if he's still in the draft or if he reclassified. I don't know. What player? What? In the preseason, he was a top 10 pick. He was. In October, Bradshaw was in the lottery range. I don't know if he's in the top 10, but I know in October he was in the lottery range. But I heard he had a bad year, and that caused his stock to tank. Wes loved Bradshaw coming out of high school, so I think he'll be happy with this pick as a Celtics fan. So that is the first round, and we will show you the live results on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, we will show you a screenshot of every pick in the first round, slowly, steadily, and then we're jumping into the NFL, and then I'm going to enjoy this veggie tray while Joey and I break down the games, and we'll do the first 6 weeks and see how we feel. I know I told everyone on Talk Show we do 9 weeks, but I have to be somewhere at 4 p.m. sharp. I don't know how long it's going to take to break down a week because I do want to talk about the poll questions too, as well as predict the games. So, let's just see where we'll try to get through let's just see where we're at, see how we feel. But yeah, all right, so I'll stop screen sharing that. We're going to screen share the 2024-2025 season on playoff predictors. This is the first simulator. I haven't even done simulator yet. Okay, so the freaking simulator decided to give the Jaguars and Panthers the #1 seeds. They decided to give us Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young Super Bowl. That is, you know what? Before I reset the simulator, I would like to see what the simulator did, just for the hell of it, just so we can look back on the simulator and make fun of how ridiculous these predictions are. The simulator has the Jaguars and Panthers getting the #1 seed. Now, let's face it, Bryce Young, Dave Canales comes into Carolina and gets the Panthers the #1 seed. That's not just the coach of the year. That is the coach of the decade. In fact, I think you could argue that's the turnaround of the decade. If Dave Canales can take the Panthers from 2-15 to 13-4 in the 1 seed in the NFC in his first year, that's the turnaround of the decade. I don't even think there's a close second. That's interesting. This is really, really fucked up. And pardon my language, but the simulator has the Panthers winning the Super Bowl against the Patriots. And they have the Patriots going 9-8. Jacoby Brissett gets injured in Week 16, and Drake May leads the Patriots to a Super Bowl. Really weird. Like, Jacoby Brissett's actually playing most of the year, and he's doing well. And they have the Patriots as a 3 seed. And the Ravens are 2. So the Patriots are 3. The Raiders are 4. The freaking Raiders win the division. Okay, this is great. The Raiders, Orange team, wins the division. The Dolphins go 9-8. Bo Nix gets the Broncos to the playoffs. And the freaking Steelers keep their streak alive under Mike Tomlin at 9-8. And beat out the Colts for the last wild card, which I know irritates you as a Browns fan. But that is what the simulator did for the AFC. This is a really entertaining scenario. I know we're supposed to do the week 1 through 17, but this scenario, the Panthers as the 1 seed, the 49ers are the 2 seed, the Packers are the 6 seed, the Packers are the 3 seed, the Lions go 8-9, the Giants at 9-8 win the NFC East. Malik Neighbors guides the Giants to an NFC East title. Daniel Jones gets to his 2nd Pro Bowl, saves his job for 1 more year, gets to poach $40 million off the Giants and yeah, he is poaching. I know that's going to offend term, but when I say Daniel Jones is stealing money from the Giants, he's like one of those poachers in Africa that hunts the animals, and he's just robbing the Giants of their money. So Daniel Jones gets to poach the Giants for another year with a 9-8 record. We also have the Rams playing the Giants in a 4-5 matchup. We have the Falcons heading to Lambeau Field. Kirk Cousins gets to play at Lambeau Field, the wild card with Atlanta. And we have Baker Mayfield heading to San Francisco in a 7-2 matchup. So these are very entertaining wild card games. So we have the Steelers and Ravens in a 7v2 matchup. And if the Patriots end up in the Super Bowl, I'm guessing the freaking Steelers win that in an upset to cause chaos that will give the Patriots a 2nd home game. The Patriots would then proceed to defeat the Broncos due to Bo Nix in a rookie v. rookie playoff matchup between Bo Nix and Drake May. And if Brissett's healthy, I guess it would be Brissett. But either way, regardless of whether you like May or Brissett, the Patriots are 9-8 in this effed up scenario, and they're hosting the Broncos. And you got Gerard Mayo facing Sean Payton, and freaking Belichick is in Belichick's on the Pat McAfee show breaking this game down with the Manning cast. ESPN gets this wild card. You got the Manning cast. You got Belichick, Peyton, Eli, and Belichick basically breaking this game down. And Eli's the moderator. Peyton's talking about his Bronco days. Belichick's talking about the formations. It's great. It's perfect wild card game. Peyton gets to bring up the AFC titles. It's just perfect. So that's perfect for ESPN. So that's great. I know we have the Raiders and Dolphins. And I'm giving, I know I should give Warren a playoff win, but I'm giving Mike McDaniel a win. Mike McDaniel cannot lose 3 wild cards in a row. He's just too articulate and talented. So I'm giving the Dolphins a win, even though I'm a Patriots fan. So that means we get a Dolphins-Jaguars game in Duval, and we also get the Dolphins would play the Patriots would play, the Jaguars would play the Steelers, which means the Dolphins would head to Foxborough for the divisional round after Mike McDaniel embarrasses Oren. And that means the Patriots would win. And as good as Russell Wilson is, and even if he makes Joey happy by knocking out the Ravens, Russell Wilson's not beating the Jaguars in Duval. And the Jaguars, they will win. They will want to wave terrible towels, but they won't after the karma that they endured last year. So that means we get a Jags-Patriots AFC title. We also get a Niners Panthers NFC title in Carolina with no upsets, except for the Rams beating the Giants. The Rams are going to beat the Giants. As good as Malik Neighbors is, I don't think he can beat the Rams with Daniel Jones at quarterback in a wild card game. I just don't. But all these playoff matchups are super intriguing. But yeah, we get a Niners Panthers NFC title game. Dave Canales versus the 49ers, and the 49ers lose because they fired Steve Wilkes. That's what the simulator's saying. The simulator, is Steve Wilkes trolling us here in virtual reality? That's the NFC title according to the simulator. This thing hasn't even been reset yet. I just found it this way. And to be fair to the simulator had Jordan Love beating San Francisco. So the simulator had Jordan Love. And the simulator had Orrin winning. I went back to the divisional round to see what the simulator had. The simulator had Orrin beating the Dolphins and the Ravens winning. But they have the Ravens losing to New England and Baltimore, which is just not going to happen. I'm sorry. This simulator's not realistic. I mean, this Patriot-Panthers Super Bowl is just ridiculously bad. I got to reset this, but I just think that's hilarious that that's the first thing on the simulator, you know? I do. I think that's hilarious. I had to briefly acknowledge that. I mean, this is like a comic relief thing. You see a simulator for the first time, it's not reset, and they got the Panthers beating the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Yeah. I do think that would be an entertaining story, regardless of who won. Dave Canales gets the Panthers to the Super Bowl as a first-year head coach and wins it. That is the greatest turnaround in NFL history. To go from 2 wins to Super Bowl champion in your first year as head coach, that is the single greatest turnaround in NFL history. I don't think there's a close second. Those are still peanuts compared to the Bengals. Bengals went from picking in the top 5 of the Super Bowl. I know they peaked that year, but that's still a better turnaround in terms of context. All right. All right, I'm going to go through the games here on the schedule. I'm going to go one at a time. I'll enjoy my veggie tray here. And Joey, you could pull up one of these simulators on playoff predictors if you'd like. But, I was going to pick the Ravens to win, but since our audience picked Mahomes as the cover athlete for week 1, the Chiefs start 1-0. Bengals are going to beat me 70-0. It's going to get ugly. It doesn't matter if we roll with Brissett or May. Cincinnati, bad weather. It's just not a good environment. Steelers in Atlanta. Honestly, I'm leaning Pittsburgh. I know Atlanta's a 3-point favorite, but Atlanta had a glaring need at edge rusher, and because they took Michael Penix at 8, Pittsburgh's going to have more time. Russell Wilson's going to have more time in the pocket, but I don't trust his receivers. I do like Cousins' weapons more, but Pittsburgh's defense is still respectable in the sense that they have the pass rushers to get pressure on Cousins. And this really comes down to whether Watt and Highsmith get pressure on Cousins. Because if Atlanta keeps the pocket clean, they're going to run the ball and win this. You experienced this firsthand as a Browns fan last year or the year before when the Browns played the Falcons. I know they played recently. This is a pick'em game. I think their receivers are worse. I do. Their receivers are worse, but I also think Atlanta's going to have questions at edge rusher. But Pittsburgh's worse at receiver than last year. Atlanta's worse at edge rusher. I'm on next.playoffpredictors.com. I took the Chiefs. I was originally going to pick the Ravens. But since Patrick Mahomes beat out Myles Garrett by one freaking vote, and I voted for Myles Garrett. So did you. So did Tracy. I was going to put Mahomes on the cover in week 2 against Burrow. That was my plan, Joey. So you'd be happy, I'd be happy. But the people in our poll, 4 of them picked Mahomes, so Mahomes is going to be the week 1 cover photo. Again.
Well, here's the thing. I'm on Pro Football Network, and they put in a score for whoever you get to win. 29-22 Chiefs and 30-19 for the Falcons. So they filled in the score. What do you think about those scores?
I'm kind of torn. I want to look at the depth charts for both teams. I know your people are going to say, "Oh, that's cheating." I'm a huge depth chart nerd. It doesn't matter if it's NFL, hockey, baseball. I really am kind of torn on this one. Yeah, Joey's just roasting me for comic relief. He's not roasting me for eating veggies. He's actually encouraging that behavior, but it's more of me doing the research. Exactly, not for eating veggies, because I'm looking at the Steelers. Our lad says the Steelers are going to play Fautanu at left tackle. I don't agree. I think they will either stick with Dan Moore Jr. or they will put Broderick at left tackle and move Fautanu over to right tackle. Because Broderick's just better left tackle than like. They haven't even had training camp, but this is what Our Lads does. They plug all the rookies and early picks in the starting first team slots before this stuff even gets sorted out. That is it is. The Steelers did acquire Dante Jackson. Dante Jackson is a good number 1 corner, but he's in but he can't stay healthy. He's in a number 2 corner role next to Joey Porter Jr. Steelers got Dante Jackson in the trade where they sent Deontay Johnson to the Panthers. So I think their secondary improved as a result. I do. I think their secondary improved as a result. I think the X factor in this game is going to be Rondale Moore, because I believe that Darnell Mooney's going to get contained by Jackson. I think Porter's going to shut down Drake London. So it's going to be Rondale Moore versus Darius Rush, who got cut by the Colts and Chiefs in camp last year, but is now the nickel corner in Pittsburgh. That's literally the chess matchup, Joey. Rondale Moore versus Darius Rush. That's the X factor when I'm looking at the matchups for both teams. And honestly, I'm not sure.
Right now, I've got more of a rush to take a hit. So, does that tie everything together for you?
Yeah. Okay. We'll go Atlanta, but by a field goal. 2017 defensive game. It's going to be a defensive game. I'm on the fence about having this go into overtime to torture you as a Browns fan, but I'm not that cruel. So we will go with the Falcons by a field goal at the end. But I just don't like either of these teams. If the Falcons had taken an edge rusher before round 3, I think they'd have a legitimate shot to maybe get to the divisional round or the NFC title if they drew a weaker opponent or the 1 seed. But, they took Penix at 8. I think at best you're the 4 seed and you get knocked out by the NFC North or NFC West runner-up.
Well, it's not even that they took Penix. It's the compact situation.
Apparently, a freaking ad has decided to block my ability. The pop-up ad is basically saying, we want you to pick Pittsburgh. So the pop-up ad won't even let me change my pick to Atlanta. Is Mike Tomlin sending pop-up ads to the live stream? The Roonies? What's going on here? I'm taking Atlanta by a field goal. I think it's going to be a tight game.
By the time Penix's position is up, his contract's going to be almost over.
It's going to be exactly like the Jordan Love scenario. It is. Because Penix has a 5-year deal. Kirk Cousins is a 4-year deal. And I don't see Cousins. The Vikings can cut Cousins after 2 years. But I see him playing a minimum of 3 seasons. A bare minimum. And he either retires after the 3rd year or they pivot to Penix in year 4, right before the 5th-year tender takes
Because of
effect.
salaries, they're not,
And that's a
because of
2-year
salaries,
audition.
They're not going to dare put Cousins on the back burner. Because salaries, they have to get production for the
Yeah,
salary.
they'd save cap space, but they'd also have dead cap if they cut Cousins after 2 years. Yes, they'd save cap space, but they'd have a lot of dead cap. And that's really what Joey's looking at. All right. All right. Next up, we've got the, you know what? I'm going to go with the Titans Bears. I'm going to give Caleb Williams a week 1 victory over Will Levis. I'm not saying it'll happen. I forgot the Packers played the Eagles in Brazil. I'm going to go with the Eagles in Brazil over the Packers. This is the toughest game to pick because I think these are the 2 best teams outside of Detroit. Green Bay moving to a 43 defense with Boston College's defensive coordinator, and Philadelphia's moving to a 34. Whereas the Lions are keeping the same scheme as well as the same coordinators. And that's really what separates Detroit from the other 2 teams. But it's a little too early to have that conversation. I like the Eagles and Hurts in Brazil. I'm going Eagles over the Packers in Brazil. You know, if it was in Lincoln, I'd take the Green Bay Packers. It's in Brazil. I like the Eagles.
I would go Packers because Packers, we know what's going on. Eagles, they were fighting each other to the death by the time last year ended.
Both teams are going to have turnover at center. But they have new coordinators, so there's going to be more unity. You got Kellen Moore at offensive coordinator and Fangio at defensive coordinator. Even though both those guys screwed up last year, they're both due for a rebound. So I think they rebound this year, and the Eagles think they're back, and then those coordinators lose the locker room in 2025. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I do agree with your thought process, but it's not going to be as quickly as you think it's going to be. Kellen Moore keeps the quarterback in the pocket all day. Kellen Moore keeps the QB in the pocket all day. He does. He overprotected Justin Herbert like a father figure trying to scold the coach for not having his child's best interest. So I think this is going to be, I think we're going to see Hurts in the pocket more this year. Jaguars and Dolphins. I'm going Miami. If the Jaguars had a better number 2 corner than Ronald Darby and this was in Duval, and Ronald Darby's not a bad corner, but he's lost the number 2 corner job twice. He lost the number 2 corner job in Denver to Damari Mathis, a rookie, and he basically was a substitute for Marlon Humphrey last year. Arthur Millette was the nickel corner, and some will argue Darby's better than Millette. Well, Millette was a good nickel on the Steelers. They just didn't have the money to keep him. Baltimore picked him up. It's exactly what happened with Mike Hilton. Mike Hilton was a nickel corner on Pittsburgh. He goes to the Bengals. Millette replaces him. The Steelers don't have the money to pay Millette. The Ravens gamble on Millette, and it works out for the Ravens. So, now Millette's the number 4 corner. But, that's not really – I just think Hill and Waddle, even if Tyson Campbell plays the perfect game and shuts down one of them, I think whoever, whether it's Hill or Waddle – versus Ronald Darby's just going to torch Ronald Darby. Those 2 receivers are fast. Tua's got better weapons. I feel like the Dolphins overloaded at edge rusher and other positions, but I feel like whoever Tyson Campbell isn't covering at receiver is just going to go off against the Jaguars. If this is in Jacksonville, it'll be a different story. It's in Miami. I like the Dolphins over the Jaguars. I'll take the Bills over the Cardinals. The Bills get revenge on Arizona after the Kyle Murray game. Saints are going to win. Let's get the turd bowl out of the way. This is what Brian Bayless referred to as the Giants-Vikings game, the Giant Bowl. It is Sam Darnold versus Daniel Jones. Brian Bayless has called this the shit bowl, the first and only ever shit bowl in the NFL. I don't agree with the terminology. I don't approve the profanity, but at the same time, I am vulgar as F on this podcast sometimes, so we'll go with it. Who do you like in the Turd Bowl between Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones? Because Brian thinks the Giants, if they can beat Minnesota and Washington, they can be 2-0 heading to Cleveland in week 3. So, I mean, this is an interesting game for the wrong reasons. It's an audition for Darnold. It's also an audition for Daniel Jones if Drew Lock pushes him in camp. This is essentially a chopping block game, if you want to put it that way, for both QBs. There's a reason Brian called it the shit bowl. I'm sorry, Joey, but it is. Sam Darnold versus Daniel Jones. It's why Brian called it the shit bowl. I can't really argue with that. I know it's not the most appropriate thing to say, but
at the same time, I can say Minnesota at the very least has a supporting cast that is capable of supporting cast long and getting 6-7 wins.
well, that's the thing. This is gonna be. I think it's gonna be a high-scoring game where the over barely hits. And the reason I say that, Joey, is the Vikings' #1 corner is Byron Murphy. He might have some success against Malik Neighbors, but I also feel like this is a game where both Jefferson and Malik Neighbors are going to take the top off the opposing corners. And it's just going to be both quarterbacks making multiple interceptions, bad decisions. Sam Darnold seeing, trying to think of something that Sam Darnold would see in New York. Not COVID, not ghosts, not homeless people. What would Sam Darnold see in New York? Yeah, that's perfect. We'll run with that. And I just heard Scooby-Doo tell me, Giants win, Ruby Roo! So I'm taking the Giants in an upset, just for the fucking hell of it. You know what? You tricked me. You brought up Scooby-Doo. I got a cryptic message from Scooby-Doo to pick the Giants, so I am picking the Giants in the upset. I'm probably going to be wrong on this. And if McCarthy wins the starting job, I will pivot to Minnesota. But I'll take the Giants just for the hell of it. I am prepared to be wrong. I'll take the Buccaneers over the Commanders. The Texans play the Colts. I really do like what the Colts did in the draft, and they are at home against the Texans, but they don't have a number. They didn't upgrade at corner like they should have, and the Texans upgraded at receiver and added Diggs. I think that is a massive difference between these two teams to the point where I could see Houston going into Indy and winning. And didn't they go into Indy and win the division last year too?
You have to also realize that you have to get Stephon Diggs at least 4 targets, or else he's going to be big. So, in that sense, how long is it going to take for...
Because you still have the other receivers. Nico Collins and Tank Dell are still on rookie deals. Look at the Texans' weapons. The Texans have so much depth at receiver, it's not even funny. I'm not trying to interrupt, Joey. It's just the Texans have so much depth at receiver. They have Nico Collins, who I interviewed at the Senior Bowl. They have Tank Dell. They have Dalton Schultz on an extension, plus Cade Stover at tight end. They just have too many weapons for the Colts to stop. I do think Latu gets some pressure on Stroud, gets in his face, gets some hurries. But at the end of the day, as long as the Texans' offense is healthy, they just have too many weapons to game plan against. I think that's the difference. And they also have Mixon.
Disruption in the locker room may have even cost the team in the playoffs. Then how long is it? Could it be training camp? Could it be the start of the regular season? What is his negative effect going to come in? And when does that negative effect outweigh the positive?
I don't think that I was considering picking the Colts to win the division. I love the Colts' first two picks. Adonai Mitchell gives Anthony Richardson another weapon. I feel like this is going to be a 38-31 type game. I do. Because even though I love the additions the Texans have made on defense and free agency, and I do think DeMeco Ryans is a slightly better coach than Steichen, I do feel like this game could be a shootout. But I mean, I was tempted to pick the Colts, Joey. I really was. I remember talking about the Colts all offseason, talking about their draft, saying I feel like they've closed in on the Texans, but I also feel like they're not necessarily going to beat Houston week one. Houston's just more equipped for this.
I had the Colts winning. I have the Colts winning this game. The one thing about the Texans winning against the Colts last year, Colts didn't have a quarterback.
They did. You're right. They have Richardson, and Richardson's training. Like, he looks like Richardson looks like Cam Newton when he had his shit together. He's busting his ass, recovering from the injury, and he looks like Cam Newton when Cam Newton was humble and had his shit together. That's the vibe I get from Richardson.
I told you before he was drafted, Richardson started making the big time with Richardson. Coach Stanley, he started last year when he started out with Indianapolis, running all over the freaking place, and ended up really up his shoulder. They're going to do face-to-face with Howard Brown. The only difference was Richardson was starting up. Hey, I'm going to go get surgery now.
I mean, the Colts have their number one and number two corners from last year. If Dallas Flowers actually plays decently against Nico Collins, which I'm not sure he can, but he did do a nice job against the Texans in week 2 when they went to Houston and won. And Richardson's technically 1-0 against Stroud. So this is the toughest game for me to pick. I'm going to switch to the Colts, but this is the toughest game for me to pick. I think it's the toughest game to pick in week 1. We're going to go to the late games now. We're going to have the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh. He's going to start off the Chargers regime by disappointing Oren. We've got the Broncos versus Seattle. It is Bo Nix versus Mike McDaniel. Might be Zach Wilson versus Geno Smith. We really don't know who's going to win that QB job. There's more certainty in Seattle, and Seattle's the home team. I'm taking the Seahawks. So that's that. Cowboys-Browns, in my opinion, is the game of the week. Tom Brady's debut as a commentator. Browns are going to win. It's location. It has less to do with the quality of the game and more to do with the location of the game. Since it's week 1, Seattle's on the West Coast. They're the home team. It's an afternoon game. That's how it works. I don't agree with it either. I think the quality of the matchup should take precedent over the location of the game, but that's not how things work in week 1.
I will take Seattle in this game simply because they're at home. I would not. I don't even know why it's an afternoon game. It should not be because there's very little people.
I mean, you look at the Colts, Texans, Chargers, Raiders. I mean, even the all right, Lions and Rams. I think the Lions beat the Rams. They want to prove the playoff win wasn't a fluke. There's a lot of people saying the Rams are going to win, get their revenge on Detroit. They don't have Aaron Donald. That's the difference. But the Lions by a field goal. And Stafford doesn't throw any interceptions either. Both Goff and Stafford play turnover-free ball. But Aaron Donald's retirement is the difference. And the 49ers beat the Jets on Monday Night Football. No. I have every home team winning in week 1. Sorry, Brock Purdy. Super Bowl hangover. Jets upset the Niners on Monday night. Hank Williams and Fireman Ed are breakdancing after the game in Levi Stadium. So not only do I have Aaron Rodgers beating San Francisco on Monday night to begin the season, I have Fireman Ed traveling to San Francisco where he will breakdance with Hank Williams in San Francisco after the game. And I know you'd love to see that as an NFL fan. They're both dancing for fun.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you. The New York Jets will win this game.
I have 15 home teams winning. I have to pick a road team, Joey. I have to. I have 15 home teams winning and no road teams winning. I have to. I think you picked Green Bay over Philly and Minnesota over the Giants, but I have to pick a road team. This is just not realistic. As much as logic says I should pick San Francisco, I have to pick a road team. This is just not realistic.
The situation here is very interesting. You've done a very good job showing how the home field advantage early on in the season is incredibly important, especially when you have so many moving pieces or so. So, in that, I do agree with you in that situation. But you also have to look at the other considerations. So, there are a lot of variables, and I do give you credit for looking at the off-season variables. So,
I'm honestly considering switching my prediction from Saints to Panthers. And the only reason I say that is because Dave Canales, he's playing Dennis Allen and the former Browns defensive coordinator who retained his job. Dennis Allen's calling the plays. Browns' former defensive coordinator is not. But honestly, I'm tempted to switch to Carolina for shock value. The Browns' former defensive coordinator, he was, I don't even remember his name. He went to the Saints. I don't even remember his name. I'm not even acknowledging him, and I think you somehow appreciate that. And I really like the Panthers' interior offensive line additions. Robert Hunt, and they also added Damian Lewis from Seattle and Robert Hunt from Miami. I think those Carolina guards end up being the difference, and I think Carolina does a much better job running the football in this. I don't know, for some reason my gut is telling me Carolina is going to pull an upset. And, I only have the Jets beating San Francisco. I need at least one more upset to make this semi-realistic. And the Texans-Colts game is just one of those I'm up in the air on.
I really like what New Orleans did in the offseason. I really do.
I love the Fuaga pick, but who's going to be their left tackle? Trevor Penning got benched twice, and Ramzik's got a knee injury. So if they have offensive tackle injuries, Carolina might win. But Carolina loaded up on weapons. They don't have the edge rushers they did with Burns gone. I'll stick with New Orleans. Yeah, I'll stick with New Orleans. I reconsider. I'm flipping back to New Orleans. I am taking the Giants over the Vikings because they're going to have Burns and Thibodeau pressuring Darnold. I mean, those guys might make Sam Darnold see the Jetsons. Like, Sam Darnold might be watching the Jetsons after getting whacked by both Thibodeau and Brian Burns at the same time. Sam Darnold might just see what is that alien of the Jetsons, that green alien that comes into the office and trolls George Jetson? Sam Darnold might be seeing that when he goes to New York. It's not a threat. He used to play in MetLife Stadium. He began his career in MetLife. I'm just saying. I just don't think the Panthers have any edge rushers. The Saints have one of the worst offensive tackle situations, but the problem is, I don't know if the Panthers have any edge rushers that can get any pressure on the QB. So even if Dave Canales is the best offensive coordinator, who is going to get pressure on the Carolina. That's the thing. I'll look at the depth charts one more time before we get to week 2, because this game and the Colts game are the two toughest to pick. All right. The Panthers have Panthers have DJ Wadham from the Vikings and Clowney at edge rusher. And DJ Wadham was the 3rd best pass rusher on Minnesota. Remember, they had Davenport and they had the guy who signed with Houston, the LSU guy, Daniel Hunter. Though I mean, Wadham was the number 3 pass rusher on Minnesota. He's starting at edge rusher. Clowney's starting in the opposite side, and Kalavon Chasen from Jacksonville is the number 3 edge rusher. Carolina's edge rushers are awful. This might be the worst 1-2-3 edge rusher punch in the league. So even if Bryce Young turns things around, the Panthers are still going to suck. And how patient is Dave Tepper going to be? I really wonder. All right, week 2. We got through 1 week. Took us about an hour, but we got through. And the simulator decided to skip to week 3. All right, week 2 here. No, our audience voted Eagles Falcons is the game of the week. Our audience said, you know what, Kirk Cousins versus Hurts is the game of the week. We had 2 votes for Hurts. I had 5 poll question options. Can I pitch you my options? First option was Tyreek Hill for Miami. The second option was Travis Etienne for Jacksonville. The third option was Mahomes, assuming he didn't win the cover photo, but since he did, we have to pick a new nominee. We also went with Jalen Hurts. We went with Aiden Hutchinson. And the final nominee was Cedric Stroud. And the winner was Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was the only player to get 2 votes. It's a very tight race. Everybody got a vote, but Hurts was the only player with 2 votes. And Marcus Beer and Cross, the 2 Eagles fans in our group box, didn't even vote. They don't have to vote. They got other stuff they need to do to pay the bills. But, like, if they had voted, the Eagles would have won by multiple votes. That's all I'm pointing out. So Jalen Hurts is the cover photo for that reason. But I do agree with you that an argument can be made for Browns-Jaguars as the game of the week. But unfortunately, our audience disagrees with you. Now, I'm going to pick the Dolphins to beat Miami Thursday night game. Allen doesn't have Diggs. I think Buffalo's due to stumble somewhere. I've also got the Jets beating Tennessee as Aaron Rodgers' tour continues. Jordan Love beats the Colts after losing on Amazon Prime. After getting roasted by Al Michaels, he takes it out on Gus. He takes his wrath out on Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley's cover 2 defense. Love picks that apart. No problem. Honestly, I'm tempted to give the Vikings an upset win here. Sam Darnold was Brock Purdy's backup. I feel like Sam Darnold, if he beats his former team, that's the Super Bowl for Sam Darnold. Then he's going to play like crap the rest of the year. He beats his former team, and then he plays like crap until McCarthy starts. I feel like that's textbook Sam Darnold. So I'm taking the Vikings to beat San Francisco. Again, they did it on Monday Night Football without Jefferson. I know this is a different team, but you know what? Niners only have 6 days to prepare for Minnesota. And they worked with they worked with Darnold. He was Purdy's backup. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. I feel like this game is going to be Darnold's Super Bowl, and then he's going to play like crap until he gets benched for McCarthy. That's just, and I know it's weird that I have the Niners at 0-2. It is. I'm not going to dismiss that. I'm going to go with the Jaguars over the Browns at home. I'm going to go with the Ravens over the Raiders. I'm going to go with the Steelers and Broncos. This is a Russell Wilson FU game. I know you don't like the Steelers, but this is a Russell Wilson FU game in Denver. I'm going to take the Giants Commanders is tough. I'm going to take the Commanders. I think the Commanders and Giants are going to end up kicking each other out of the division race. Lions win. Rams and Cardinals. Honestly, this is going to be an entertaining game. I feel like this could be a Cooper Kupp, Marvin Harrison, Puka Nakua fantasy football throwdown where the three just take turns getting touchdowns. Trey McBride might get involved in this, but I like the Rams by 2 touchdowns, 28-14. Rams just have more talent on defense. They drafted better. They outdrafted that entire division. It's interesting. You know what? Looking at week 2 here, we've got some other stuff along the way. We got 3 games. Chargers, Panthers. I am taking the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh is not going to charger against the Panthers. No matter how much you want him to. Seahawks, Patriots. This is an interesting game. I honestly feel like the Patriots could play spoiler here. Both teams have first-year head coaches. I don't trust either quarterback. I mean, I was not high on Geno Smith, and I had Jacoby Brissett ranked 15 out of 15 quarterbacks in 2016. I had both Cody Kessler and the Stanford quarterback in that draft graded ahead of Brissett. Stanford quarterback that was on the Browns from the 2016 draft. I forget his name. I know he was the practice squad guy. You thought he was an abomination. You just would rather forget it. But Alex Van Pelt, the Seahawks offensive coordinator from last year's on the Bears with Caleb Williams. So the Seahawks don't have their quarterbacks coach or their offensive coordinator from their playoff season. Patriots have Alex Van Pelt. I feel like this could be a trap game where the Patriots surprise everybody. I'm taking New England. I know that's going to sound stupid, Joey, but I feel like New England, this is like the one winnable game on New England's schedule. There's not very many winnable games on New England's schedule. This is one that is because Gerard Mayo and Mike McDaniel are both defensive-minded guys. Mayo's got more NFL experience, whereas McDaniel was coaching Michigan 2 years ago. It's going to take time. I'm going to take the Chiefs over the Bengals. And we got the Bears and Chargers. I mean, the Bears and Texans. CJ Stroud rebounds. He shows people why his rookie of the year wasn't a fluke. And then we have Cousins and the Eagles, and Jalen Hurts is 2-0, just like that. So that's week 2. You got anything you want to add? I want to try to get to week 3.
On the defensive end with the new defensive coordinator and stuff. But I do feel Trevor Lawrence's year last year was a sophomore slump, even though it was his third year.
To be fair, I think it's a field goal game. I think it's like either a 17-14 or it's a 27-24 game where the Jags win on a field goal at the end. That's kind of what I think it's going to be very tight throughout the game. I don't see either team pulling away personally. That you have to count the quarterback's rookie year. As an NFL fan, you have to count every year. You have to. I know you want to give the Browns and Jaguars passes because you live in Jacksonville and you're a Browns fan. You can't give people passes. You can't. Look, Lawrence doesn't deserve. Urban Meyer was bad, but let's not act like Lawrence deserves a pass for having a rough rookie year. The Patriots play the Jets on Amazon Prime. Joey, we are on to week 3. As much as I'd enjoy listening to your Urban Meyer rant, he was a logistics guy first, a recruiter first, a coach second. That's the reality. We're moving on to week 3. We're moving on to week 3. The Patriots are playing the Jets on Amazon Prime, and that's why I think Lawrence could have a resurgence. You're right. I do think Lawrence is going to have a resurgence, but we're on to week 3. Week 3. Can't we move on to week 3? We've spent 20 minutes talking about the Browns and Jaguars. I know it's your favorite game of the year. I do. You wanted to get tickets to the playoff game before the Jaguars lost the Titans. I mean, I get it. All right. It's just... I'm on to week 3 unless you got what you want to say, but I am going to eat carrots in the background while you say what you want to say. Well, you're acting like the Browns-Jaguars game is bigger than the Falcons-Eagles game. And there's a reason the Eagles are in prime time. But we're on to week 3. Patriots play the Jets on Amazon Prime. Jets win this. Honestly, I think this is going to be... this game could get so ugly that Drake May gets summoned in the second half. Or Bailey Zappi gets summoned in if the Patriots don't want to rush Drake May into this. Because I've heard one of the Tanya heard from an insider close to the Patriots that Brissett's locked in at the starter, but they're basically deciding do they want May or Bailey Zappi to play second team while May processes the playbook and learns things. And then Milton would probably be fourth string, but he would get an opportunity to compete for a fourth roster spot rather than go to the practice squad. So her intel on this stuff is usually accurate. Like, she doesn't break the news often. When she does, it's right. But I feel like it's also a four-man competition. But Jets are going to win at home on Thursday night on Amazon Prime. Next game, we have the Packers in Tennessee. I like Green Bay. Stroud puts on a clinic in Minnesota. This is interesting. I'm going to take the Bears over the Colts. I know it's not common sense, but I like the Bears defense and more than the Colts. I do. I like Montez Sweat more than Latu or Pay, even though I think Latu's a blue chip guy. And I like Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson. I think their corners really match up well with the Colts. So, you know what? I'm going to take Caleb Williams to pull an upset in Indy. I know Gus Bradley is very talented, too talented to lose to rookie quarterbacks. But at the same time, I can see the Bears pulling the upset here. I think this is the drama week. I do. Also, I'm looking at the Broncos-Buccaneers game. I'm honestly leaning towards Denver. I mean, Tampa Bay's offensive coordinator was Sean McVay's offensive coordinator when the Rams went 5-12 during Stafford's injury. He was also coaching Will Levis and Devin Leary at Kentucky. Didn't do a very good job there. I can see Denver pulling the upset here in Tampa. This feels like a trap game. I know Baker Mayfield's good, but this honestly does feel like a trap game where Denver just storms into Tampa and gets the upset. It does. I know I shouldn't feel that way, but I do. I know Baker Mayfield's good, but I also feel like he was a product of Dave Canales the same way Geno Smith was a product of Dave Canales. So I'm taking Denver. Sean Payton actually gets a win in week 3. Joey's Browns beat the ever-loving snot out of the Giants. This game is going to get so ugly that Brian may have to borrow the tissue that Joey used earlier on the show. I'm not going to comment on whether that tissue gets returned to Joey. Next up, we've got the Eagles and the Saints. Eagles win. They're 3-0, even with a short week. The Kellen Moore continues to boost his confidence as the Eagles offensive coordinator by exposing Joe Woods. That's the schmuck whose name I couldn't remember. He exposes Joe Woods in New Orleans, and the Eagles are 3-0. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting here. The Chargers play the Steelers. It is Harbaugh versus Tomlin. Tomlin's gonna. I mean, as much as I want to pick the Chargers to pull the upset, Steeler. As much as I do want to take the Chargers, I just don't know if Lad McConkey can get separation against these Steeler corners. Also, the Chargers quarterback tandem, while it's effective, it is a little suspect. And if Russell Wilson makes all the right decisions, he has just enough to beat Justin Herbert at Ackerzer to open up the year. So I am going to take Pittsburgh. But it's close. I'm definitely was leaning towards the Chargers. But I'm not ready to go on the bandwagon that deep. Now we get to the afternoon games. It is Dolphins versus Seahawks in Seattle. This is Miami and Seattle are the two cities furthest apart from each other among any team in the NFL. I'm going to take Seattle in a trap game. I have a lot of trap games. I have Green Bay beating Tennessee. I have Houston beating Minnesota. I have Chicago beating the Colts. Denver beating Tampa in an upset. I have Seattle beating Miami in an upset. I like Dave Canales to beat Orange Raiders. The Raiders fall to 0-3 under Aiden O'Connell. The Gardner Minshew era in Las Vegas begins in week 4. I'm taking the Ravens over Dallas. We're going to see a lot of drama there. Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Lions play the Cardinals. Lions are going to be 3-0. It's not the Cardinals can't beat the Lions. I just think the Lions personnel is too strong. And I like the Rams over the 49ers. So we have the Seahawks and Rams at 2-1. We have the Niners and Cardinals at 0-3. I know, it's like, I know the Niners made the Super Bowl, but Dre Greenlaw's out for the year, Joey. That ACL injury in the Super Bowl, they're not going to be as deep at linebacker. They have Devondre Campbell replacing him, and they got rid of Steve Wilkes. And the Niners have a brutal first 3 weeks. They play the Jets. They play the Vikings, which I think is a trap game where Sam Darnold wins. And then the Niners get New England in week 4. They will get a win in week 4. I'm not stupid enough to pick against the Niners again, even though you would be enamored if Jacoby Brissett pulled an upset on the Niners. But it's the Falcons versus the Chiefs. I like the Falcons offense. I just don't trust their coaching staff. Now, Raheem Morris was a defensive backs coach under Gruden. He got more experience as a D coordinator. I do think he's matured. Not enough to beat Andy Reid in this high-octane Chiefs offense. Kansas City's 3-0 now. And now we get the Monday night doubleheader. We've got Burrow versus the Commanders. And we got the Jaguars versus the Bills. The Bills, Josh Allen. I don't trust the Jags' number 2 corner. But I also don't trust the Bills' weapons. But I do think Josh Allen gets it done on Monday night. So the Bills win week 3. And this is my trap week of the month. I think I have more upsets in week 3 than any other week at the moment. So, just something to keep in mind. But how do you feel about week 3? Anything you want to add here? I mean, like, Joey, you want to add something, man? I'll move on to week 4 if you don't want to comment. It's your call. All right, week 4. Thursday night game in week 4. I am looking at the poll questions to get an update here. Yeah, Burrow and Jane Daniels are still tied for week 5. This tiebreaker is not broken. And now, yeah, Stroud is now ahead of Jordan Love in week 4. The Thursday night game in week 4, it's weird. There is no Thursday night game in week 4. I see every game is on a Sunday, and then there's the Monday night game. I don't believe there's a Thursday night game in week 4. I'll double check the NFL schedule here. I swear there's a Thursday night game every week. Like, what's going on here? I'm kind of curious myself why the hell I am. I'm kind of curious why the hell I don't see a Thursday night game. There's the Cowboys and Giants is the Thursday night game. And Playoff Predictors does not have that listed as the Thursday night game. You know what? I'm going with a Giants upset. Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, they're going up against Guyton's transitioning from right tackle to left tackle. I do think Guyton gets things figured out. I did have a blue chip grade on him, but at the same token, I had him as a right tackle, and I just think these Giant edge rushers, they're angry. They're pissed off about last year's blowout. I think the Giants come out of this thing and surprise the crap out of people to the point where Al Michaels is talking about Daniel Jones' wizardry, and you're ready to mute your television. And Daniel Jones, he just has a really. Wait, do I have the Cowboys at 0-3? That cannot be correct. I have the Cowboy. I forgot to click on the Cowboys Saints game. That's why. So basically, it's a 1-2 versus 1-2 matchup. I have the Cowboys losing to the Giants on Thursday night on Amazon Prime and dropping to 1-3 without Dan Quinn. I think people are going to realize how big of a loss that is. And now we get to the Sunday games. I've got the Texans over Jacksonville. Neither one of these teams is great on paper. We'll go with Anthony Richardson and the Colts to beat Pittsburgh. The Jets continue their winning ways. They're 4-0. I really would like to pick the Chargers in an upset against the Chiefs. Did your phone, Joey, your phone die? My guess is your phone died. All right, I'm going to go through the schedule here. Yeah.
Recording started.
All right, so that's pretty much. So we're back to week 4. The Jets are 4-0. I want to pick the Chargers to beat the Chiefs, but as good as the Chargers are, I just don't see them beating the Chiefs in SoFi this early. They do have Joe Alt. I do like their offensive line. I really do think this is going to be another shootout. Screw it. I'm taking the Chargers. I'm going to make things interesting. I'm going to make things interesting. Warren, I have the Raiders at 0-3, but Gardner Minshew is beating the Browns in his first start. After Aiden O'Connell goes 0-3, Gardner Minshew upsets the Browns in a trap game. I'm not even sure if I want to do that, Joey. I'm considering it. I just think it'd be hilarious if Oren won and this was the first win of the year, and you're like, yeah. I just feel like that's the vibe I get. Packers win. Rams are 3-1. Niners are not losing to New England again. Bengals beat the living dog, whatever, out of Carolina. I mean, this is a revenge game. The Buccaneers do not have their offensive coordinator. This is a revenge game for last year's playoffs. Eagles are 4-0. Falcons are going to improve to 2-2 against the Saints. Cardinals, Commanders. Kyler Murray wins a game. He's due to win a game. He's not going to be winless forever. The Lions win. They're 4-0. We also have the I'm going to take the Ravens over the Bills. And I'm going to take, honestly, I can't decide between the Browns and Raiders. I can't. I want to make Oren happy since the Raiders are 0-3, but I also feel like the Browns are a better team. So why don't you provide input on who I should pick, and then I'll get to the Monday night game. Because it's Gardner Minshew's first start, and those East Coast to West Coast games are tough. They are trap games in a sense, but also all right, so if you got the Raiders at 2-2, I'll take the Browns. I'm in the Raiders. I don't know. The only road teams I picked this week are the Rams over the Bears, the Eagles over the Bucks, the Bengals over the Panthers. I've taken 3 road teams. I probably should take a 4th to balance this out. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, all right. Yeah, I'll take the Browns. This is not easy. I don't like the fact the Raiders are 0-4, but I just don't trust their quarterback room. I think they have 2 game managers. I like their coach. I don't trust their quarterback room. And I basically pick my winners based on who each team has at quarterback while looking at the supporting cast. So, I mean, I like the Dolphins. They improved to 3-1. Let's go to week 5. We have a tie here between now. Thursday night game is Atlanta-Tampa. Kirk Cousins, Raheem Morris is going to beat his former team. He's going to assert his dominance in the division. Atlanta wins. Chicago beats Carolina. I think Caleb Williams is going to have a clean pocket. He's going to prove how his team hustled Carolina. San Francisco beats Arizona to get back to 2-3. The Giants have a bye week. Daniel Jones has 2 weeks to prepare for Seattle. And remember, the Seahawks barely beat. I don't remember. This was a Monday night game last year, but it was brutal. I could honestly see the Giants winning this in a trap game. And you know what? Screw it. I'm taking the Giants in an upset. Bills beat the Texans. Jaguars beat the Colts. Well, I don't know. The Jaguars seem to have the Colts number in Duval, but I also think the Colts have better weapons than the Jaguars. I'll take Jacksonville at home, but I honestly am tempted to take the Colts. But I have the Colts at 2-2. I have the Jaguars at 1-3. We'll go with the Jaguars to even it out, to make it a little bit more realistic. The Bengals beat the Ravens. So we got right now got a really weird AFC heading into week 5. The Jets are the only unbeaten team at 5-0. The Bengals are 4-1. They're the 2 seed. The Texans are 4-1. They're the 3 seed. We also have the Chargers ahead of the Chiefs, but the Chargers wild card opponent currently would be Miami. I'm going to go with Miami. If Drake May is starting, I think the Patriots steal this, but I'm going to take Miami to beat the Patriots, and that's going to set up this friction here. I've got the Raiders beating Denver. Oren's going to beat the Donkeys. And since we have a tie between the Commanders and Browns, I'm going with Jaden Daniels to get his second win of the year against the Browns. That poll question is still tied, by the way. Dallas goes into Pittsburgh and beats the Steelers coming off a bye week as well. I also have the Rams beating Green Bay to improve to 4-1. And I have the Chiefs winning against New Orleans during the Charger bye week. So that is what we have for week 5 so far. Week 6, Thursday night game in week 6 is I think it's Seahawks 49ers, but Christian McCaffrey's had Seattle's number. The Niners are gonna get back to 500 after an 0-3 start. It's interesting because I like Lamar Jackson over the Commanders after the Browns stumble against Washington. And the Eagles, Howie Roseman has a bye week before the Eagles host the Browns. So I think the Browns, they're going to be an unfortunate victim of a really tough strength of schedule here. We do have Arizona and Green Bay. I like Jordan Love in that one. Baker Mayfield has a bye week heading into New Orleans. I really like New Orleans more than Tampa, but I think the bye week works in their favor. And both the Saints and Buccaneers are 1-4. I don't see Baker starting 1-5. I'm going to take the Bucs. I'm going to take the Bucs. I like the Bengals over the Giants. The Bengals continue this winning streak despite the Colts travel to Tennessee coming off a bye week. I think Will Levis could pull the upset, but not against Richardson. I mean, this feels like a game where Levis wins one, but then he plays like crap the rest of the way. But the Colts and Jaguars are both currently 2-3. I do have Caleb Williams upsetting the Jaguars, and I've got the Colts beating the Titans to move into second place. I also have Stroud winning to get to 5-1. So now this race heats up. This race for that number 1 seed. All right, so no. We still have a tie between Sauce Gardner and Brock Bowers. So Brock Bowers and the Raiders get another win against the Steelers. So the Browns lose to the Commanders and Eagles, but to be fair, they're not in last place. The Steelers are 2-4. We also have the Broncos upset the Chargers, and they get to 2-4. The Cowboys win. The Panthers win over Atlanta in a surprise to get to 2-4. And the Jets, they beat the Bills on Monday night. We have the Jets at 6-0 entering week 7. Texans are now the 2 seed. Bengals are the 3 seed. This is interesting. The Chiefs are the 4 seed at 4-1 thanks to the bye week. The Dolphins are the 5 seed. The Ravens would head to Cincinnati in a wild card. And right now the Chargers would head to Houston. That's the AFC. The Giants currently have the 7 seed through 6 weeks. How do you feel? I mean, I don't have to be anywhere till 4. We can make this a 2-parter. We can make that work. Let's try to get through week 7. All right, Thursday night game is the Broncos versus Saints, the Sean Payton Bowl. Sean Payton, he's going to carve apart Joe Woods. Bo Nix with a surprise upset to kick off week 7 on Amazon Prime. Bo Nix, he beats the Saints in New Orleans on Thursday night just like Lawrence did last year as a rookie. It's probably one of the more impressive rookie wins on the road. I got the Lions. I got Minnesota beating the Lions. I got J.J. McCarthy coming in as a starter in Week 7 to Sam Darnold coming off a bye. And I've got the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy winning against the Lions to make the NFC North a little bit more interesting. Texans and Packers is really a tough game to pick. I'm going to take the Texans, though, since they barely won the poll question, just to make things entertaining. Because I feel like both of those teams are pretty even on paper, even though Lambeau's got home field. Jaguars play the Patriots in London. That's a Jacksonville win. The Colts upset Miami after their strong start. The Bills beat the Titans. The Browns win against the Bengals. So the Browns beat the Bengals. The AFC North is now, Browns are 4-3, but they're 9th in the AFC. The Raiders beat the Rams in an upset. The Rams were 5-1. They lose a home game to the Raiders, who claim LA is their city, in an upset. The Raiders are 3-4. We have the Niners beating Mahomes in a revenge game for Super Bowl 43. So after starting 0-3, the 49ers managed to put together 4 wins and get back in the playoff race. Wow, what a story. What a freaking story. Kirk Cousins versus Seattle. It's in Atlanta. If this were in Seattle, I'd take the Seahawks. It's in Atlanta. I'm not too high on either coach, but I'll take it. I'll take Atlanta here. And we have the Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels game. It's in Washington. Both teams are 2-4. I don't think either team's got good pass rushes, and I think this is going to be a battle of experience, a battle of I'm going to go with the Panthers to pull the upset. And then we got the Jets and Steelers. I skipped this game. Jets are 6-0. This is just not realistic. They got to lose at some point. We're going to give the Steelers the win here and make this really interesting. So now the Jets and Texans are tied for the number 1 seed entering the Monday night. Lamar Jackson beats Baker Mayfield to get, and the Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, charging on Monday Night Football. The Cardinals upset the Chargers. And the Jim Harbaugh, his first episode of charging in the NFL happens against the Cardinals on Monday Night Football. You think I don't have any cinema plot twists in this script? You're wrong, Joey. I've got the Cardinals beating the Chargers. And this is a classic example of charging. I mean, Chargers end up taking the lead in this division by beating the Chiefs, and then they've dropped 2 in a row. They lost to the frickin' Cardinals. So the Browns are 8th. They're a game behind the Colts. But it's only Week 7. A lot can happen. And I'm open to revising this via poll questions, via whatever. I'm not even sure who the Thursday night game is in Week 8. Let's take a look at that. I don't know. I really don't know who the Thursday night opponent is. I've got the Patriots at 1-6 on the year with Brissett. If they go to Drake May, I'll start giving them wins, but I don't think the Patriots bye week's happening yet. I don't. The Vikings play the Rams on the week before Halloween. The Rams are going to win. J.J. McCarthy gets his first Thursday night football scare. Kevin O'Connell loses to Sean McVay. Cousins sweep. I don't trust the coaching staffs of either Atlanta or Tampa. I'm going to go with Tampa at home. Jaden Daniels, I like Caleb Williams more than Jaden Daniels, but this is Jaden Daniels wants to prove he should have gone number 1 over Caleb Williams game. I like the Commanders to win. And we have the Bears and Packers tied at 4-3 at the moment. The Jaguars play the Packers in Week 8. Is this in London or is this in America? Do you know, Joey? Is the Packers game in Jacksonville or is that in I believe that's in Jacksonville. It's a 1 p.m. game. So that is in Duval. If this was in London, I would have picked Jacksonville. I like Green Bay a little bit more on paper. As far as their depth chart, their cornerback room. Now, if injuries occur, I'll change to Jacksonville, but I like Green Bay a little bit more than Jacksonville at the moment. Miami over Arizona. As glorious as the Cardinals beating the Chargers is, it's not going to happen. The only winless team is the Titans. I have the Titans at 0-7. I mean, this is just, and at this point, Mike Vrabel is laughing his ass off like Dr. Robotnik when an evil plan is executed to sheer perfection. We've got the Colts and Texans rematch. Yeah, and the Browns are going to beat the Ravens in Week 8, but it's very, very, very interesting what's happening here. The Bengals find a way to the 6-0 Eagles finally lose to Joe Burrow. Bryce Young beats Bo Nix to get the Panthers to 4-4. In Mile High, he does what Cam Newton couldn't do. Justin Herbert wins against the Saints in Los Angeles. The Bills, I don't know. I'm taking Seattle over the Bills in an upset. I really am. It's just I don't know what to think of the Bills. I still like Josh Allen, but I feel like the Bills are more prone to trap games compared to previous seasons. I do. And, you know,
I think this is my analysis on these teams early because of time constraints and whatever it was. But one is they underwhelming this year. They got Josh Allen and nothing. Josh Allen and nothing. Some rookies that never was. So now you're looking how far can Josh Allen take this offense?
Yeah, I've got the Chiefs beating the Raiders, but the simulators decided to give the Chiefs negative points. The simulators just saying, you know what, we're going to give the Chiefs negative points. That's not how it works. I'm sure there are plenty of instances where you'd like to put the Chiefs in the negative as far as points go by deducting points from them, but that's not how the NFL works, as much as you'd like it to work. The Niners' momentum continues. Following a 0-3 start, the Niners have improved to 5-3 on the season. And we have... Well, I'm on Week 8, which is the World Series week, and sometimes the NFL hints a World Series matchup. We've got the Colts... Well, we've got the, I'm looking here. Do I see anything that hints, we could get a Guardians-Orioles ALCS. I could definitely see that, but I don't think that would be the World Series matchup. Sometimes they give it away via hint, you know, like they do. Sometimes they just hint at it. Could be Twins-Dodgers with the Vikings-Rams game. Okay, I'm reading way too much into this, a lot more than I should. Could get a text. Yeah, that's probably, let's just move on to Week 9, because I said we would do 9 weeks. Mike Tomlin, I know you'd love to see the Giants and their coach beat Tomlin on Monday night. It's not going to happen, though. Steelers win. They're 4-4 despite the rough start. The Steelers are 4-4 at the halfway point. And the last week of games. We have the Texans and Jets on Thursday night. This is a huge game, Joey, because this is a game where you have the 7-1 Texans and the 7-1 Jets on Amazon Prime, and this is a game that decides the number 1 seed in the AFC. So this is a big game. But Aaron Rodgers is going to continue this magical Cinderella year. This Vinny Testaverde miracle season, and the Jets are 8-1. And now, yeah.
If those two stay healthy, I think the Jets are going to be one of the top teams.
I agree.
AFC.
The Patriots with the Titans in Week 8. Jacoby Brissett is still the starter. I am not pivoting to Drake May unless the Patriots announce Drake May as the starter. So Jacoby Brissett loses to Will Levis. It is the end of Jacoby Brissett. He is officially blacklisted from the NFL after losing to 0-7 Will Levis. This is the end of Brissett. This is the script. Yes. Yes, Joey. You like this. Jacoby Brissett losing to Will Levis. This is in New England. I take the Patriots, but the 0-7 Titans finally get a break.
My thought was Brissett will play 6 to 11 games, depending on what the Patriots thought of Drake May's.
I asked Wes what he would do if Jacoby Brissett has 11 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, but the Patriots are 2-5. Do you keep rolling with Brissett, or do you pivot to Drake May? Wes said he'd pivot to May at that point. I feel like you keep rolling with Brissett if his touchdowns. We haven't gotten to it yet. I believe it's in week 14. So they could give May the Jared Goff treatment. Remember, Joey, Nick Foles started most of Goff's rookie year, and Goff took over during the bye week late in the season.
That's what I was thinking, is that they would ease him in during the bye week, make sure he was ready, but bye week 14, that makes it difficult.
And you're losing, and if you lose to 0-7 Will Levis, it almost feels like you got to pivot at that point. But the Patriots play the Bears the following week.
Honestly, I don't think the Titans are going to be 0-7. I love the coaching staff. But if what you say comes to pass, they're 0-7. Then you have a situation. Patriots don't have at least a 500.
Because the Patriots would be playing Caleb Williams. The Patriots would be playing Caleb Williams in Chicago in Week 10. And that could be a Drake May comes in and pulls a surprise upset against Caleb Williams since they're both rookies type game. So, logistically, that might be the best opportunity. That you get a home game against the Rams, you get the Colts at home. Now, if the Patriots wait until the bye week to play Drake May, they'd play Arizona in Arizona, 2 weeks to prepare for Kyler Murray and his Call of Duty habits. You get Buffalo the following week in Buffalo. But you also get Buffalo in Week 18 as well as the Chargers at home. And one of my friends that watched Drake May pointed out that May struggled in zone coverage. The Bills are a zone-heavy team. You play them twice in 3 weeks if you're Drake May, but at least you get your feet wet. You get some familiarity with their coverages and how to game plan against that for next year. So even though he plays horrible in those games, that helps it.
But this not going to get rattled, and you don't want to rattle Drake May right off the outset. So you may want to avoid the Bills or starting him off against.
Well, you can start Bailey Zappi. If you don't want to play Drake May against the Bills late in the year, even though he's the guy at that point, you could just play Bailey Zappi and redshirt May for the offseason, get him ready for the offseason. You can do that too. Or Milton.
But at that point, wouldn't you just be getting Zappi ready to battle May?
I feel like, because the picture I saw on Twitter, it had Jacoby Brissett in the front, it had May and Zappi in the middle, and it had Milton in the back. Is that an indicator of the Patriots' depth chart with May and Zappi basically competing for the second string job?
I might be looking too far into it, but it tells me Brissett is the placeholder. He will be there as long as he's needed, and then it's going to be Zappi and May for the next.
Because the Patriots could just tank for Luther Burden. The Patriots could tag for any offensive or defensive player they want. If it's a Will Johnston, Michigan, or a Luther Burden, Missouri, or if it's one of the left tackles, they could just play really bad, get that player, get another asset for Drake May, and then just go surprise everybody and go into overdrive next year. That could be the plan, too. We don't know. Yeah. It would. I mean, regardless of how you spin it, it works either way. But I'm not going to reveal what the Patriots are going to do with their quarterback room until next week because we're on week 9. I said this is going to be a 2-parter. So you want to find out what the Patriots are going to do at quarterback, whether they go to Drake May or Bailey Zappi, you got to tune into part 2 next week. Sorry, audience. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Plot twist. I don't like Brissett at all. I had Kevin Hogan and Cody Kessler ranked ahead of Brissett in college. I did. I shouldn't judge quarterbacks based on where I had them in college, but I had Brissett at the bottom of the barrel. Let me put it this way. Jared Goff's like the cherry on a whipped cream sundae, whereas Jacoby Brissett is the bottom of the barrel of a box of cheese balls. Brissett's the bottom of the barrel of cheese balls. That's how my quarterback rankings were. I had Brissett at 15 out of 15. I did. You're just hoping the simulator is right so I look like an idiot because the simulator has Carolina and New England. That would be a hell of a Super Bowl. Just admit it. Plus, if you bet on that, you'd make a shitload of money because those are the 2 lowest odds in terms of the Super Bowl. If you bet on that, that's the underdog Super Bowl. You'd make a ton of money if you bet on that. If you bet $100 on that, you'd make like $100 grand. You would. This season's like a roller coaster. I do have McCarthy beating the Colts. I do. I have J.J. McCarthy beating Colts off a bye week. And the Colts are 4-5. I do think the Colts have more talent on paper than the Vikings, but like teams always surprise people on bye weeks. Expect the unexpected, as Patrick Swayze says in Roadhouse. The Cowboys beat Atlanta at home. The Cowboys beat Atlanta at home. I don't know. The Cowboys beat Atlanta at home to get to 4-4. The Falcons, after a strong start, dropped to 4-5. Canales does beat New Orleans and Carolina. The Panthers are 5-4. The Bills Mafia beats Miami. I have the Bills at 3-5. They've got to win some games, make things a little bit interesting. You know, it's interesting. I've got the Eagles at 6-1 and the Lions at 5-2. Yeah, I have them at 4-5 now, but I'm still going through these games. I'm going to pick the Eagles over Jacksonville, make things interesting as the Jags fall to 3-6. I just don't trust Ronald Darby as the number 2 corner. There's a lot of number 2 receivers that can carve Jacksonville this year. Darby lost the number 2 cornerback job twice, and he was basically a placeholder until Marlon Humphrey's calf injury. I'm not saying he can't make a comeback. I just got to see it before I give the Jags the benefit of the doubt. That's all. That's fair. That's harsh, but that's fair.
It's fair.
The Cardinals are going to beat Chicago. We are going to create more drama because it's the veteran versus the rookie.
I always look at Gabe Davis when it comes to doing former Bills.
Gabe Davis was not a guy I was high on. He dropped way too many passes, and I just think the Jags overpaid him. That's why they took Brian Thomas when they did. Because he's the contingency plan.
That's why he was so frustrating, that he would have a great game, and then he would drop 3 passes on 5 targets and have 6 yards.
I think Gabe Davis goes off against the Bills in week 3, but it's not enough to beat Allen. That's the thing. It's not enough to beat Josh Allen. It's just not enough. And I had the Bears at 4-3, but I have them laying an egg to the Cardinals. So the Cardinals are 3-6 now. The Rams beat Seattle in Seattle because Seattle's coming off a bye week. The Rams are coming off a bye week, not Seattle. The Bengals play the Raiders.
I was so intrigued by the Browns Jags matchup of the field because Gabe Davis, I'm not so sure he's not going to move down the depth chart from the rookie. And Trevor Lawrence is going to pop back up from what he was last year, which is going to make an intriguing matchup.
Yeah.
I do think Gabe Davis comes back down to earth. And I think he gets beat out for the number 2 position, and he ends up as number 3 or number 4 team.
All right. So I've got every home team except the Cowboys and Rams winning in week 9. The Cowboys beat Atlanta, and the Rams beat Seattle. This show's about all 32 teams, not just your fandom. I know you want to talk about your fandom, but we have to treat all teams equally. I'm not either. I think they overpaid him, and we're in agreement on that. But let's take a quick look at the mid-season standings. All right, mid-season standings. After week 9, at 1-8, the New England Patriots, they are 1-8, ladies and gentlemen. It is the New England Patriots and New Orleans Saints jockeying for the Luther Burden sweepstakes. And if the Saints are 1-8, not only are Dennis Allen and Joe Woods getting fired, we're looking at Derek Carr potentially getting benched for Spencer Rattler or Jake Haener. Because the Saints are 1-8. They're benching Carr, Joey. If they're that horrible, they're benching Carr. And we're looking at a scenario where either Haener or Rattler starts the second half. I didn't. Yes, they're the 2 worst teams in the simulator through 9 weeks. I'm looking at Haener versus Rattler because Jake Haener and Spencer Rattler are both Senior Bowl MVPs, Joey. They're both Senior Bowl MVPs. I think Haener went in the 3rd round and Rattler went in the 5th. But they're both Senior Bowl MVPs, so that is a quarterback battle. Whether you like it or not, that's a quarterback battle. We don't know who's going to win over the coaching staff. I like Rattler's upside more, but I also think Rattler has I also think Haener's got a better floor, and he's got 1 year of experience as the clipboard guy for Winston. And he was a 3rd round pick drafted 2 rounds ahead of Rattler. So whether you like it or not, there's going to be competition. I do like Rattler's upside a lot more. Okay? I like Rattler's upside slightly more. I'm not arguing you. I'm in agreement with you, and I'm in agreement with Oren. But at the end of the day, that may not matter if Haener plays better in the preseason.
You're right. It might not, because
we don't know. But what I do know is if the Saints are 1-8, Derek Carr is getting benched, and we are getting a Jake Haener versus Spencer Rattler competition in the second half. It's going to be entertaining as hell.
It will be entertaining, also be entertaining as hell. So
I also think the Saints would have an interim head coach because this Saints team has too much talent to be 1-8. So if they're 1-8, it wasn't my intention to make them 1-8, but if they're 1-8, they beat the Panthers in week 1 and lose 8 in a row. They're making a coaching change. They are. We're talking Dennis Allen firing, Joe Woods firing, interim head coach. Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak is the Saints offensive coordinator. So Clint Kubiak is the interim head coach in that scenario. Unless the Saints have an assistant head coach they can promote from within. So if the Saints are 1-8, you have zero objections with firing both Allen and Joe Woods and making Kubiak interim head coach. You have no objections. Not only are you for that, if they're 1-6, 1-7, you might pull the trigger a little sooner, like Tepper when he fired Rule, and just make that move now. Because if the Saints are 1-8, that's going to happen. They're going to pivot to Clint Kubiak. I'm not saying the Saints will be 1-8, but this is just how it turned out in the simulator. They beat the Panthers in week 1 and lost 8 in a row. You know what? I got another prediction, Joey. If Clint Kubiak turns the Saints around at 1-8, as I want to look at the Saints' back half schedule. We're not going to make any predictions. I do want to look at the back half of the schedule. The Saints have Atlanta, Cleveland, the Rams, the Commanders, and the Raiders at home down the stretch. And they get the Giants on the road. They can turn things around with Kubiak. And if they do, and he gets the head coaching gig like Antonio Pierce, my prediction is that Tommy Rice, the Cleveland Browns tight end coach, joins Mr. Kubiak in New Orleans as his offensive coordinator. Boom! Another plot twist. Here's the thing. The Saints could turn things around with Kubiak. It's not as crazy as it seems. Right now, I have the Panthers at 5-4, the Falcons at 4-5, the Buccaneers at 3-6, and the Saints at 1-8. The Saints have 5 of their final 9 games at home. They do. They have 5 of their final games at home. They have a 2-game home stretch, a bye week, a third home game. They could get hot under Kubiak, turn a fire, and, just go on a run in the second half. And they get the Giants on the road, they get the Packers on the road, and they get the Buccaneers on the road in Week 18. If the Buccaneers' new offensive coordinator struggles and Kubiak just turns that team around like Pierce did, they could turn shit around and win the division. Because this is a weak division. That's the crazy part. Yeah. Yeah. So
And it goes up to that and has some of the same records. I mean, that's just coming from the thought process that you got for. Like,
I didn't anticipate the Saints being 1-8, but their road schedule is brutal to begin the year. They get Carolina at home, they go to Dallas, they host Philly, they travel to Atlanta, they travel to Kansas City, they host Tampa, coming off a bye week. They play Denver on Amazon Prime. Sean Payton trap game. That could be a Sean Payton trap game. He knows the Saints. They play the Chargers coming off a bye week, but Harbaugh's there. They got Herbert. They play the Panthers in Carolina. I can see Canales stealing that game at home if they're just as healthy as the Saints. So that first night, that 8-week stretch after week 1 is brutal for New Orleans. I could see them going 1-8, firing their coaching staff, promoting Kubiak, and then pulling a 180 and winning the division in a roller coaster of a season in the NFC West. I could. I can honestly see that.
you can say the same thing about the AFC North. You had 3 of the top 4.
We're not talking about the North. We're going to go in order by record to make things interesting because we still got an hour left.
But you can talk about the schedule being hard, but you would have to look at that.
Everybody in the AFC North is in the top 8 right now, but we're going to focus on each team, the records. I want to focus on records because
What I'm thinking of is the coaching of if Allen, Jam, pulling together, especially defensively, but he's a defensive
I just feel like the Saints ownership's just going to pull a Dave Tepper and just move on. Like when they Panthers fired Rule a few years ago. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting with New Orleans. They're just going to get impulsive. They get impulsive, and then Kubiak comes in and does what Antonio Pierce did as an interim coach, like what Wilkes did. That's kind of the vibe I get with New Orleans. But yeah, looking at this standings, the Titans are 1-7, so the Titans go from 0-7 to beating New England, taking themselves out of the number 1 pick, and all the local sports talk shows in Tennessee getting pissed off. John McClain's like, you won't be getting a quarterback. The Texans are 7-2, and he's just laughing his ass off on Houston sports talk radio. I don't know if he'd chuckle like that, but, it's like he's very happy. I do too, but I don't know what would happen in that scenario or what his reaction would be. It'd just be kind of cool to find out. But yeah, I've got Arizona, Seattle, Denver, and Las Vegas and Tampa all at 3-6. The Commanders are 3-6. There's a ton of drama here. The Vikings are 3-5. They're 11th in the NFC. Are there any 3-5 teams in the AFC? The Jaguars are 3-6. The Vikings are 3-5. I have the Bills at 3-5 as the number 11 seed in the AFC. I've got the Colts at 4-5. They own a tiebreaker over the Bills. I've got the Falcons at 4-5. They are 10 in the NFC. I've got the Giants at 4-5. They are only a game out of a wild card. Freaking insane. The Chargers are 4-4 in the AFC, but they're the 9 seed. The Steelers are 4-4 in the AFC. They're the last team out of the playoffs, which you're happy about. You got the Bears at 4-4 as the 8 seed. They're in the thick of things. Looking at the wild cards here, the last wild card is Dallas at 4-4. Even with the inconsistency, this Dallas Cowboys team is 4-4. They are on the brink of making the playoffs. They could get hot like the 2010 Packers when McCarthy won the Super Bowl, or they could just do so bad that McCarthy gets fired. But they're right on the chopping block entering part 2 next week. The wild card, the final wild card in the AFC is the 5-3 Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins have the final wild card entering the second half of the season next week. All right.
I think that it is as wide open both the AFC and the NFC at this point as you can get, because let's face it, he brought up a lot of interesting scenarios, a lot of interesting
It is interesting. I wanted to break down all the matchups, and then we can talk about the scenarios. But I have the two Super Bowl. My preseason Super Bowl, my pre-off-season Super Bowl prediction was Ravens over Lions. I have another insider close to the league that believes in numeric coding. They found out that the Chiefs there's a connection from May 9th to Mahomes' birthday of 131. That number signifies championship, so we could get a Chiefs three-peat over the Lions. That would suck, but that would suck. That would suck so hard because for Chiefs fans, it'd be glorious to be the first team in NFL history to three-peat. That would be glorious for Chiefs fans, but for Lions fans, that would suck so hard. You got to your first Super Bowl ever, you played the Chiefs, and you freaking lose the Chiefs and they three-peat. That would suck so hard. But I think at that point, everybody who's not a Chiefs fan would be pulling for Detroit. The way a lot of people in the NHL are pulling for the Dallas Stars if that scenario were to come to fruition. But the Bengals and the Ravens and Lions are the 6 seeds entering the second half.
I'm not going to disagree with you on the situation at hand with the Chiefs because as long as Mahomes and Kelsey are right there, Chiefs are going to be right there in the AFC Championship game. I don't care who they are. You don't care. It'd be a monumental upset if they lost, before the AFC Championship game.
They did. I have the Chiefs at 6-2, but they are my 4 seed at the moment because of the bye week and because of the losses to the Chargers and 49ers. So they are still going to be in the hunt. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing. I agree with you. But here's what's interesting. The 5 seed in the NFC is the 49ers. I have the Niners starting 0-3, but winning 5 straight with Kyle Shanahan fumed, pissed off, ready to bust some absent people. And the Niners are 5-3. They're the number 1 wild card. They're back in the thick of things. And they would play Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers in a wild card matchup without Steve Wilkes. That's very interesting. Dave Canales versus Kyle Shanahan. The veteran offensive guru versus the young offensive guru. I'll get to the Texans. I will. I promise I'm going to get to the Texans. I've got the Chiefs at 6-2. That would set up a Browns-Chiefs wild card at Arrowhead. So, yeah, I know that is your worst nightmare. Yeah. But it's not just that. It's not just Browns Chiefs. The wild card games this year, San Francisco, Carolina. Okay, you can argue that's a meh wild card game. But some of these wild card games are very compelling. We have the Ravens heading to Cincinnati to play the Bengals heading into Week 9. We also have the Lions heading to Green Bay to take on the Packers in Lambeau. Those are both very compelling wild card games that could have implications on the entire conference as a whole. At number 2 in the NFC at 6-2, the LA Rams, it would be Mike McCarthy versus Sean McVay. The Cowboys versus the Rams. Both teams play in dome stadiums. I mean, that could be a trap game for the Rams. Not because Matthew Stafford can't do it, because if the Cowboys are a 7 seed and they're peaking at the right time like Green Bay in 2010, I could see McCarthy going out on a freaking limb and winning that game to save his job. And then he'd get the Eagles in the next round. And then maybe he wins that game and gets the NFC title, and then the Cowboys lose to the Lions. Maybe we have a 6v7 NFC championship. A 7 seed heads to Detroit to take on the 6 seed. A 6 seed hosts the NFC championship. That'd be quite a hilarious scenario, Joey. I'm not going to lie. It's probably not going to happen, but could you imagine if the Cowboys get in as the 7 seed, they beat the Rams, they go into Lincoln and actually knock out the Eagles, and then they get the Lions, and Brad Allen is calling the NFC championship in a rematch of last year's god-awful officiated game. between the Cowboys and Lions in Detroit, and it is Brad Allen calling the NFC title game. God help us if that happens. Okay, except he hasn't been blacklisted from the league. He just got suspended from the playoffs. I don't think he's been blacklisted. I think he'll be calling games next year. I don't think you realize how shady these officials are, but at 7-2, the Houston Texans, and in this scenario, we get Tua versus Stroud in Houston. And I just think Houston's a more complete team. But, you know, if the Dolphins were to get their... And it sucks for Mike McDaniel because he's a good coach. He's just been dealt some really tough hands. Mike McDaniel plays the Bills as a 7 seed with Skylar Thompson. That's an unwinnable situation. You go to Kansas City in the cold, that's another unwinnable situation. Now you get the Texans with Stroud and Diggs, and they have more confidence. Their chemistry is better. That's another unwinnable situation. It sucks for McDaniel, but, you know, these coaches are going to, these playoff games are going to build up his adversity. And at 7-1, the Eagles. At 8-1, the Jets. If you want to do a preview of Week 10, no winners, just a preview of what we have. Okay, we have a big Bengals-Ravens game in Baltimore. The Drake May era begins against Caleb Williams. I have the Patriots at 1-8. I have them pivoting to Drake May. We get the Steelers coming off a bye week against the Commanders, so the Steelers could make things interesting. The Niners get the Buccaneers off a bye week. The Saints could try to catch up in the division with Clint Kubiak. I do have Kubiak taking as interim in my scenario. I'm not exactly sure it would happen, but I think that makes things more interesting. Cowboys host the Eagles. The Lions host... We also get a Lions-Texans game in Houston. It might be the Sunday night game, Joey. Dan Campbell versus D'Amico Ryans. So that might be the Sunday night game. So that's a huge game because if the Lions are 5-3 and they're the 6th seed and the Texans are 7-2 coming off a bye week with home field, that's a huge game for both teams. And the Jets also come off a bye week entering Week 10. So we're not picking winners, but we're just speculating on the possibilities because that AFC race between the Jets and Texans heats up. You got the Thursday night game between the Bengals and Ravens in Baltimore for the division. Oh, and the Browns are on a bye week in Week 10. So Joey might make me preview Week 11 just to find out what the Browns are going to do. We're not picking winners. We're just speculating on these matchups. This Colts-Bills game in Indy is a death match. The Bills and Colts are both 4-5. That's a death match game in Week 10. Fun one. I think the Colts could win that, but I'm going to think it over before I act on impulse. I'm going to think it over. I am. I'm going to think long and hard about that. I know Thomas Coburn is going to have some stern words for me. They can't. The rules prevent that. CBS and Fox each get to protect one game of their choice. Fox and CBS each get to protect a game of their choice. That's the first rule of flexing. So NBC, they have to take a second tier game, a leftover game, and ask themselves, is this leftover game better than the Sunday night game? And if the answer is no, there's no flexing. That's why we saw very little flexing last year. It won't. The cable networks want the games. The cable networks pay the NFL for games, so whoever's paying the NFL most gets priority. That's probably how it works.
And what if the networks agree to unlimited slicing? Now that opens up everything.
It does. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen. This isn't going to happen until the next CBA is up. CBA is up in 2029. So this is not going to happen until, I think it's 2030, actually. Somebody told me the CBA is up at the end of the 2030 season. So that means the CBA would be up in it's somewhere in that range. I don't know when. It could be 5 years from now. It could be 7 years from now. But what I'm saying is that this CBA will, the owners aren't going to do anything until the CBA is in the process of being renegotiated. They can talk all they want, but the talk's just hearsay. It's just speculation. It's not. But let's find out who the Browns played in Week 11. I know you're somewhat curious. Okay, so the Browns get Clint Kubiak coming off a bye week in Week 11. The Ravens play the Steelers coming off a bye week at Acrisure Stadium. The Bengals get the Chargers coming off a bye week. The Bills host the Chiefs in what will be a death match for the Bills if they drop to a 4-6 in Week 10, or maybe they beat the Colts and beat the Chiefs and get back on a winning record and make things interesting. We don't know. The Cowboys host the Texans on Monday night. The Dak Prescott trap game. Could that be the reason I'm saying the Texans might lose that is because right now I've got the Cowboys at 4-4 and the Texans at 7-2. So if the Cowboys are fighting for their playoff lives, they just might want it more than the Texans. That's not a knock against the Texans, folks. That's just McCarthy coaching to save his ass.
I think are the team with the most potential, but you've seen it before where the team that comes off and lights the world on fire.
Because that's a pivotal game. That is a huge game for Dallas against Houston in Week 11. And I know I'm jumping the gun on this because if you lose in Week 10 and then you lose to Houston, you're 4-6. You're essentially at the point where if you don't win out, Jerry Jones is canning your ass. And he's ready to call Belichick on speed dial or whoever he wants to hire. And if you win that game, you build enough confidence and you could potentially be one of these teams that's peaking in the second half. But that's a pivotal game for both teams.
And Chris, this time of year, I'm going to think things through a little more than I probably should. And I'm going to think of what happened, what's going to happen, so on and so forth.
I put more stock into depth charts and momentum. It's my greatest flaw, but it's also my greatest strength. Colorado, Dallas is a perfect example. Colorado had momentum after Game 5, 5 goals on Dallas. I took Dallas because they had the better depth chart. A lot of people pick Colorado to win because they have the stars, McKinnon and McCarr. But Dallas found a way to get it done without their best center. That's what the great teams do. They find a way to get it done regardless of the conditions. So, who are the great teams? It is the million-dollar question this year. We can talk about schedules and momentum all we want, Joey, but the great teams find a way to overcome their situations regardless of injuries. Who are the great teams this year?
I just think in the NFL that's harder to do because every year you're going to have different things because there's so many people, so many players, so many variables. It's more difficult. So when they do, that's why we praise them so much. Because right now, I am giving you a few of the Ravens' problems, or not Ravens, the Texas problems. A few of the things they're going to have to do.
The Browns get 10 days for Denver. I know Denver beat Cleveland last year, but that was because Russell Wilson was playing DTR, or was he playing Flacco? I think the Broncos did beat Cleveland last year, but I think that was because of the injuries the Browns had. The Browns get 10 days to prepare for Denver after Pittsburgh. So, I mean, even if you lose to the Saints, you could be looking at a 3-game winning streak. You do get Pittsburgh in week 14. You get the Chiefs in week 15. You get the Bengals in week 16 in Cincinnati. You get the Dolphins at home following the Christmas break, and then you get the Ravens in week 18. So this is Browns are interesting at 6-3 because they could be a team where they could be a team that's 9-3, but they could also end up losing every game outside of the game to Miami in week 17. Really. That's really how tough the Browns schedule is down the stretch. They could be a team that's 9-3. They look like they're in the playoffs, but they finish 10-7. I don't know if 10-7 guarantees them a playoff spot with how competitive the AFC is. It's interesting. I have the Browns starting 3-1, losing to Jacksonville in week 2. That's the only loss. And then I have the Commanders and the Eagles beating the Browns in trap games on the road. And then I have the Browns winning 3 straight in Cleveland before the bye week. So in that scenario, do the Browns continue to run with the momentum? My guess is they probably who knows what happens in week 11? We're not going to reveal that now. They get the Steelers on Thursday night, short week, following the bye week. But you get that extra bye week to prepare for 2 teams. I think they probably win one of those 2. But at the same time, you win both of those games, you're 8-3. You're on the brink of first place. And this is the part where Joey goes for the momentum over the depth charts. And then that's when the sports books bait and switch you. You take the bait and switch, and the Browns fall apart. That's how it works. That's how the script works every year. It's a bait and switch. You go for the momentum, and then somehow you end up being wrong, but we don't know how, and that's the beauty of it. My biggest problem is I put more stock into the strength of matchup than the momentum of the team has or the quality of the matchup. This is where Joey and I differ as sports fans and sports critics. I put more stock into the strength of matchup and the depth charts. Joey looks at the momentum. He tries to weigh everything equally, but when you get to week 10, it's hard to keep up with everything. Injuries happen, shit happens. It's hard to keep up with everything. Yeah, but if your backups are on a hot streak, they could get cold any week and shit the bed. Look at Dobbs versus Chicago last year. That's a perfect example. Starts out hot in Minnesota, and then he loses to the Fields on Monday night. And his window of opportunity to be a starter is most likely gone. You wanted to give Dobbs the benefit of the doubt because he did well with the Browns, whereas Mason Rudolph, even though he took the number 2 job from Dobbs, is kind of an asshole to your team. It's a fandom thing. I get it. You wanted to give Dobbs, but we learned the hard way that Rudolph was better than Dobbs because Rudolph actually got the Steelers in the playoffs. I don't think Dobbs would have been able to do that if he was still in Pittsburgh, but we'll never know. I think the Steelers go 8-9 with Dobbs, but that's just my 2 cents because the AFC North is brutal. It is an extremely competitive division. It is brutal. So I think if the Steelers had chosen Dobbs over Rudolph, they would have finished 8-9 in this division. That's just where I'm at. And that's not a knock on Dobbs. I just think Rudolph's that much better. And Mason Rudolph's the backup to Will Levis. So if the Titans are 1-7, do they pivot to Mason Rudolph? Does Mason Rudolph actually get... Well, in this scenario, if the Titans are 0-5, they might bench Will Levis at the bye week and pivot to Mason Rudolph. Because they play the Colts in week 6. If Mason Rudolph can get going, you get the Bills, you get the Lions. That'll be tough. You'll lose to them. But you get the Patriots, you get the Chargers on the road. Mason Rudolph has an opportunity to build some confidence in those scenarios. I wanted to look at the Jaguars quickly. I know they're your other team. So the Jaguars, they get the Vikings at home. They get the Lions on the road. They get a bye. Then they get the Texans at home on a short. Texans at home with an extra week. They get the Titans. They get the Jets at home. Honestly, that could go either way. I feel like the weather could be a factor against the Jets late in the season since they play in the cold. Jaguars also get the Raiders on the road. They get the Titans at home, and then they get the Colts on the road in Week 18. I could see the Jaguars going on a run in the second half. They're 3-6, but unlike the Browns, who have a hard strength of schedule, the Jaguars have an easier strength of schedule, and they could just handle business against the Vikings and Lions. They could be 5-6 heading into their bye week. Then they go 6-6, beat Houston. They beat the Titans. They're 7-6. Jets is a coin flip with Aaron Rodgers. If Rodgers is hurt or the Jets are banged up, the Jaguars could be 8-6. I think they beat the Raiders and the Titans at home to get to 11-6. And that would be good enough for a wild card, but they would probably have to beat the Colts to get that last wild card. We really don't know. There's so many teams. It's so tight right now. Because I have the Bills at 4-5, but they're only a game and a half back of the Dolphins. So a lot could happen. I'm just looking at what teams have good second half schedules. The Dolphins, they have a few home games. They have 4 home games in the back end against the Raiders, Patriots, Jets, and the 49ers. But the Niners are coming off a bye week or a shortened week or a long week. I can't tell, but I don't know. I think the Dolphins are one of these teams that could stumble in the second half. It's too early to say. The Bills, they get the Colts. The Bills are in a tough spot because if you're 4-5 heading into Week 10, you got to play the Colts on the road. You got to play the Chiefs at home before your bye. Then you get the Niners at home on Sunday night. You get the Rams in LA. You get the Lions in Detroit. You host New England. You host Buffalo, and then you get New England and Gillette to end the year. So your final 3 games are easy, but that middle game schedule, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, after playing the Colts and Chiefs is brutal to the point where the Bills could end up dropping to 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, 4-10 if they lost every game. I don't think they lose every game, by the way, Joey. I think they beat the Chiefs and Niners to get to 6. Maybe they lose to the Colts. They're 4-6. They get back to 6-6. They drop to 6-8. They finish 9-8. But 9-8's not going to cut it in the AFC. They can still finish with a winning record, but 9-8's not going to make the playoffs. And at that point, if you're 6-8 and there are multiple AFC teams with 8 or 9 wins, you're better off just tanking to improve your draft position and firing McDermott and figuring out where to go from there. You're just better off at that point. And it sucks because I like McDermott. He is a good guy. But at the end of the day, this is a business. And if the Bills are 4-5 entering Week 10 and they stumble in the middle, they stumble in the home stretch, we are looking at a scenario where Sean McVay could potentially be on his way out. No Diggs. No Poyer. I don't think it's the right move, but, I don't know what Brandon Beane would do in that scenario. I think 8 wins is possible. Maybe 9. I think 8 or 9 wins is possible for Pittsburgh, but I don't think that's going to be good enough to make the playoffs. It just depends. Washington and Baltimore are games I could see Pittsburgh winning to get to 6-4. They get the Bengals and Browns on the road after that. They get the Browns at home after that. Tomlin usually splits with Cleveland. They get Philadelphia. If they get Hurts, they lose. If they get Kenny Pickett, they might have a chance. You get the Ravens on Saturday, and then you get the Chiefs at Acrisure on Christmas Day on Netflix. And then you get the Bengals to end the year. So Pittsburgh's one of these teams, they're going to finish between 7 and 9 wins if I had to guess. But I don't know what their record's going to be. We will not know until next week. But I do think the ceiling for the Browns is 10 wins, whereas Pittsburgh is 9 wins. Looking at the Ravens back end is really good. I mean, the toughest game the Ravens have is against Pittsburgh in Week 11. And that is a game where Pittsburgh's coming. Well, the Ravens have 9 days to prepare for Pittsburgh compared to 7. You know, the Ravens are one of these teams where I could see them getting hot in the second half. Versus Cincy Thursday night, at Pittsburgh, 10 days, at Chargers, versus Eagles, bye week, at Giants, versus Steelers, at Texans, versus Browns. I think the Texans in Houston on Christmas Day is the toughest of those games. I think every other game is winnable. I could see the Texans playing spoiler on Christmas, but I could see the Ravens winning every other game out in that stretch. I mean, if Lamar gets injured, then you're looking at a scenario where the Ravens would lose out. But if Lamar's healthy, I can legitimately see the Ravens winning every game outside of Week 17. And who knows, maybe they get hot in the second half like last year. But they'd still finish 13-4 if in that scenario regardless. I am curious to see how the Texans and Jets would do. Texans get the Titans twice to end the year. So they're already 7-2. That's 9. You get the Chiefs and Ravens. You get the Jaguars on the road. You get the Chiefs and Ravens, and you get the Dolphins at home. I think you beat the Dolphins. I think you beat the Lions at home. So that's 10 wins right there. But can you beat the Cowboys on the road? I just think Dallas won a little more. Can you beat the Jaguars on the road? Something the Texans have done 2 years in a row. Can they make it I think they honestly can. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the Texans swept Jacksonville, but, Jacksonville could also get hot in the second half. So I could see the Texans with 11 wins, and, that those Texans games against the Chiefs and Ravens, that could ultimately be what decides whether the Texans get the 1 seed or whether they get left behind. When you really look at it in the grand scheme of things, the Jets just have such a favorable strength of schedule. At Arizona, versus Indy, versus Seattle coming off a bye week. You get Miami in Week 14, and you get Jacksonville in Week 15, but you can stay in the state of Florida that week leading up to the Jacksonville game. It won't affect your travel conditions as badly. And then you get the Rams at home. You get the Bills on the road, which I do think that's a loss, most likely, as long as Allen's playing. And then you get if the Bills are still in contention by Week 17, and then you get the Dolphins. So when I look at the Jets' strength of schedule, I honestly think the Jets end up as the 1 seed. Do I think they win the AFC? No. But I could legitimately see them as the 1 seed. I can legitimately see them in the AFC Championship against the Ravens or Texans, and one of those teams going into New York in the frickin' freezing cold and knocking out Aaron Rodgers as Aaron Rodgers chokes in January in typical Aaron Rodgers fashion. Because really, Joey, when I really crunch the scenarios, the Jets have a really easy strength of schedule in the back end. So if they handle business early, avoid injuries, beat the Niners in Week 1, they got a chance to control their own destiny. Not saying they will. I'm just saying the window of opportunity is there. Anything you want to add to that? I'm going through the Eagles, the 1 seed in the NFC, and then we're going to call it a day. Because I got to be somewhere at 4. Eagles, they play Dallas on the road. They host the Commanders. They get the Rams on the road. They get the Ravens on the road. They get Carolina and Pittsburgh at home. They get the Commanders on the road. They get the Eagles are interesting because I feel like Eagles could very easily drop to 7-3, but they could also run the table after. They could easily drop to the Eagles. I have the Eagles at 7-1. They could easily drop to 8-4. They've got at Dallas versus Washington on Thursday night, at LA, at Ravens. That's a tough 4-game stretch. But the rest of their schedule, you get 4 of your final 5 games at home, and the Commanders on the road in Week 16. So unless Jane Daniels hits his stride late in the year, you're looking at a scenario where the Eagles are able to potentially get the 1 seed again due to strength of schedule. Not because they're the best team, Joey, but because of the strength of schedule. That's the advantage of not winning your division. And it's interesting. It really is, looking at all these scenarios. I mean, if the Lions can get by Houston, they could run the table in the second half versus Jacksonville, at Indy, versus Chicago, versus Green Bay, versus Buffalo, at Chicago. They're not going to be easy, but they're winnable games. I would argue the Niners game on Monday night's the toughest game in that stretch. And I think the Lions could win every game. After starting 5-3, I think the Lions could win 7 of their last 8, as bold as that's going to sound. But I think it really starts with that Texans game, because that is a huge game that could drop the Lions out of the wild card hunt. But if they win that, they could go on a huge run down the stretch. That is like that's like the pit momentum game for them. Can they beat the Texans in Houston and just start a run? We'll go through a few more teams. Bengals and Chiefs. Bengals get the Ravens and Chargers on the road. They get a bye week before hosting Pittsburgh. They play Dallas on Monday night. They get the Titans on a short week in Tennessee against Mason Rudolph potentially. Could Mason Rudolph beat the Bengals again as a Titan? Then you get the Browns on Thursday night, short week. Then you get the Broncos at home, and then you get the Steelers on the road. So, Bengals are a team. They control their own destiny right now, but it's going to be very interesting. One more team I'm going to look at is the Chiefs. Chiefs, I think Buffalo's a tough game, and Cleveland. And maybe Pittsburgh could play spoiler if they're still in the playoff hunt on Christmas. Maybe the Steelers, maybe Mike Tomlin plays spoiler. My mom and brother are both Chiefs and Steeler fans, so they're going to be rooting for both teams. I'm going to have to live with that for the holidays this year, Joey. And it's only on Netflix. I know you don't have a Netflix account, and you're kind of relieved as a Browns fan that you don't have to watch that game. But you're also kind of disappointed that But I'm saying if the Chiefs want the 1 seed again, they're probably going to have to beat both Cleveland and Pittsburgh down the stretch. Because the Jets' schedule is so favorable that I think the Jets could go 14-3. I legitimately do. I think the Chiefs at 6-2. I don't know who'd won the tiebreaker if the Chiefs slipped up. But I think Buffalo, Cleveland, or Pittsburgh's going to beat the Chiefs at home. I do. So I really do. So it's not that I don't think the Chiefs can't win. It's just, logistically speaking, one of those teams is going to beat the Chiefs to create more drama. This is how it works. There is drama in this league each year, whether you like it or not. And I think the Chiefs are the one team with the schedule that can catch the Jets. The Bengals, I think we already went over the Bengals. The Bengals' schedule has some ups and downs in the home stretch. I feel like I'm giving away too much the more I talk. The Rams are interesting. The Rams have a really good home stretch. They also get New Orleans with Kubiak. They get the Bills at home. They get the Niners on Thursday night in San Francisco, which could be a trap game. You also get the Jets on the road, and then you get the Cardinals. I feel like the Rams could very easily end this thing at 13-4. The Eagles could also be 13-4. So that game against the Rams in LA, that's a potential home field game. It is. I think the Packers may have a say in this too. If the Packers can sweep Caleb Williams, and sweep the Lions, I honestly, they could easily win out, and they could be 14-3, and that would give them the number 1 seed. They get San Francisco at home, Miami at home, Seattle on the road, New Orleans at home for Monday Night Football, Vikings on the road in Week 17, and they get Chicago at home. So if they can handle business against the Bears in Week 11, I think the Packers are one of these teams that could end the year 14-3, get hot, get Joey excited to the point where he's taking the Packers to go to the Super Bowl with Jordan Love. I mean, Packers are going to be a team to watch. I mean, when I look at the home stretch, I'm looking at the games, I'm looking at the teams that have easy strength of schedules down the stretch. The Jets and Packers both stand out as teams that have easier strengths of schedules down the stretch. And that could very well create a scenario where both the Jets and Packers are 1 seeds, and a lot of Packer fans are talking about a Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers Super Bowl just for the hell of it. And they both get to the NFC title, and then both teams lay an egg in the game. That's I feel like the Ravens and Lions are going to meet up, but the Lions have a much tougher strength of schedule this year, and the Packers have a much easier strength of schedule. It's just like last year, Joey. The reason I picked the Packers at 9-8 last year is because of the strength of schedule. And I kept telling people, you're sleeping on Jordan Love. I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. He is as good as advertised. You were a little skeptical at first, but at this time last year, I told you to buy the Packers. You just shrugged it off and were like, all right, we'll see. And if they deliver, I'll get on the hype train. And now they delivered. They beat Dallas. They almost beat San Francisco. So, yeah, they're a proverbial favorite on that alone. This is only one half of the season, folks. We got another half next week. Lots of drama. The Jets, they have a 2-game lead over Miami, a 4-game lead over the Bills, and a 7-game lead over the Patriots entering the second half. Eagles and Cowboys are the only teams in winning records. Nothing's changed in the NFC East. The Texans have a 3-game lead over the Colts.
About the Packers, though, because Derek Harris has been on the bench for 3 years. You know he's got some talent, but how is he going to respond? I mean, you can't really blame him.
I saw him in person. You didn't. That's why I felt more confident in how he was going to respond than you did. And I think that's really the difference when you look at it. Because you were...
Maybe because you had the same reaction that I did when I came back to Daniel Jones' contract. You said he performed well. I saw him in person. You didn't. Maybe that was the entire thing.
I saw him in person at the Senior Bowl in practice, in the interviews. I saw him in person as a media reporter. You saw him in person at a game. That is 2 completely different things. I'm not saying the experience doesn't matter, because it does. The experience matters. Regardless of whether you're a fan or a reporter, the experience always matters. The in-person experience.
It does, I agree. And you, when you see him live and when you call them or whatever, and you see live what they do, how they conduct themselves, and so on and so forth, that's really what sets them apart. Because if you see better on TV and you can follow that live, and you can see the body language.
Yeah, the body language is huge too. Because everybody was mocking Najee Harris to Miami back in 2021. And I saw the Miami Dolphins running back cross his shoulders like this when Najee was practicing. That means you're uncomfortable, you're insecure, you're hiding something. So that right there told me the Dolphins are not picking Najee. He's fallen to Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh's going to take Etienne or Najee. I said they'd take Najee because I liked him a little bit better on tape. Personally, I bought Creed Humphrey to Pittsburgh. I felt like he'd be a better fit, better replacement for Pouncey, harder to find a good center. But Steelers didn't listen to me. They listened to their scouts and took Najee. And as a Browns fan, I'm sure you're eternally grateful the Steelers didn't listen to me, because if they did, you'd be having to play Creed Humphrey twice a year. So
I am eternally grateful that they did not listen to me at the same time. I will say, last year, Najee wasn't half bad.
he wasn't. Third year in a row, he's exceeded 1,000 yards. I genuinely believe he's earned a fifth-year tender. At the same token, the Steelers have an ERFA tender on Jaylen Warren, so they could pay Jaylen Warren like $950 or whatever they're paying him, under $1 million, in lowball Warren. And basically, if Najee Harris doesn't take what they offer him, and let's say the Steelers only want to offer Najee like $5 or $6.5 million, or we're going to make it Warren's team, Najee's going to be like, you know what? I deserve $7 or $8 million. I might be a running back, but I had 3 1,000-yard seasons. I don't deserve $10 million, but I deserve $7 or $8 million, 7.5. I earned that. So fuck you. I'm out of here. That's basically Najee's thought process when he's on the phone with the Steelers about negotiating, and they try to lowball him with the $5 million offer because they have Jaylen Warren. But that's what teams do. That's the whole business of the NFL, man.
I believe Najee at least $6.5 million.
Yeah, of course. But this is the Steelers we're talking about. Jaylen Warren was just as big of a contributor as Najee was. I mean, they both had their moments. But they want the running back who's willing to take less money to represent the team. It kind of reminds me of when the Steelers had Willie Parker and Rashad Mendenhall. I'm not going to compare any running back to Bettis. Bettis was a guy of his own. Bettis was an outlier. As far as Steelers go, he was an all-time great, but he was also an outlier. We're never going to see a running back with Bettis' size in this era of the NFL ever again. We're not. It was a great story, how he ended his career. We're happy for him. But at the end of the day, Bettis is an outlier. He's not the rule. He's the exception to the rule, so you can't compare a running back to Bettis. Even if he's your favorite Steeler, you can't do it. Ezekiel Elliott's basically discount Jerome Bettis. Elliott's like a discount Jerome Bettis, or a discount Jerome Bettis that you find at Costco that nobody wants. Well, that's not how it began for Elliott, but that's where he's kind of at right now. Like, that's just where he's at right now. It's not... Can the Bears make the playoffs? It's a tough answer, and it's an answer I don't have a definitive answer to. I've got the Bears at 4-4, but they have a 3-game home stretch next week. They get the Lions on Thanksgiving, then the Niners, then the Vikings on the road, which could go either way. That's a Monday night game. If McCarthy's starting, I think the Vikings can pull the upset. If Darnold's starting, I'd probably think Caleb Williams should steal that game. It just depends on who's playing. I like Chicago should lose to Detroit just based on the fact that Detroit has experience to pair with Carlton Davis. But, you know, in the outside of bet that the Bears pull the upset, they could very easily finish the year 9-8 because they get Seattle at home, but then they get basically if the Bears win all 5 of their home games against New England, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, and Seattle, which is unlikely but not impossible, they'd be 9-8. They're on the chopping block. They probably don't get in the wild card. Maybe they get the 7 seed, but that would be considered a successful season for the Bears because they're really not expected to do much this year. But it would at least it would validate that, okay, all right, Justin Fields wasn't the guy, but maybe
Now, here's the thing, Chris. Something I've been hearing is that the Steelers may not be as hooked on Russell Wilson as people think.
I don't think they are. I think Russell Wilson and Stroud are both short-term options. They're both auditioning for the part. Neither is landed the part. They're both auditioning for it. And whoever does better may get extended if they take a team-friendly deal. Because right now, the QBs kind of suck. The QBs in the upcoming draft, they're not horrible, but they're not great either. I've watched 4 games of Carson Beck. I've seen him make 3-4 progressions out of 6. I could be getting a better version of Bo Nix, but I could also be getting a discount version of Bo Nix. I don't know yet. I haven't seen enough to make a verdict. But I know a lot of people like Carson Beck. He has a quick release, good howitzer, not Stafford's caliber, but he does have a good arm. Shedeur frustrates the crap out of me because I actually saw him make all 6 reads at Jackson State, but he'd only make 1 read and then the pocket would collapse and then he'd get sucked in by the deep front 7 and devoured like a tornado. That's what frustrates me about Shedeur. But he could make a leap this year. And then you got Ewers, you got Jalen Milroe, Ken's favorite quarterback. I just don't know what's going to happen because with DeBoer and Kalen DeBoer at Alabama, we could see Milroe take a leap like Penix did. We don't know what's going to happen. The quarterback, and I'm just not a big fan of the quarterbacks this year. I like 2026 more. But if the Steelers are 4-4, they're just going to roll with Russell Wilson. And then they're basically going to be like, look, Fields is willing to take more money. And he's younger. See ya. And then Wilson will go somewhere else. That's unless the Steelers make the playoffs. If the Steelers go 9-8 and they make the playoffs, they will probably they'll probably give Wilson another year. And maybe they'll give Fields another year too if he takes less money. But if they don't, they're just going to be like, Justin Fields is willing to take less money, Russ. See ya. Like, remember on South Park where the rednecks yell, see ya? That's pretty much where the Steelers are at with Russell Wilson. I don't think the Steelers would make the change to Fields unless they had a losing record at 3-5. I'm not ruling it out, but look at the Steelers. I got them losing to Atlanta, beating Denver, beating the Chargers, losing to the Colts, losing to Dallas, losing to the Raiders, and dropping to 2-4. But then they beat the Jets and Giants at home. So if they were going to do that, they would do that after the Raider game. They would make that change right after the Raider game, and then they'd go to Fields for Week 7 against the Jets. And then Justin Fields comes in and beats the 6-0 Jets in his first start with the Steelers. That's a story and it's not just a story, it's a story people are going to frickin' run with. Especially the Yinzers here in my city. All right, it's 3:54. I did promise a friend I'd hang out with them at 4. We've gone over pretty much every potential scenario I can think of. And if we didn't get to your team, we're going to do part 2 next week after the MLB mock draft. That's right. We did an NHL draft, an NBA draft. I know there's no MLB simulator. We're just going to run through the top 100 of Jonathan Mayo, Jim Callis, look at the tape, look at the ERAs, look at whatever. Joey thinks the Guardians should take a pitcher. I think they should just take a batter. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be a huge decision, and it might come down to slot value. The reason I say that is because You can get a pitcher. The slot value for the number 1 pick is $9 to $10 million. You can get a pitcher for $7 million in this draft, and then use the money you have to get a better player in the second round. If you're the Guardians, you can do that. You got the number 1 pick in the draft. We went over the Browns. What are you talking about? I did an entire segment on the Browns because I knew you were going to lose your shit if I didn't.
I am trying to create drama.
You're trying to create emotional spikes. It's a marketing tool. Emotional spikes. You create emotional spikes. It's tension. It's tension to sell the audience on our cliffhanger. It is. But it is emotional spikes. I mean, you're trying to create emotional spikes, but I feel like you're just throwing marbles at a I feel like you're just throwing, like, what are they? The marbles are like what is it that it's a game you played in the street as a kid. You had marbles and Tic Tacs, not Tic Tacs, but those things that are shaped like a cross. All right, I'll just eat my veggies. All right, I'll just eat my veggies if Joey's gonna roast me for my street cred. But yeah, the Patriots, they get the they don't have a bye until week 14. They get the Cardinals on the road. They get the Chargers at home. I could go either way depending on how Mate does if they gets the Goff treatment. But I feel like he gets swept by Allen due to a lack of experience. But he needs that because if he plays a cover 2 defense twice, a zone heavy defense that he struggled in college twice, he'll have an idea how to game plan against that. May kind of needs that. And a lot of people would have questions about May entering year 2, but he'd be ready at that point. The supporting cast would be better. We're not picking winners. We're just speculating on what could happen. I got 3 minutes on Restream, Joey, and then we're signing off. I do have to be somewhere in 3 minutes. I do. So we're signing off, but it's fun. We have everything here. We have the NBA simulator. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Paul Skeens. He pitched 6 scoreless innings against the Cubs at Wrigley after a rough outing last Saturday and beat the Cubs in his second start. So shout out to Paul Skeens. Congratulations on your first MLB victory, avenging your opening loss to the Cubs at PNC Park. Good job, Paul. I mean, even Jason Bale was impressed with Skeens, and he hates Pittsburgh. He hates the Steelers, so if he's talking about Skeens, you're doing something right. He didn't play horrible, but he gave up 3 runs in 4 innings. No decision. This year, no hits in 4 innings at Wrigley, and then he has 6 scoreless innings. That was what we were kind of hoping we'd get from Skeens. And now that he's done that, I have a little more confidence in the Pirates. I'm not saying they're going to win the division. There's a lot of Pirate fans here that believe that. There's even Pirate employees that have complimented the Draft Utopia brand. I appreciate it. But I'm saying 80 wins is possible. Winning the NL Central, probably not. But I think 82 wins is possible. I really do. I think 80 to 82 wins is a realistic goal to have if you're a Pirate fan with this team. And I told you this was going to happen. Ben Cherington, he has done well in the draft. Ben Cherington's done well in the draft for 4 years in a row now. Henry Davis, Nick Gonzalez, Skeens. I mean, these are guys that I had number 1 on my board when the Pirates were on the clock, and Cherington took them. He was patient with them. He paid off. You didn't want to believe me at first because you hadn't seen them in person, but now that you have, I kind of earned the benefit of the doubt. But it's not about me. It's about the Pirates. They're a fun team to watch. We'll see if they keep things going. We'll see if the Guardians keep things going. Honestly, they have every batter. They have 7 of their 9 batters locked up until 2032. Honestly, I think this Pirates team from 2025 to 2028, 2029, I think there's a 3 or 4 year playoff window, like that's maybe a year longer than what the Pirates had in the 90s if they actually tender people when arbitrations come up and pay them or give them long-term contracts like Charrington's been currently doing. I really do, Joey. I mean, outside of McCutchen and one other batter, you have everyone else locked up until 2032 at batter, and you have 3 good pitchers. There's no excuses now. You've got your 3 starters in Mitch Keller, Josh Jones, and Skeens. And Skeens and Jones are on rookie deals. There's no more excuses now. The training wheels are off. It's time to show me and Joey what you got. The training wheels were on when your guys were in the farm system. Training wheels are off. You don't have to win every game. You don't have to make the playoffs. It's time to leave a strong first impression for your fan base. It is time. That's all I'm going to say on that. I really do believe that. They have drafted well. I think they have a 2027 through 2029 World Series window. And the Pirates' last World Series came in 1979. I'm going to boldly predict that the Pirates are in the 2029 World Series, even if I end up being wrong. I'm going to predict that right now, 5 years from now, the Pittsburgh Pirates will be in the World Series. I think the Pirates return to a World Series before the Penguins or the Steelers return to a Stanley Cup or Super Bowl. I've been saying that since 2020. You didn't want to take my word for it before. You need to take it with a little grain of salt, because I honestly believe they'll get to a World Series before the Penguins or Steelers get back to another championship. I've been saying that since 2020. Nobody's wanted to believe me, but now it looks like it's actually somewhat realistic.
You completely missed my second game ticket.
I wasn't trying to miss your point, Joey. I wasn't trying to dismiss your point either. I'm just saying that
You were just so excited about the Pirates, me saying the Pirates, that
the Pirates do lose some key guys to the bullpen to free agency. So they're going to have to retool in the bullpen through free agency, through the draft. Won't be easy. But if they do that, I honestly believe they can win a World Series in that 27 through 29 window. I do. That doesn't mean they'll pull it off, but this is their best shot since they had Jim Leyland. That's all I'm going to say. Because if Leyland had this roster, the Pirates would be a World Series champion. I really believe that.
in my second game, I saw the Brewers, and I'm really confident of what they have. I think they need more pitcher and another hitter. But I really like their defense, and I really like their football. I think they'll be a huge player.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is the Pirates picked 9th in the MLB draft this year. The Reds picked 2nd. The Pirates picked 9th. The Pirates get another good player at 9. They can add another building block and get one step closer to that division. You know, they already have Termarr Johnson, who was number 1 on their board back in 2022 in the farm system. So you get Termarr Johnson and you get another good batter at 9, you'll have the pieces to make a run and be like good on a year-to-year basis, kind of like where the Guardians are at. You'll have instead of having a 2 or 3 year window before Bob Nutting decides to not pay anyone jack shit, you'll have a 4 or 5 year, maybe a 6 year window if you manage everything correctly and not fuck up. And let's face it, that's what this Pittsburgh fan base needs more than anything else with the Steelers and Penguins on down years. I mean, as long as Tomlin's still around, you're still a borderline playoff team, but like, your Super Bowl window's gone. And basically, Mike Tomlin is keeping you from a rebuild. That's your football team right now. Mike Tomlin alone, in his brilliant football mind, is keeping this team from a rebuild. Which is both a blessing and a curse. But we've spent hours and hours talking about these teams. It's 4:05. I promised a friend I would be at on Discord at 4. I'm 5 minutes late for that, but these are fun questions. And this is what when Joey say we rant all day, this is what he means. It's like, I didn't mean to be late, but he gave a great closing question to end the show, and I had to address it. So we'll be back next Saturday. You get part 2 to be continued. NFL Week 10 to be continued. You're getting a cliffhanger and you're liking it. Also, you might get a cliffhanger after the regular season. I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking we'll make you guys wait another week for the wild card matchups for both of our things. We can go on Playoff Predictor, spend the week filling through the simulator, breaking everything down, and then reveal our matchups at the end next week after the MLB draft. So yeah, you're not going to want to miss that. MLB draft and MLB playoff prediction. So if you're a Guardians or Browns fan, you get to know who's going number 1. You also get to know whether the Browns make it in or not. They're 6-3 right now, a game behind the Bengals, a game ahead of the Ravens, 2-0 in the North. It's early though. There's still another half to be played. You don't know how this is going to end. So yeah, that's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. The Utopia of Sports is closing shop for the day. Rock on, Joey, and have fun without me for the next 6 days. All right, Restream, I'm out of here. Thank you for the 35 listeners that tuned in. We have 33 on X, 1 on YouTube, and 1 on Twitch. Internally grateful for all this, but yeah, as far as these games go, you're going to have to wait another week. We are literally